The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am Matt from the past. It is October the 5th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1274 AD, around the 1,000 soldiers of the Mongol army land on the Japanese island of Tushami. The first attack of Kublai Khan's Mongol invasion of Japan. In 1789, French Revolution women of Paris march to Versailles. In the March on Versailles to confront Louis XVI about his refusal to promulgate the decrees on the abolition of feudalism, demand bread, and have the king and his court moved to Paris. In 1813, Battle of the Thames, American forces under General William Henry Harrison defeat Chatham Confederacy and their British allies led by Henry Proctor near Chatham, Upper Canada. In 1864, most of Calcutta destroyed by cyclone, approximately 60,000 dead. In 1978, over 30 major nations ratify the Environmental Modification Convention, which prohibits weather warfare that has widespread, long-lasting, or severe effects. In 1988, Chile votes in a referendum 56-44 against extending Augusto Pinochet's regime by 8 years, thus ending the dictator's 16.5 years in power. In 2000, mass demonstrations in Belgrade culminate in the resignation of Siberian strongman Slobodan Milosevic, often called the Bulldozer Revolution. In 2020, U.S. President Donald Trump leaves Walter Reed National Military Medical Center while still infectious with COVID-19 and returns to the White House. In 1947, Harry Truman makes the first presidential address televised from the White House. In 1962, Dr. No, first James Bond film based on the novel by Ian Fleming and starring Sean Connery and Ursula Andress, premieres in London. In 2017, the New York Times publishes investigation into sexual harassment behavior by Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein. In 1962, the Beatles released their first record, Love Me Do. In 1922, New York Yankees and New York Giants play out a controversial 3-3 tie in 10 innings in Game 2 of Baseball World Series at Polo Grounds, Manhattan, New York City. Giants win series 4-0 to 1. Born on this day are Jonathan Edwards, Dennis Detroit, Chester A. Arthur, Robert S. Goddard, Vaclav Havel, Kate Winslet, Steve Miller, Bob Geldorf, Ray Kroc, Bill James, Imran Khan, Laura Davis, Mario Lemex, Patrick Roy. Dying on this day were Charles Cornwallis, Chesa, Doc Durant, Rodney Dangerfield, Fred Shuttleworth, and Steve Jobs. That's surprising. I didn't know Steve Jobs and Rodney Dangerfield died on the same day. Well, anyway, that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Before we begin the dramatization of the Gettle kidnapping case, it is our great pleasure to present a man who played an important role in the peace army which tracked down and captured the Gettle kidnappers. Ladies and gentlemen of America, a message from Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
I have just returned from San Diego by special plane to be here tonight and to compliment law enforcement heads of this county upon the fine work accomplished in apprehending the Gettle kidnappers and sending them to San Quentin for life, all within 46 hours. Quick justice such as this will keep Southern California clean of kidnappers. As chief of police, it has been a source of great pride to me to see the marvelous cooperation between the various law enforcement agencies concerned in the capturing the criminals who kidnapped Mr. Gettle. Hand in hand, the police department, the sheriff's department, and the federal forces have labored without rest until Mr. Gettle has been returned to his family and the criminals locked in jail. Against such cooperation, no criminal on earth can survive. Together, they staged the biggest manhunt in the history of the Southwest, and together, they got their man. Now, may I introduce to you a man who has worked as hard to bring this case to a happy conclusion as any officer, Buren Fitz, District Attorney of Los Angeles. Mr. Fitz.
Thank you, Chief Davis. I can add little to what the chief has already said other than this. Every man worked on a 24-hour shift. Few of us had our clothes off or any sleep for a week, from a week tonight until Mr. Gettle was returned to his family 48 hours ago. Our happiness is a job well done and a reunion between the victim and his family. As law enforcement officers, we are particularly glad that Los Angeles County still has an unblemished record in kidnapping cases. This is the 7th case with the kidnappers either hanged or in San Quentin for life. Never in my 15 years as a prosecutor have I seen the federal government, the sheriff's office, the police department, and this office pull unitedly together as in this case. It was solved for that reason, and future cooperation of this type will continue to make Los Angeles a hot place for kidnappers.
Thank you, Mr. Pitt. And now, may the man whose case it was, Sheriff Gene Bisculoos of Los Angeles County.
Thanks, Chief. That was a charming gesture. True, the Gettle case was a county case, but it is doubtful if success would have come as rapidly and as entirely without the skill, resourcefulness, and untiring efforts of the men under your command and those of federal forces and other police departments in cooperation with the sheriffs of southern counties and California Highway Patrol and many others too numerous to mention.
Thank you, Sheriff Bisculoos. And now, Federal Investigator Reed Vetterly, assigned to the case by the United States government.
The new law on kidnapping brought the United States Department of Justice into the Gettle case. The successful solution of this case was the result of perfect coordination on the part of all law enforcement agencies. With proper coordination, crime cannot flourish in any community, and it shall be the purpose of our department to continue such cooperation.
Thank you. And now, friends, you've heard the men who directed the hunt for Mr. Gettle and his captors. Later in the program, you will hear Mr. Gettle himself and his faithful friend, Attorney Ernest Noon. But first,
The true story of the Gettle kidnapping. It is just a week ago tonight. A warm midnight breeze caresses the lacy green leaves of the pepper trees and rattles the stiff fronds of a tall palm. The lazy song of a night bird drifts across the lovely garden of the Gettle Estate in Arcadia, a suburb of Los Angeles. The guests who have spent a pleasant evening at bridge have all retired, all but one, James P. Wolfe, who has joined his host for a cigarette in the recreation house behind the mansion.
certainly is a lovely place you have here, Bill.
Yes, I've dreamed of building this house for years, and finally it's all completed, even to the swimming pool.
You're going to enjoy that if this hot weather keeps up.
I'll say I will. But it's the kids that'll get the most out of it.
Yes, certainly have a paradise to play in here.
That's tremendously important, Jim, to give the kids a safe place to play. You know, ever since the Lindbergh kidnapping, I've been worried about those kids of mine.
Yes, that was a terrible thing.
That's the reason for the barbed wire on top of the concrete wall around the place. That's the reason for the electrically operated gate. I want this place to be safe for my kids.
Well, you've done a pretty good job, Bill.
Yes, I think I have. Well, it's getting late. Almost 12. Shall we go in?
Okay. Well, I'm pretty tired, too.
This way, Jim. It's shorter.
Pick 'em up, gentlemen.
Hey, what is it?
Keep quiet. Can't you see this gun? Now put your hands up. Over your heads. Walk over toward the wall. This ain't a heist, it's a snatch.
Listen, boys. My wife's back there in the house. She's sick. Come on back there with me. I've got a lot of money in the safe. I've got $100 or more in my pocketbook. Take it and get out, will you?
Listen, fella. Everything you got in the house ain't enough. I said this was a kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Take off your necktie. Here, Roy. Tie this guy. I'll trip up Mr. Gettle. Right. There. That ought to hold you. Now, let's have that adhesive tape.
Here you are.
Swell. There. No, Roy. Right across the mouth like this.
Oh, I get it.
There, that's better. All right, Mr. Gettle. Up the ladder here and over the wall.
And you, mister. Stay right where you are for an hour. Or else we'll come back and bump you off.
Come on, pal. Let's go.
Look out, he's slipping.
Oh, come on. Hurry up. Hurt, Mr. Gettle?
Oh, I think my leg's broken.
Here, let me see. Where's it hurt you?
There.
Oh, I'll rub it. It'll be all right in a minute. How's that?
I don't know.
Well, come on. We've got to get you out of here. Give me a hand with him, pal.
Okay.
There we are. All right, lean on my shoulder. We'll get you over to the car. There. All right, Roy, let's get going.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, the sheriff's office.
William F. Gettle had been kidnapped from his home in Arcadia by two men described as Americans, 5 feet 9 or 10 inches, weighing about 160 pounds. The victim was attired in gray flannel trousers, a light tan shirt, tennis shoes. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. Go get 'em, boys. That's all. Rosenquist. Extra. All about the millionaire kidnapping. All about the millionaire kidnapping. I'm W.G. Lutze. I was a guest at the Gettle home until 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. When I left the grounds, I saw a young woman sitting in the car by the gate. And when she saw me, she drove away as fast as she could. I'm Carl Service. I live across the way from Gettle's place. Last night at 9 o'clock, I heard a shot.
I'm Loretta Turnbull, the outboard motorboat champion. Yesterday, I too received a kidnap threat. I'm carrying a gun.
I'm S.E. Locke. Several times last week, I saw an automobile bearing an Illinois license plate pass the Gettle home. I'm a citizen of Arcadia. I heard a man screaming at midnight last night.
I'm a man in the street. I think the Gettle kidnapping is the work of the Dillinger gang.
I'm a housewife, and I believe the criminals who kidnapped Mr. Gettle are the same thieves that kidnapped that poor Robles baby over in Tucson.
I'm Ernest Noon, and I've been authorized by Mrs. Gettle to act as intermediary. I will deal with the kidnappers independently. Owing to the serious condition of Mrs. Gettle, who has been ill for a considerable time, I ask that the kidnappers do not unnecessarily delay reaching me. This is the only official statement from Mrs. Gettle. She has made no statement herself.
I'm Boron Fitz. I'm the district attorney of Los Angeles. I've ordered every man connected with my office to get on the job 24 hours a day. With my office as the clearinghouse for information, I'm asking every citizen who might observe a suspicious movement to call it to our attention. We believe that we're in a position to conduct a search for the kidnappers, which will be as widespread and ultimately as successful as the search for that other notorious kidnapper, Eddie Hickman. Such are the rumors, statements, garbled welter of evidence, and clear-cut expression of legal policy which developed in the first 12 hours after the abduction of Mr. Gettle. Then, as Reed Betterley, federal agent, arrives from San Francisco, as Chief Davis offers the complete facilities of the Los Angeles Police Department, Sheriff Gene Biscaluse of Los Angeles County summons police chiefs from more than 40 Southern California cities to his office for a council of war. Boys, Gettle's safety is our paramount consideration. We are running down obvious clues and checking suspicious characters, of course, but we are making no attempt to interfere with ransom negotiations. You've heard Mr. Noon's request. Though we have promised not to interfere with the ransom negotiations, we can intensify our activities on all stakeouts and investigations now being conducted. In other words, gentlemen, until we deliver Gettle back to his family, no one is above suspicion.
On Friday morning, a ransom note arrives at the E.F. Hutton Company in Beverly Hills addressed to Bill Drews, a friend of Gettle. At 6 o'clock that evening, a second ransom note is delivered to Noon, demanding a $60,000 ransom and instructing Noon to be in readiness to deliver the money in a Ford coupe with the right door removed and the turtleback taken out. During the day, erroneous reports spread throughout Los Angeles that the kidnappers are demanding $75,000, and 3 telephone calls purported to be from the kidnappers are placed into Noon's office during the day. None of these convinces Noon that he's in touch with the actual kidnappers. Then, Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Noon receives a telephone call which proves, through code arranged in the ransom letter, to be a genuine telephone contact with the kidnappers. In this note, Mr. Noon is instructed to stand by for further instructions. He hurries over to the Gettle townhouse in Beverly Hills with the news. In the sun-filled garden of the Gettle mansion, the 4 children of the kidnapped millionaire, Billy and Betty, the twins, aged 8, Bobby 6, and Jimmy 4, are playing, all unmindful of the horrible plight of their father. In the darkened room on the first floor, Mrs. Gettle receives Mr. Noon.
Oh, Mr. Noon, Is there any news?
Yes, Mrs. Gettle. I've just received a call from a man who calls himself Percy. And that's the way the ransom note I got last night said the message would be delivered.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, he said to hold myself in readiness for further instructions.
Oh, Mr. Noon. Oh, do you think he's all right?
I have every confidence that he'll be back soon.
Oh, I hope so.
Oh, I'm sure he will. But, Mrs. Gettle, you have no right being up. You should be in bed.
Oh, no, I'm all right. Oh, if only those terrible people would stay away.
Who? The sightseers?
Yes.
Well, there's little you can do about them.
They have no feeling. All day long, autos have driven past the house. All day long, those crowds on the lawn.
Yes, and there are quite a few police here today.
Yes, but they've been so good. They've not interfered with our attempts.
Well, I'm glad to know that.
Oh, how thoughtfully of me. Those poor officers out there in the sun. Hilda. Yes, Mrs. Gettle? Hilda, take some lemonade to the officers out in the patio, please.
Yes, Mrs. Gettle, right away. Mama, I want my daddy. Where's Daddy?
Now, Billy, run out and play with your little brothers and sisters.
But where's Daddy, Mama?
Your daddy's gone away for a few days on business.
When will he be back, Mama?
Why, he should be back. Any day now.
Later in the day, Noon receives a call in his office.
This is Percy. You got the money? Yes, but I'm not satisfied with the signature.
Well, what do you want me to do about that?
Now, look here, if you're really on the level, and you are holding Bill Gettle, ask him these questions. First, what did I play with on my one and only trip to the ranch? And second, who was in the automobile on that trip?
Okay, I'll call you back. Mr. Noon did not expect to hear from the kidnappers until the following day, but at 2 a.m. Sunday morning...
Hello.
This is Percy. The answer to the first question is the Green Hornet. The answer to the second question is Lucy Richards, Gettle, yourself, and another man were in that car.
All right. I'm convinced you're the man to deal with.
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow afternoon at your office. Mr. Noon confers with the Bank of America through Mr. Charles E. Carrillo, and the bank agrees to forward the money for the ransom. 2 employees are kept on duty all day Sunday to provide the money. Early Sunday afternoon, the intermediary receives another telephone call.
Noon speaking.
Have you received the letter?
Yes?
Have you got the money?
Yes, I can get it when necessary.
You have $60,000?
Yes?
Have you got it with you?
No, but I can get it whenever you want it.
Well, I'll call you at 8 o'clock and tell you what to do. Mr. Noon remained steadfastly at his post during the hot Sunday afternoon. Late in the day, Chief Detective Joe Taylor calls on him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Noon.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Well, what do you know? Anything new?
No, nothing much.
Listen, Mr. Noon, don't you think it's about time to let this truce go and start after these birds?
No, not yet.
But why not? Nothing's happened. Why, Chief Davis and Sheriff Biscuits have got an organization worked out that'll sweep Southern California like a swarm of locusts. They couldn't escape our Dragnet.
Yes, and Bill Gettle would never get out of it alive.
How do you know he is still alive?
Well, I feel sure he is.
Come on, Mr. Noon. Something's happened. What is it?
Well, I may as well tell you, Chief. I'm waiting for definite orders from the kidnappers. They've agreed to $60,000, and they're to call me at 8 o'clock.
They have?
Yes. Pardon me a moment.
Certainly.
Hello?
Here are the instructions, Noon.
Yes?
Get a Ford coupe.
Yeah? Well, you told me about that in your letter.
Yeah, I know I did, but I wanted to get it right.
Well,
It's the right-hand door. Get the money, and when we
I'm to get the money and follow instructions when they phone me.
When'll that be?
8 o'clock, they said.
Listen, Mr. Noon, do you know what those monkeys are liable to do?
No, what?
Well, they're liable to give you a rush call to some place way out in the valley, and you'll be hijacked at that door before you get there, if they don't bump you off in the bargain.
Well, I'm not afraid of that as long as I get Bill back.
Yes, but that sort of stuff wouldn't get him back anyway, and you'd lose the dough and maybe your life, and he'd still be where he is now.
Oh, what do you propose?
Let me put one of my men in the car.
Well, what would I tell the kidnappers?
Tell them anything. Tell them that they wouldn't let you have the money yourself and that you have to send someone from the bank.
Well, I'll think it over.
Acting in the hope that Mr. Noon will see the wisdom of his plan, Chief Taylor dispatches 50 police radio cars with 2 men to each throughout the various substations in the city. Then he selects Blaney Matthews, the district attorney's squad, to drive the ransom car. All plans laid, each district captain provided with his instructions. Each radio car carrying a map of the sections is expected to patrol. Chief Taylor returns to Mr. Noon's office Sunday evening. 8 o'clock comes and goes. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock pass by. And then, at 11:30...
Hello?
Hello, Noon. This is Crosby.
Yes?
Where is it?
In the car, but I can't bring it.
Why not?
Well, they won't let me handle it. I've got to send someone from the bank.
Well, get this, Noon. I don't give a damn who brings the money. Send a cover if you like. Fix it anything you want of it. Get that dough for it.
All right.
Now get this. Tell your man to come over Coenga Pass to Laurel Canyon. Halfway up the canyon, you'll find a stake with a handkerchief. At the foot of the stake, you'll find a letter with instructions.
Very well.
Get that dough to us and get it to us right away.
Blaney Matthews drives the ransom car, followed at a quarter mile by a police car. Weaving through the swift traffic of Coenga Pass, he finally reaches the canyon and turns into the blackness of the country road. The soft hills looming above him. Driving carefully, he watches for the stake. Sees it. Stops the car. Finds the letter. Reads it. Drops it on the road and drives on. The tail car swiftly approaches the spot where Matthews had dropped the note.
There's the note. Pick it up, Fred.
I got it. Let's get out of here fast.
Okay. What's it say?
Turn your dash light on. Yeah, thanks. It says, go down Crenshaw Boulevard to Florence. Go east to Alameda. And south on Alameda to Firestone. Drive slow. Not over 20 miles an hour all the time. At Firestone, you will find another handkerchief with a letter.
That means we got to get to the nearest phone and send that dope into headquarters. The setting for a thrilling detective story is laid. Cryptic messages in the dead of night. Instructions carried out to the letter. The story runs on in perfect form as Chief Davis, allowing Matthews time to get into the hot area, dispatches his 50 police cars to blockade every cross street and boulevard in the region of Firestone and Alameda. The tactics work perfectly, but the kidnappers do not appear to claim the ransom. Discouraged, the strategists of the peace force are required to develop a new line of attack. But at this point, the story takes an unexpected turn. For several weeks, Chief Taylor has had a dictaphone planted in the apartment of a gang of suspected bank robbers. From the adjoining apartment, Detective Lieutenants H.P. Gerhardt and W.C. Burris, after their patient vigil, at last hear a snatch of significant conversation.
I bet you're scared about that phone call.
Oh, nothing. They can't trace a call from a payphone.
Well, from the newspapers, it looks like the police are laying off.
I don't think so. But it ain't the phone call that worries me. I just got a hunch this place is getting hot. We better scrap.
Get that, Bill. We'd better knock them over.
Yeah, I'd like to get all this mob, but if they're going to highball on us, we better take what we can get. Come on. The man and the 2 women in the apartment are arrested and brought into Chief Taylor, who recognizes the man at once as Jimmy Kirk, once a power in the alcohol racket. A search of the man's person reveals nothing of interest with the exception of a card on the back of which is scrawled a license number and an address. Chief Taylor, fingering this card, faces Kirk across the desk in his office.
3S9267, 723 Linden Avenue. Do you know whose address and license number this is, Jimmy?
Yeah, Gettles.
How come you to have it?
Oh, I just read in the papers about the kidnapping, so I drove by the house in Beverly Hills. I saw the car out there, so I just jotted them down.
Why?
Oh, no particular reason.
You're in a pretty hot spot, Jimmy.
Well, what do you mean?
Did you ever hear of anyone called Percy?
No. Why?
How many times have you used a dial phone since Sunday night?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? You phoned Sunday afternoon from the 8200 block on Santa Monica Boulevard.
What would I be doing there?
You were in there over an hour drinking beer. You called Mr. Moon from there. I don't have to go into detail with you, Jimmy. You were in
on this kidnapping deal from the start. Why, in 10 minutes, I'll get 10 identifications on you. We've got you, Jimmy. Harry Seeger. This is your man, Harry. He's the fellow who did this telephoning. Now, look here, Harry. I got to go over to Gene Biscalew's office, and I want you to stick with him until you find out where Gettle is.
Okay.
You might as well come clean, Jimmy. You'll save us all a lot of trouble. So long.
Hey, look here, Seeger. I don't know what this is all about. Not much, that over. Gettle's license number and address on this card. What's this?
What?
What's this card? W.M. Zinner, Real Estate, Locker Center.
I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Dawson. Get me W.M. Zimmer, Locker Center. He's a real estate dealer. Hurry up. So you don't know anything about it, eh, Kirk? Come on now, where'd you get this car?
I don't know, I tell you. I just found it in my pocket. I don't know where it came from.
Who else is in this kidnapping racket with you,
Listen,
Kirk?
I ain't in any kidnapping deal.
Oh, come on, Kirk. Now listen here. Hello. Mr. Zimmer? Captain Siegel, Los Angeles Police. Yeah? You know a fellow named might be Kirk? Yeah. Oh, he's short, heavy set, red neck. Now, let's see. Hubby Chief. Yeah? That's fine. Thank you very much. Well, Kirk, Mr. Zimmer says he rented a house to you at 4246 Rosemont Avenue, Locker Center, just a few days ago. We're going to look into that.
Captain Sigurd turns over his momentous information to Sheriff Biscalew. And within 30 seconds, a police car bearing Deputy Sheriff Harry Brewster and Jack Stoutard, investigator for the District Attorney's Office, has careened out of the driveway by the Hall of Justice, and siren screaming tears through the traffic of downtown Los Angeles, out through quiet Glendale, through the flood-ravaged town of Montrose, up into the foothills of Sierra Madres, up to La Crescenta, to the address on Rosemont Avenue. The two men leap out of the car and rush up the front steps of the house.
Get around the back, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Brewster. Let's push it in.
Oh, come on, let's go. Hey, there goes the guy through the window. Get him, Tim.
I got him, sir. But another one got away.
Where?
Off the back way. He's got too big a head start to run after him, but we'll pick him up soon enough.
Oh, let's find Mr. Gettle.
Hey!
Let's find Mr. Gettle.
Hey! Hey there!
Hey, he's in here. He's in here. He's in here. He's in here.
Well, Mr. Gettle, you don't know how glad we are to see you.
Boys, you don't know how glad I am to see you.
I'll bet. Here, wait till I cut these ropes loose here. Here, wait till I cut these ropes loose here. Here, wait till I cut these ropes loose here. There.
Well, we got two of your kidnapping friends, sir, and it won't be long until we get the third.
Good. And now can we go? Can I go back to my family? My family? To my family? My family?
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Attention all cars. Attention all cars to Sheriff's Office. Pick up Larry Kerrigan. Warrant for Gettle kidnapping. Described as 28 or 30 years of age. 5 feet 9 inches tall. Has reddish hair. Sallow complexion. Sallow complexion. Slender. Bring him in. That's all. That's all. Rosenquist. That's all. Rosenquist. That's all. Rosenquist. Oh, Rosenquist. Rosenquist.
Detective Bureau, Captain Stensland talking.
You know Larry Kerrigan, don't you?
Do I? I'll say I do. Where is he?
Over here on North Broadway. The corner.
Kerrigan is quickly apprehended and arrested, and quickly he confesses. Williams, too, confesses, and both men implicate Kirk. The alleged brains of the kidnapping mob is brought into Sheriff Biscalew's office and made to listen to his colleagues' confessions before a room full of police officers. Well, Kirk, you've heard the statements of these men. Have you anything to say?
Sure, it's just a lot of lies. I don't know why they're trying to bring me into it.
Is there anything to add to these statements?
Yeah. Will somebody take these cuffs off of me and let me take care of those two dirty stool pigeons?
Is there anything you want to add to their statements, Kirk? Add to their statements, Kirk.
Oh, nuts. What's the use? It's all true. Everything they said's true.
Just 24 hours ago, the grand jury returned an indictment accusing Kirk, Williams, and Kerrigan of kidnapping Mr. Gettle. 14 minutes later, the three men stand before Judge Fricky. He reads the indictment to them and then pronounces judgment.
Roy Williams, Jimmy Fred Kirk, Larry Kerrigan. It is the judgment of this court that you be confined in San Quentin prison for the rest of your natural life.
And at this moment, the three kidnappers are speeding north to prison. The greatest manhunt in the history of California is at a successful end. And California's reputation is still spotless. For never has a kidnapper in California successfully escaped the penitentiary. And now, friends, before we leave you tonight, I want to introduce to you Mr. Ernest Noon, faithful friend of Mr. Gettle, a man whose head never touched the pillow from last Wednesday until last night, when he knew that Bill Gettle, his friend, was safe. Mr. Noon.
If it were not for you, Chief Davis, you, Bjorn Fitz, and you, Gene Biscaloos, and the rest of you, including the Department of Justice agents, I doubt Bill Gettle and myself would be alive today. I say this because Kirk has admitted that he thoroughly intended to kill the man who drove the money car. Sometimes I wonder if the people who perpetrate such crimes realize the misery they cause. Sometimes I wonder if you out there who hear my voice realize it after you read the sob stories about such vicious criminals. There is only one sort of payment, but then I am not the law. I am only a lawyer. But I am sure you want to hear from Bill Gettle himself. Who, thanks to God and the splendid cooperation which I have had from organized law enforcement agencies, including our own Beverly Hills Police Chief Charlie Blair, who placed his entire force at my disposal, has once more been returned to us, none the worse for his experience. Thank you all.
You'll have to pardon me, as I'm still a little weak and rather not talk about the last few days. I've only come down here tonight because I want to publicly thank everyone who helped the greater part of my life the opportunity to return to my family. I also hope this purpose will give others the same admiration for the foresees of the law. I have gained in this rather awful affair. It's in a little like a dream that I have this broadcasting studio tonight to go home again and thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Gettle, Chief Davis, District Attorney Fitz, Sheriff Biscaloos, and all you other kind people who have given of your time to make this momentous broadcast possible. The Rio Grande Oil Company sincerely hopes that we shall never again be able to broadcast such a program, because to get such a story would mean that some other fine citizen would have to suffer as did Mr. Gettle.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 25 regarding a kidnapping. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This special episode of Calling All Cars was written and produced by William N. Robeson, who worked unceasingly for 36 hours to make tonight's timely broadcast possible. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Captain, we're passing warp 5.
A warp speed malfunction hurls the Enterprise to the far reaches of space.
Data, what distance have we traveled?
2,700,000 light years, sir.
to a galaxy where the crew's thoughts...
This can't be. You've been...
dead.
...become reality. It's a spellbinding journey where none have gone before on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
This is no way to read or watch TV comfortably, and nobody can be comfortable in an ordinary flat bed. But the extraordinary Niagara adjustable bed with cyclo-massage units adjusts to 1,000 convenient positions. You read or watch TV comfortably for hours. Meanwhile, clinically tested Niagara cyclo-massage units help ease away simple pains, tensions, and fatigue, relieve aching back and sore muscles. Enjoy reading or watching TV in comfort, and enjoy the health benefits of the cyclo-massage bed. Then sleep deeply and awaken refreshed. Choose from twin-size bed, large queen size, or big dual king that adjusts individually for two. The Niagara bed. It's changing the sleeping habits of America. Get the exciting facts by return mail. Call toll-free 800-528-6050. 800-528-6050. Call toll-free 800-528-6050.
GAF and the Gourmet Chef.
Today's lesson makes your kitchen as sumptuous looking as your meals. Our only ingredient, new Gaff-Star wall tile. A very fresh idea. They look like ceramic, but cost far less. Simple to put up. Just snap, peel, press. They're easy to clean, durable, and come in a platter full of patterns. Now here's Kitchen a la Gaff-Star. Oh, delicious.
GAF Gaff-Star wall tile available at all Ernst Home Centers.
Save this one for me, kid, and I'll buy you a beer. Hey, that better be some beer.
When someone deserves a great beer, get Old Milwaukee. It's named after the city that means beer, and Old Milwaukee tastes as great as its name.
Well, what you're getting paid? You think you could afford another round?
Hey, you save them, and I'll serve them.
Old Milwaukee beer tastes as great as its name.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Hey, Rosie, grab a hold here, will you? Help me hold this, will you?
Yes, but what is it?
This here. This is the entire CBS radio network.
I'm impressed.
Grab a hold now.
I won't get shocked, will I?
Never on CBS. Say, it was right nice of Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby to turn this tremendous network over to us, wasn't it?
Oh, those boys go. They do things in a grand manner.
Fine chaps indeed.
The best. Say, who sings first?
Now, you take it now, Rosie.
Okay, hang on to the network now.
Got it.
Something wonderful happens in summer when the sky is a heavenly blue. You fall in love with someone who loves you too. Something wonderful happens in summer when the moon makes you feel all aglow. You fall in love. You want the whole world to know. You carve initials on a tree. You kiss and exchange a ring. June and July go by. Your heart sings ting-a-ling-a-ling, a-ling. Something wonderful happens in summer, and it happens to only a few. But when it does, you'll feel wonderful. It happened to
couple of songwriters here on behalf of U.S. Steel.
Oh, Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney.
Hey, what are you doing, Winch?
Huh? Oh, I'm writing a new song, Jerry, for soft drinks in cans.
Oh, well, how about drink to me only with soft drinks in cans and...
Now, cut the clowning, Jerry. We need a song about how great those lightweight, quick-chilling canned soft drinks are, especially with summertime activities.
Summer activities? After the ball game is over, canned soft drinks look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
Oh, now, that doesn't even make sense.
No, but soft drinks in cans do. No deposit, no returns in the good old summertime.
Look, you're just stringing a lot of old songs together.
Well, that's okay, Winch. We can call the show String Along with Jerry. East side, west side, soft drinks come in cans.
That's more like it.
No deposit and no returns. There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Jerry.
A cold time?
Every little breeze is sighing of love undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting, feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while shadows are creeping in a little cottage cozy. The world seems rosy at sundown, where a loving smile will greet me and always meet me at sundown. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven, when night is falling, love is calling me home. I'm in heaven when night is falling, love is calling me home.
Rosemary, are you aware, have you ever heard the expression, any town is Paris when you're young?
I guess that makes sense.
Well, you know, John Scott Trotter and Tom and Dare have come up with a song of that title.
Good. Any town is Paris when you're young, huh?
Yeah, just stand still here a minute. I'll show you how it goes.
You better. Say, what about the other Paris songs?
Let's do them all, huh? Let's escape.
Any town is Paris when you're young. In every sky a dreamer's moon is hung. Every love's the one love that you swear you'll never leave, and the gypsy spell of spring is yours to weave.
Is magic when you're young. Every song's the sweetest ever sung.
Broadway streets, a lover's lane, where wishing stars are strung. Yes, any town is Paris when you're young. Paris in the spring, it's grand, it's new. Love is in the air, it's me, it's you. Every beating heart becomes a part of Paris in the spring.
I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace.
The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they change her, I'll remember her that way. April in Paris.
Friends, usually I'm 100% in favor of scientific advances. But right now, I must take sharp exception with the eggheads who have come up with a scheme to cleanse oyster beds with ultraviolet rays.
What's the matter, Bing? You're against clean oyster beds?
I say let the oyster beds alone.
They made their bed, let them lie in it, huh?
Now, I'm dead serious, Rosie. I warn these violet ray plotters to abandon this project immediately.
Bing, I've never seen you so incensed. How come you're so ultra-violent against ultraviolet rays?
Well, because in my opinion, Rosie, this project could cause another French Revolution, that's why.
You mean the tumbrils are rolling in the Place de la Concorde?
Liberty, equality, fraternity.
Right,
The oyster revolt, huh? But why?
Why? Why, because the French simply are not going to abide these scientifically cleansed oysters.
The French like dirty oysters?
They like them as they are.
Oh, do they plan to clean oyster beds in France with the ultraviolet
But
rays?
they're doing it in England, Rosie, don't you see? It'll spread to France, and when it does, trouble, revolt.
You really think so, huh?
I can see the oyster stalls being wrecked right now. They're pulling
Shucks,
down about...
Bing, you
Oh, Ken, now this is serious.
But, Bing, why should scientifically cleansed oyster beds and cleaner oysters mean trouble?
You don't see, huh?
No.
Well, this new gimmick will take pleasure out of oyster eating in France. England, too, as far as that goes.
Well, look, I'm still in the dark. How so?
But you see, no wine. Wine will no longer be necessary with oysters.
Wine is necessary with oysters?
It is de rigueur in Europe.
Just like ketchup is here.
Wine with
Sure.
seafood is a must in Europe. With oysters, always. Always a little white wine to ward off typhus or any other germ that might be lurking in the bivalve.
Oh!
You're absolutely right, Bing. A Frenchman simply will not swallow an oyster without a sip of wine.
He's not going to take a chance on catching something.
Well, then the wine is really a preventative, huh?
Of course.
It kills the germs if any are present.
Knocks them dead. You ask any Frenchman.
So that's why you're so violently opposed to the ultraviolet ray way of getting rid of the germs.
Certainly. The wine way. That's the best way. Ultraviolet rays mean the end of risk in oyster eating. And the end of risk, well, just cancels the need for wine.
So you see, a risk-free oyster is just no fun.
But you see, there's no adventure, no element of danger, no sport.
And no danger, no wine.
I make a motion that the ultraviolet ray machine may be tossed into the ocean and forgotten.
I second the motion.
Motion carried.
Then it's hooray for the oyster that has not been scientifically treated.
I say 3 cheers for the oyster that just might lay you low.
Hurrah for the element of danger.
Hurrah for the little glass of wine, too.
That's the whole idea, isn't it?
Naturellement. On the level, let's watch it now. Let's not get carried away with these scientific advances. Let's be careful. Lest we have an oyster revolt. Let's not reduce oyster eating to the prosaic level of, say, eating oatmeal or
Never.
No, never.
Let's not allow decontamination to contaminate the good way of life.
And now a song which has not been treated with ultraviolet rays.
Would you pass the wine, Ken, please? Some of that dry Moselle, I think.
Chablis.
I've got a suspicion, a sad premonition that I'm losing control. It's kind of exciting. Your arms are inviting, and I'm losing control. Goodbye to the vows I took, 'cause I'm rewriting the book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotion crash. There go my senses, smash, no more defenses, for love is taking its toll, and I'm losing control. Goodbye to the vows I took, 'cause I'm rewriting the book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotions. Crash, there go my senses, smash, no more defenses, for love is taking its toll, and I'm losing control.
Well, here's the big word for today, friends. Let's not have an oyster revolt.
Bing, before we sign off, I think we should salute the first man ever to eat an oyster.
Yes, whoever he was, he was a brave soul.
He was fearless.
That's what Jonathan Swift, the 16th century satirist, said. He was a bold man that first eat an oyster.
He was a bold man that first eat an oyster, yea, verily.
It took courage, sure enough.
Took wine, too.
Figure he was loaded, huh?
Fortified, just reasonably fortified.
If that first oyster had been treated with ultraviolet rays, it never would have been eaten.
Well, with no wine, Rosie, the fella, I don't care how brave, he'd have just let that oyster lie there.
So we close our little discussion about the silent and self-contained, the solitary oyster.
Oh, they'd stay right in their shells if we'd let them alone.
Now, Bing, how about finishing things off musically?
You want me to apply the coup de grace?
Oui, monsieur.
Eh bien, entendu. I'll never forget the moment we kissed the night of the hayride. The way that we hugged to try to keep warm while taking a sleigh ride. Magic moments, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love. telephone call that tied up the line for hours and hours. The Saturday dance, I got up the nerve to send you some flowers. Sheer magic, occult interludes, memories we've been sharing. Magic moments when two hearts are caring. Time can't erase the memory of these magic moments filled with love.
We gotta go now, friends.
Let's make a date for tomorrow, though, shall we, folks?
See you then.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music may be heard over these same stations each weekday, Monday through Friday. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Something nice, brighten up your day. A little sunshine, a little spice will go a long, long way. Taco time has a special way to make your day a sunshine day. Taco time has a special way to make your day a sunshine day.
Look out for mystery with Candy Matson. Coming up next.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. This is the start of a mystery. Our main character is a San Francisco girl detective, Candy Matson. There are others in the show, too. An Inspector Mallard, a gent who calls himself Rembrandt Watson, a cowboy, a dude ranch owner, and a gal the casting agency assured us was a dowager, slightly boozy. There are a few other voices along the way, too. I think that has all the makings of a good mystery show, don't you? Well, let's go on from here and find out. So, here's Candy Matson.
Like the man just said, this is the start of a mystery. Christmas had me completely tuckered out. No one had invited me to the Rose Bowl game or what the East-West Keys are, so I decided to make like a bear and hibernate over New Year's. It worked out perfectly because, as my old friend Rembrandt Watson put it,
you wish to greet 1950 in some remote spot? Is that the idea, Dove?
That's the idea, Ducky.
I have the perfect place for you. A dude ranch, reasonable, just on the other side of Sonoma, in the Valley of the Moon.
Valley of the Moon. New Year's Eve in the Valley of the Moon. Rembrandt, that sends me.
Good. Maybe it can send us both. I have a commission to take some pictures up there for a brochure they're putting out. I have to be there tomorrow afternoon.
Yes?
I see you're nibbling at the bait. I shall be blunt. Why don't you drive me up?
You've won your point. I'll pick you up tomorrow at what time?
Let us be spectacular and say high noon.
High noon.
And do bring some cash, will you, girl? I'm a little short.
I thought you were going up there on a commission.
Yes, I am. But they have some simply divine one-arm devices.
And
there goes me commission.
Naturally, a girl has to look right to welcome in the new year. That gave me the perfect excuse to squander a few hard-earned dollars and cents on some lovely clothes that didn't make sense but cost dollars. The afternoon was aging gracefully, a little gray here and a wrinkle or two there. So I stopped for a parfait, very dry and no olives. With that mission accomplished, I headed back over Kearny Street. And as I wheeled past Portsmouth Square and the Hall of Justice, I realized I hadn't seen my chum Mallard in quite some time. Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. A very smart cop who can smell a clue a mile away. But when it comes to me, he very conveniently carries his own fog around.
Well, Candy, my little cupcake.
Mallard, dear, you called me your little cupcake.
Sure, it's still the Christmas season. Let's be charitable, I always say. What do you always say?
In a situation like this, nothing. I just exude a stream of steam from the top of my head.
Very cute. What brings you around our boarding house?
You, darn it. I thought you might like to know I'm going away for a week.
What did they get you on? Petty theft?
Yeah, and they got me as I tried to make my getaway on a tricycle. But for your information, Inspector, I'm spending my New Year's Eve up in the Valley of the Moon.
Oh, want to get away from it all, huh?
That's right. You in particular.
In that case, may I get you a midwinter vacation off to a flying start?
You can try. How?
I'm not working tonight. How's about a movie?
You've got yourself a date. What's playing? Tex A-Cup. That's what I thought. Where's Tex and his faithful horse Mustard playing this time?
Oh, at the Plaza. And the pictures of Pip, too.
I'll bet.
I read all about it.
Yeah.
Hot lead over Laredo. Look, here's the ad in the paper.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Show me.
There. Yeah. A searing epic of the West's wild grandeur. Men as rugged as the mountains.
Wee.
A singing saga of scorching bullets, strumming guitars, and supple senoritas. And starring the champ of the Cowboys, Tex A-Cup. Now, what more can one ask in a motion picture?
Popcorn.
Oh, we'll have that, too.
I went home, did some packing for the trip the next day, fixed something to eat, and then changed into my spurs that jingle-jangle for Tex A-Cup. Mallard arrived, we took off. We got to the early show, so we managed to get some good seats. Of course, he wasn't kidding about the popcorn. He got a great big bag of that. We fumbled our way down the darkened aisle and found a place to sit. The movie was almost over.
Tex, the whole thing looks like a gosh dang frame up to me. They must have snuck off with them head of cattle and old Rindy and you. Yup, I reckon.
Here, Candy. These seats are okay.
They must have gone that way, all right.
Sure.
Only one thing.
Sorry, lady.
So am I feet.
What happened to Tex? Last time I seen her, she was leaving.
Seats are okay. Oh, have some popcorn?
No.
I wonder where the sheriff is. He said he was going to be riding by directly.
What?
I said sure is good popcorn.
Oh.
Sure you don't want some?
What?
I said, are you sure you don't want some popcorn?
I keep saying no. No, thank you. I don't want any popcorn, Mallard, dear.
If you'll pardon me, I'm going home and catch this on television.
Like saying, not with Tex missing this way. I understand your feeling all about it.
After Hot Lead over Laredo, I suffered through 6 reels of a bouncy college picture. Freshmen looked like holdovers from the early days of the war. Then a newsreel, then a cartoon, then the trailer, then again Tex A-Cup. So we got out about midnight, and I drove Mallard back to the Hall of Justice. As he got out of the car...
Well...
Oh, now that's what I call sharp dialogue. On leaving the lady, all he can say is, well...
Oh, nothing personal, Candy.
Now he laughed at me.
Well, I was just thinking. You're going up to the Valley of the Moon for a rest. Is that the idea?
Well, yes. That and trying to get away from Tex A-Cup.
I know you too well, Candy. You're not going to have any rest. Look at the headline on that paper in the newsstand there. Man missing in Sonoma mystery.
And Sonoma can have it. Mallard, dear, if I so much as step inside the Sonoma city limits, you can come and lead me away quietly.
You know something? I'm going to remember that.
Mallard waved goodbye and went inside. I didn't like the way he said that. But I had other things to think about, such as getting home and getting some sleep. So I did. And in the morning, I drove over to California Street, picked up Rembrandt. We headed out across the Golden Gate Bridge up towards Sonoma. The Valley of the Moon wasn't too far, a couple of hours of leisurely driving with time out for readjustment. And you're there. Then another 8 miles north and east, and there was the Dude Ranch.
This is it, dear. What do you think of it?
Perfect, just perfect. Why, Rembrandt, dear, it's a real ranch.
Of course, Dove, a going concern. They only take in guests as a sideline. Oh, here comes a man. I imagine that's Mr. Lawrence, the owner.
Oh, well, I'll shut off the motor.
Good morning.
How do you do, sir? Would you be Mr. Lawrence, perchance?
Yes, and you?
Watson, Rembrandt Watson. I'm here to take some pictures for you as we discussed via the Bell system.
Oh, yes, Watson. Right on time. That's good.
Oh, Candy, may I present Mr. Lawrence, owner of the Double L, Miss Matson.
How do you do?
Miss Matson was wondering if she could get accommodations for about a week, Mr. Lawrence.
What? Now, wait a minute, Watson. I'm paying you a substantial fee for this job, and I won't get stuck with non-paying guests.
Oh, I think you're laboring under a misapprehension.
Hold it, Rembrandt. Look, Mr. Lawrence, I'm here as a commercial guest. I'm not asking for any favors. And I doubt if I'd stay here now if you got down on your bended knuckles.
Oh, now, wait a second. I didn't mean it just that way. I apologize. It's only that, I've had some tough luck with people lately who seem to be only too intent on beating me out of their bills. Please, Miss Matson, excuse me. I just jumped to conclusions, that's all.
I think you set a new record for the jump.
Oh, forget it, Dove. Do.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you have room for me, Mr. Lawrence?
Why, yes, of course. A delightful cabin just in back of the ranch house. Not being prepared, it'll take about an hour to get it in shape. Will that be all right?
Yes, sure. We can eat in the meantime.
Fine. I'll get one of the boys to fetch your luggage. Oh, you can park over there under the old stables.
Oh, no garage?
Well, again, I have to apologize, Miss Matson. The garage is overloaded now. We have a sheriff's posse up here. The owner of the ranch next to mine disappeared yesterday afternoon. The sheriff is searching the entire vicinity around here.
Dove, are you all right? Well, speak to me, girl. What is it?
I'm all right. I just happened to think of something Mallard once said last night. I pushed my assembled horsepower into the stables where they belonged, and Rembrandt took me by the arm and steered me into the ranch house. It was a beautiful place, a tall cathedral-like living room with a crackling fireplace about the size of Dante's Inferno at one end. Off to this one side of the fireplace was a cozy little bar. The sun was just going over the yardarm, so I figured an old-fashioned would be quite in order. Old-fashioned was right. Behind the bar was the personification of an old-fashioned cowboy. Real chaps, a leathery face, and little squint wrinkles around his eyes. Well, howdy, Tex. It seems like as if I done saw you in a movie last night.
Howdy yourself, ma'am. Nope. Must have been two other cowboys. I've been working here at the Double L for almost 5 years.
My mistake, partner. Matson's the handle. What's yourn?
Is that the way cowboys talk, ma'am?
Yeah, Hollywood and Vine variety. I'm glad to know you.
Call me Jeff, Miss Matson.
Check. This is Rembrandt Watson. Rembrandt, Jeff.
Are those shoulders sewn in, or are they real?
I'm afraid they're real. Hiya, Mr. Watson.
You riding herd on all those bottles back there, Jeff?
Yep, for better or worse. Chang, our regular bartender, took powder on us day before yesterday.
Uh-oh. Seems like he picked a bad time to do a run-out.
Oh, you mean the missing gent from Glen Valley?
Glen Valley?
Yeah, that's the ranch next to ours. Yeah, I understand the police are on the lookout for Chang, but he didn't do it. He's a good, honest Chinese boy.
Even so, it's a bad time to disappear.
Oh, I admit it doesn't sound good. Well, if you folks won't mind the efforts of an amateur dispenser, what can I do for you?
An old-fashioned for me, Jeff.
Well, that I can try.
From now on, it gets easier. Rembrandt only wants the Coke.
Well, I can sure fix that all right. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Here comes the Duchess.
The Duchess?
Yeah, one of our guests. She's been out here about 2 weeks, and she can go through distilled spirits faster than a buzzsaw through mushy pine. And I hope you're prepared to talk.
Always, Jeff. Always.
Hello, my dear. You just arrived, haven't you?
Mentally or physically?
Oh, my! A sense of humor, too. I shall enjoy your company. Are you staying long?
Well, I'm not sure now. My plans are rather indefinite.
Oh, you'll love it here, Miss...
Matson. And may I present Mr. Rembrandt Watson?
Charmed, I'm sure.
As of now, me life has commenced.
Oh, you delightful lad. Jeff, dear boy, make me just a little nip for the old favorite, will you?
Sure. One painkiller coming up. Here's your old-fashioned, Miss Matson.
Thanks.
Mr. Watson, your coat.
Thanks, sir.
Young lady, you must be an actress. You look like one.
Well, no, I'm not.
I used to be an actress, a famous one. Mm-hmm. I toured all over the continent with the greatest of stars, the finest of plays.
Mm.
I was the toast of London, Berlin, Vienna.
Yes, but
I had kings and princesses worshipping at my feet. Oh. I was once the vortex of an international incident. But no matter. Those days are gone forever now.
And here's your tonic, Duchess.
What? Oh, thank you, Jeff. Well, as we used to say, here's to crime.
What was that?
It's a perfect toast. We have quite a mystery in this part of the country, young lady.
And so I keep hearing.
I can't understand. Mr. Ferguson had everything to live for.
Mr. Ferguson?
The man who owned Glen Valley. Wealthy, good-looking, in the best of health.
You seem to know quite a bit about the gentleman, Duchess.
Only what I read in the newspapers, and I can't understand it. Well, as I said, here's to crime.
We dallied at the bar for a few more moments. Then Jeff informed me that lunch was ready, and Rembrandt and I ate. We managed to duck the Duchess. I don't think I could have taken her with food. After lunch, Lawrence showed me to my cabin. It was, as he said, delightful, with a warming flame in the fireplace. It was cheery and comfy, and I felt completely at home. Lawrence left to talk to Rembrandt. They were going to discuss the pictures he wanted taken. I felt like going riding, so I changed into my jeans and started to leave. But as I did...
Oh, sorry, Miss Matson. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, well, you did, Jeff.
No, I was just about to knock when you opened the door.
Oh, that's okay. Was there something you wanted?
Well, you're in riding clothes, and that answers my question.
The question being?
Well, were you going riding? You see, the boss wanted to know if you were going riding, and if so, did you want some company? I usually show the guests around the acres.
Well, yes, that'd be wonderful.
And how long do you want to be out, Miss Matson?
About 3 hours or so.
Sure. In that case, we'll take the deluxe tour, over across the back 60 and up through Manzanita Canyon. You know, when we get up to the top of Iron Mountain, you can see the whole Valley of the Moon.
That's for me, Jeff. Let's hit the leather. Jeff was obviously born to the saddle and came into this world teething on a tether rein. You couldn't tell where the horse left off, and Jeff began, a real rider. We nosed out through the clump of ranch buildings and on into open space. I had a fine horse under me, and I really felt like I was living. We'd been riding about an hour when we came across a little stream. Jeff indicated we should stop and water the horses. How long have you been a cowboy, Jeff?
Oh, about as long as I can remember.
Round here?
No, up around Montana. Then little by little, I gradually drifted further west. Hit upon the Valley of the Moon about 5 years ago. Fell in love with it. I've been here ever since. Reckon I'll stay here, too.
No, I don't blame you. Excuse me if I seem to be full of questions, Jeff.
Well, that's what I'm here for, ma'am.
Good. Because I've got a couple more. What's up that little draw there on the other side of the creek?
Nothing but a tangle of manzanita. Scrub oak and brush.
Pretty hard to get through there,
Hard. It's impossible. Well, I've seen chipmunks get fouled up in that draw.
Uh-huh. Then how come those boot prints are going right up there?
Boot prints? I don't see any. Well, hey, you're right.
Either boot prints or the result of shoes with Cuban heels.
Well, now, there's a strange one.
Exactly what I thought, too.
Say, you know, something just dawned on me. Matson. Didn't I see your pictures in the Frisco papers a couple of weeks back?
San Francisco.
Beg pardon?
San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, San Francisco. Excuse me. Well, sure. You know, the way you was asking those questions just now, it hit me. You're a detective.
I'm afraid you got me, partner.
Uh-oh, wait a minute, Miss Matson. Listen.
Let's duck, Jeff.
Too late now.
What's that? Well, whoa there. What are you doing over this way, Jeff?
Hi, boss. Well, say, you give us quite a little start.
You haven't answered my question.
Oh, we just stopped to water the horses, Mr. Lawrence. Miss Matson here's a mighty fine rider. She wanted to make the big circle of the ring.
Well, you certainly picked a fine time to do it. Whoa. The sheriff's posse is out around this way. You're liable to get shot. Now get back to the ranch, pronto.
Just a moment, Mr. Lawrence. You've been uncivil ever since I got here, and I don't like to be dictated to.
It's like being on board ship, Miss Matson. The captain is the law. I'm the owner of this property, and you'll do as I say. Now get moving, both of you. If you don't like my attitude, you can leave any time you want.
Leave? Now?
Yes.
Oh, no, Mr. Lawrence. I'm beginning to find your ranch extremely interesting. Jeff and I wheeled our horses about and sifted back to the ranch house. I looked back a couple of times, but there was no sign of Lawrence. I was mad, and Jeff must have sensed it because he was smart enough to keep his mouth closed. As I dismounted at the stables and headed for the house, he waved me a forlorn adios and disappeared. Just as I went through the door, I was greeted by Rembrandt.
Oh, there you are, Dove. I was about to institute a searching party for you.
Oh, I was safe enough until I came to grips with a thing called my own temper. What have you been doing, Ducky?
I've had a most delightful afternoon, Candy dear. I've been playing canasta with the Duchess.
Canasta? Ooh, you don't know how to play canasta.
I know that, and you know it, but I don't think the Duchess does. She celebrates each hand with a hefty pull on her bitters.
How'd you manage to make any sense out of the game?
That has me puzzled, too. All I do is put down some cards, any cards, and she'd congratulate me.
Maybe you've got a green thumb for the game. Incidentally, I thought you were going to be taking pictures this afternoon.
Called off on account of the law. Mr. Lawrence had to ride out into the lone prairie and deliver a phone message to the sheriff. He's making like ghost riders in the sky out there. Do go and change, dear. The smell of horses.
Yes, I know.
Oh, and incidentally, we're to have a soiree this evening. 2 more guests arrived. The cook tells me there's to be a little entertainment after dinner.
Good. Around here, anything will be an improvement. I didn't tell Rembrandt I was going to change, so it wasn't a fib when I stayed in my jeans. I went back to the stables, got the boy to rig me another horse, and headed out toward that creek again. I rode faster this time, because I'd noticed something else there besides the footprints. It was a battered 10-gallon hat on the far side of the creek with studded initials JF on the crown. But when I got there, the cupboard was bare, but good. Not only was the 10-gallon hat gone, but the boot prints had been completely obliterated. I stayed for another few minutes of study and frustration and then went back to the ranch. I changed, met Rembrandt, had dinner, and then we relaxed in the living room.
Oh, Dove, I'm so full. This outdoor living makes me ravenous.
Outdoors? I don't think you've stepped out of this building since we got here.
Well, then it's the thought of outdoor living that does it. Oh, there are the new arrivals over by the fire.
Did you meet them?
No. They looked at me as though I might soil their escutcheon, whatever that is.
I can see what you mean.
Hi, folks. Do you enjoy your dinner?
Oh, hello, Jeff. Yes, it was wonderful.
Has anybody seen Mr. Lawrence or the Duchess?
We haven't seen Lawrence, no. The Duchess is over there writing a letter.
Oh. Well, I hope you'll all drop around in about an hour. I'm going to do some singing and a little guitar plucking.
Is there anything you don't do, Jeff?
No, very little. But none of them too darn good either.
Sure, we'll be here. Won't we, Rembrandt?
What? Oh, yes, I go with 3 diamonds and a joker.
Jeff left, Rembrandt snoozed, and I threw a wrap around my shoulders and took a stroll around the patio. The air felt good. I went over to my cabin, picked up some cigarettes, and started back. But as I came close to the cabin opposite mine... Oh! It was the Duchess. I'd recognize those tones and groans anywhere. Duchess?
Yes?
This is Candy Matson. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Touch of indigestion, I should imagine.
Oh, is there anything I can do? Can I get you something?
Oh, what a dear thing you are. No, I'll be all right. I have these attacks all the time. You run along and enjoy yourself. Jeff is going to sing. He's such a dear boy.
But you're sure you'll be okay?
Yes, dear. You go along.
Oh, here. Now, let me put a blanket over you.
Oh.
Here, and take off your shoes. You'll be ever so much more comfortable.
Oh, you're so sweet. So pretty. You remind me of myself when I was young. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I tucked the old girl in and left her to dream of the past and went back to the ranch house. Jeff was just pulling up a chair in front of the fireplace.
Now, you'll have to understand, folks, I'm not a singer. I don't pretend to be. I just warble along the way I feel. Now, is there any particular kind of cowboy tune you'd like to hear?
No, Jeff. Why don't you just sing a favorite of yours?
Good idea. Just do what comes naturally.
Okay, you asked for it. Let's see. Here's one I think you might like. Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free in a narrow grave just 6 by 3. But Barry...
Oh, hiya, boss. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Go right on with what you were doing.
No, Mr. Lawrence. You arrived just in time. The entertainment's over.
What? What are you talking about, Miss Matson?
I said the show's over. Is the sheriff around?
Yes, he and his men are outside. They're just leaving for the night.
You better call him back, right now. The Duchess is dead in her cabin.
What?
Poisoned.
Wait a minute. Sheriff! Sheriff Hobbs!
Is that you, Lord?
That's right. Can you and your men come back for a spell? Seems we have more trouble.
Okay. We'll be over as soon as we tie up the horse.
Now then, what's this all about?
Well, I could tell you, Lawrence, but I think it'd be more proper coming from the star himself. Don't you think so, Jeff?
Looks like this is it, doesn't it? You know, you're smart, Miss Matson. Like they say in that ad, never underestimate the power of a woman.
That's right. That letter the Duchess wrote proves your point.
What? How'd you get hold of that letter? I thought she wrote a duplicate. Is that it?
Like you say, never underestimate the power of a woman.
Wait a moment. I don't understand what's going on here.
Go ahead, Miss Matson. You tell me. Looks like I'm not the star any longer.
Well, Lawrence, up to about 2 weeks ago, you had as nice and gentle a cowpoke working for you as there ever was. Then the Duchess arrived. She wasn't kidding when she claimed to have mingled with nobility, important people. As a matter of fact, she had an inside tip about your ranch and the one next door, Ferguson's place, Glen Valley. Didn't you receive a fantastic offer for your property from a big wine company just recently, Lawrence?
Why, yes, I did.
So did Ferguson. They were going to merge the two places and make it one of the world's largest vineyards.
I didn't know about that part of it.
But the Duchess did. She wanted in on the ground floor. That's why she came out here. She tried to talk business with Ferguson, but he'd have none of it. So, in one of her boozy moments, she hit upon the idea of doing away with Ferguson. But she didn't have the nerve to go through with it. That's when she approached Jeff here and cut him in on the deal. Jeff was tired of the poor but honest cowboy routine, saw a chance to make some heavy sugar, and went along with the gag. Right, Jeff?
She's got it straight so far, boss.
Jeff, I can't believe my ears.
Oh, that's nothing. Just wait a while. Jeff and the Duchess were out riding one afternoon when, by chance, Ferguson rode up, too, just where the boundaries of the two ranches meet. While the Duchess talked to Ferguson, Jeff sneaked around and back and bashed in his head. They hauled him up to that draw where you bumped into us this afternoon. I know now why you ordered us out of there. On the other side of that snarl of brush and manzanita, there's a quicksand pit. That is now Ferguson's permanent residence.
This is terrible. Terrible.
In a hurry to dispose of your late neighbor, they left shoe prints along the bank of the creek. And they also overlooked Ferguson's hat with his initials on it. I'm mighty glad you came by when you did, Laura. After I had noticed the boot prints, I think Jeff was going to dump me into the quicksand, too.
You're right again. After the boss sent us back in, I sort of figured to get you tonight instead.
And then, Lawrence, you were going to be next. Because in your will, you would name Jeff as your sole heir. Is that right?
That's right. I loved him like a son.
Then the Duchess and Jeff could have swung a hard bargain with that wine outfit. All very smooth except for one thing.
One thing? I'm kind of curious about that one thing, Miss Matson.
Alcohol, Jeff. It's not only lifting to begin with, but also acts as a depressing agent. The Duchess had been imbibing all day, and after dinner she arrived at that point of depression, realized what a horrible thing she had done, and she wrote the full story about the wine company and Jeff's duplicity and made a copy. You were afraid of that yourself, Jeff. That's when you went out and slipped the old girl a lethal Mickey. I heard her groaning and went in to investigate. She said it was indigestion, but I knew differently. Her breath. And I knew, too, that she'd be dead within 5 minutes. Then I saw her shoes, Cuban heels with mud caked on the inner side of the arch. That's when I had a hunch the letter she was writing had a definite meaning. You overlooked it, Jeff. I found it. Where only a woman would think of looking. Tucked inside her bosom. I'm sorry, Lawrence. I had you figured wrong from the start. I was the one who was wrong. You aren't hard at all. You're soft as putty. Well, Jeff, here comes the sheriff.
Yeah, so I see. Well, I'm ready for him. You can't beat a royal flush with a pair of deuces. Or should I say dunces? Go. There won't be any fuss. And all of a sudden, it dawns on me. People should accept their lot. If you're born to be a cowboy, just stay a cowboy. And if you're born a millionaire, don't fight that either. Well, goodbye, Miss Matson. And I'm glad the boss happened along when he did, because I don't think quicksand would look good on me.
Like Jeff said, he went quietly. No trouble. Too bad he wasn't content to be just a ranch hand, simple and unspoiled, because as Rembrandt had noticed, he did have wonderful shoulders. He played the guitar, he sang, and he made fine old-fashioned. All in all, a very nice guy, except for two vices, hitting from the behind and poisoning. The Valley of the Moon? Oh, I'll go back. It's lovely. After all, one man with a snarled brain can't undo the work of the original master painter.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Klebe as the Duchess, Lou Tobin as Lawrence, and Clancy Hayes as Jeff. Henry Leff is Inspector Mallard and Jack Thomas as Rembrandt. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. Sound effects were created by Bill Brownell and Jay Rendon. Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious, and any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
I've got new Cocoa Pebbles. Looks more chocolatey. Tastes better than ever.
But we can't let Betty or Wilma see the chocolatey color of it.
Hi, fellas.
Close your eyes. Don't look or you'll turn into a chocolatey monster. Oh, boy.
Looks more chocolatey.
You have some girls' new Post Cocoa Pebbles cereal's part of a balanced breakfast.
Tastes better than ever. What a delicious feeling. New Cocoa Pebbles.
Sure, tastes better than ever. Looks more chocolatey. Looks chocolatey.
You have won $125,000 in the Publishers Clearinghouse giveaway.
Thank you so much. You go right ahead and shed those tears.
You may be lucky, too. Watch for this letter from Publishers Clearinghouse. Homes, cars, or cash. Thousands of prizes in our new Super Sweepstakes.
I never knew there was this much money in the whole world.
It's just to point out our fine magazine values. So enter. Maybe you'll say.
Thank you.
Great look.
Great lash.
Great look.
Great lash.
Great look.
Great lash.
Great Lash, the protein mascara from Maybelline, builds great body. Watch lashes get thicker and thicker, as much as 40% thicker. Magnify them and see the proof. That's great body.
Great look.
Great body. Great lash.
Great Lash mascara from Maybelline.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the burglary detail. During the last 2 weeks, there have been a series of burglaries in the Valley Division. You haven't got a lead. Your job, find one.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 9th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Burglary Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We're on our way out to a recently completed housing project in the valley. It was 10:13 a.m. when we got to the corner of Moore Park and Victory. Mayflower Homes.
This one right here, huh?
Yeah, 224.
I guess they haven't sold them all yet.
Mm-hmm.
$500 down, not so bad. Pretty nice houses.
You thinking of getting a new place?
Oh, I was thinking. Kids are shooting up. We could use a little more room.
Mm-hmm.
Just what Fay always wanted. House nobody else has lived in. Well, someday, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi. Somebody reported a burglary at this address. Are you Sam Brighton?
Yes, sir, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Would you show us where he broke in, please?
Oh, yes, sir. It's in the front bedroom. Just this right here. That's it, yeah. Just off the hall here. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this window here, you can see where he jimmied it.
Yeah.
I was careful not to touch it. You know, fingerprints.
That's good. Can you give us a list of the things he took?
Well, no, sir, not for certain. We were just getting moved in, and we don't know for sure what's gone. A couple of silver trays and a pair of candlesticks, they're missing.
Any cash?
Oh, about $25. When I changed to go out to dinner last night, I left it in my trousers. They were in the other bedroom in the back of a chair. Pretty dumb place to leave money.
Your family live here with you?
My wife.
I see.
We've only been married a couple of weeks. Things he stole, they were wedding presents.
That's too bad.
Sure is a heck of a way to start out. Being married, I mean. Never wanted a house in the first place. Well, it's their own fault.
What do you mean, sir?
Sally's parents insisted on giving it to us, the down payment part.
Uh-huh.
Sally will never be able to manage a big place like this. She's just a couple of years younger than I am. Just a kid. Apartment's what we ought to have. No point in arguing with in-laws, though. I found that out pronto.
Yeah. Any idea what time the burglary took place?
Yes, sir. Between 6 and 10 last night. Must have been then, between 6 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
We went over to Sally's folks for dinner. Our refrigerator hasn't been delivered yet.
I see.
The reason I'm so sure about the time is I wanted to find out how long it would take to drive there.
Mm-hmm.
I told Sally it wouldn't be more than 15 minutes. First time she's ever been away from home. She kind of likes to feel that her folks are handy.
I understand.
Hollywood Hills. That's where they live. Off of Mulholland. Took us 14 minutes. Left here 6 o'clock exactly. News was just coming on the radio. Got there 6:14. I'm not so sure when we got home, but it was right around 10 o'clock.
Well, that's close enough.
Of course, I didn't know about the burglary then, when we got home. We just went straight to bed. Didn't come in here. We used the back bedroom.
Yeah.
It wasn't until this morning when I started looking in my pants for cash.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible he broke in while you were asleep?
Well, I might have slept through it, but not Sally. Least little thing wakes her up. She'd have heard him. Must have happened while we were out.
Have you noticed anybody suspicious hanging around the last couple of days?
No, sir. Of course, we're brand new in the neighborhood. Most of the houses aren't even sold yet. We wouldn't know who was suspicious and who wasn't.
Be all right if we talk to your wife?
Oh, she couldn't tell you anything I haven't.
She here now?
Over to Mother's. This kind of thing, well, it kind of threw her, you know. You know how it is, just a kid.
Yeah, we understand.
Wish it had been me that found out about the bird.
The bird?
Well, didn't I tell you? I meant to.
No.
Darndest thing. Parakeet. Somebody gave it to Sally when she was a girl. Taught it how to talk. Talk real good, too. Why should a burglar do a thing like that?
What'd he do, turn it loose?
No, sir, he killed it.
We talked to Mrs. Brighton at her parents' home. She was unable to add anything to what her husband had told us. 1:15 p.m. The crime lab reported that there were no useful fingerprints on the Brighton window. Pictures were taken of the jimmy marks. There was no other physical evidence. September 11th, 2 more burglaries took place in a new housing tract near Sepulveda Boulevard. The burglar had followed the same M.O. used on the Brighton house. One victim also told us that 3 pet canaries had been killed. The other victim had no pets. By the end of the following week, 4 more burglaries had occurred in new housing developments. In each case where the home contained pet birds, the bird was killed. Other pets were not disturbed. Circulars describing the stolen articles were sent to all pawn shops in the city. September 21st, 8:05 a.m., we checked in for work.
Oh, man.
What's the matter? You still asleep?
Yeah, I didn't get a wink last night. Same was at me all night.
No?
It's my own fault, Joe. Never should have told her about all those new houses going up nowadays. It was a big mistake.
Well, I thought you told me you were considering a new house.
Nah, I changed my mind. We got enough people staying with us as it is. Faye's relatives. Brother-in-law Armand, you know.
Oh, him, huh?
Yeah, he's down here. As long as he has to sleep on the living room couch, he'll take off after a day or two.
Uh-huh.
Give him a real bed, and he'd stay with us for the rest of his life.
I get it. Burglary Friday. Yes, sir. When did it happen? I see. Just a minute, please. All right, go ahead. That's 214 South? Yes, sir. I've got it. Right. Well, we got another one.
Yeah?
Pet shop over near Lancashire Boulevard.
The shop?
Uh-huh.
It doesn't sound like our boy.
Might be if they sell birds. We left the office and drove out to the Biggs Pet Shop on a side street in North Hollywood. 9:07 a.m., we interviewed Jasper Biggs, the owner of the store. He told us that during the night, the back door had been forced open. $17 was missing from the cash register.
Money ain't important, you understand. Not that anybody likes being robbed.
Yes, sir, we understand.
Besides, it's happened before. That's why I keep this sign up here on the register that tells them how to open it.
I see.
A couple of years ago, a fella broke in and wrecked the machine trying to get it open. That cash register's worth a whole lot more than anything I keep in it. Shut up over there, all of you! Dang much racket in here, a person can't even think. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, about the money. Now, like I said, it don't matter, the $17.
Yes, sir.
Birds is different. They do matter.
Sir?
Well, he killed all of them, every last one.
I see.
Parakeets, canaries, parrots.
Mm-hmm.
Parakeets and canaries, now, they don't matter. I can replace them. Insurance will take care of it anyway. Them parrots is another story. It's a different story entirely.
Yes, sir.
2 of them was on consignment, worth over $100 apiece. $100! Bet you never figured birds run that high, did you?
No, sir.
Well, they do. Parrots, anyway, some of them. And what's more, my insurance don't cover birds on consignment. How do you like that?
Huh?
Check with the fellow who sold me the policy right after I called the police. Says birds on consignment aren't covered. Loophole, that's what it is, loophole.
Yes, sir.
Probably somebody wanting to buy them parrots. Be just my luck. Biggs Pet Shop. Who? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're still here. Just a minute. It's for you.
Thank you. This Friday. Yeah. Okay, give me that address. All right, I got it. As soon as we can. Right?
We got another one?
Tracked off Riverside Drive.
Same routine.
One thing's different.
Yeah.
Some lady saw him. We ended our interview with Mr. Biggs, and we drove out to the address of a Mrs. Nellie Diver, who had just reported a burglary. Mrs. Diver told us her house had been entered shortly after she left to do her marketing. She discovered she'd forgotten her grocery list, and she came back for it. When she returned, the burglar was in the dining room. He had entered through a side window. The M.O. appeared to be the same as in the other recent burglaries.
Never saw such a surprised look on a man's face in my life. He just stood there like he was frozen solid for a minute or more. And then he lit out through the back door lickety-split.
Uh-huh. How long were you gone from the house, ma'am?
5-10 minutes. As soon as I remembered about my list, I started back. I don't know why I'm getting so forgetful. Old age must be catching up with me.
Well, it's a good thing you did forget, Miss Diver.
Hmm? Oh, you mean so he didn't get time to steal anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing around here worth stealing. Wonder how he happened to pick me. It'd be different if I lived up in Bel Air or one of those estates.
Well, if it's who we think it is, he's satisfied with smaller homes.
You mean he's pulled this kind of stunt before?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't say.
Do you think you'd recognize the man if you saw him again?
I beg your pardon?
The man who broke in here. You said you got a good look at him.
Oh, real good. Stood there in the dining room for a full minute, maybe more.
Then you'd recognize him, would you?
I don't see why not. This isn't the first time we met up, you understand.
How's that?
Saw him once before.
When was that?
Last week sometime. I'm not certain. Wednesday or Thursday, middle of the week, in through there.
You sure it was the same man?
He looked the same. Came right up to my door.
Well, what do you want?
I'm not certain of that either. I've been racking my brain trying to remember. So many fellows around here last week. 2 or 3 milkmen trying to sign me up. A couple of people wanting me to take newspapers. 3 or 4 asking about dry cleaning. Somebody selling rugs. Spent half my time running to the door. So help me, I can't remember which one he was. Getting old, sure as fate.
You think he was just pretending to be a door-to-door salesman of some kind or other?
Seems to me they were all trying to sell something. It's what always happens when you settle in a new location.
Yes, ma'am. What if you'd mind coming downtown with us for a little while?
No, I wouldn't mind. What for?
We'd like to show you some photographs, see if you can pick the man out for us.
Right now?
If you could, yes.
Well, you just give me a minute to get my hat and change Henry's water.
Henry?
My canary out in the kitchen.
Oh.
Haven't you noticed the way he's been... Oh, that's funny.
Ma'am?
He's usually singing up a blue streak this time of day.
We went into the kitchen with Mrs. Diver, and we found the dead bird. She agreed to accompany us downtown. 11:05 a.m. We pulled the mug shots of burglars who matched the description that she'd given us, and we showed them to Mrs. Diver. She identified one of the photographs, Stanley A. Bushing. Bushing had done time in the state penitentiary as a cat burglar. From his 510s, we learned his acquaintances and the places he was known to frequent. 3:36 p.m. We located Bushing in a bar on North Main. Stan Bushing?
Yeah?
Police officers.
You don't say.
Want to talk to you, Bushing.
Be my guest.
Come on, let's go.
What's the matter with right here? Joint don't get noisy until later on. Why not right here?
Where were you last night?
What time?
All night. And this morning, 8 o'clock this morning.
Why do you want to know?
All right, come on, let's go.
Well, give me a chance to finish my beer, will you? Look, you boys want to know where I was last night? All right, I'll tell you. I just want to know why, that's all.
You been up the valley lately? Well, come on, how about it?
Oh, that's why you're after me, huh? You think I've been pulling those house prowls?
What do you know about them?
Well, I read in the papers.
You know more than that.
I do?
There was another one this morning.
That's news to me.
Is that so?
Yeah, I haven't bought a paper yet today.
Lady saw you.
Huh?
Right after you broke in.
Me, huh?
She says it's you.
Well, she needs glasses.
Well, we don't think so.
Look, you'll never make it stick.
We're going to try, fella.
I'm clean, not even on parole no more.
It won't be parole this time.
There won't be anything.
Oh, come on, Bush, and quit stalling.
Look, don't get yourself in an uproar. Take it easy. You'll live longer. Suppose I got an alibi.
Well, we'll try it for size.
For all night and this morning.
Go on.
I was with friends.
We got a lady who says different.
I got a lot of friends,
Yeah,
Doc.
we know you're friends. We'll settle for the lady.
10:30 last night till 9 o'clock this morning with them every minute.
Where?
You ain't going to like it.
Where were you?
You're going to look pretty foolish.
Come on, let's have it, Bushy.
Drunk tank, Lincoln Heights Jail.
We verified Bushing's alibi with the booking sergeant at Lincoln Heights, and we learned that he was in the clear as far as the previous night was concerned. 5:06 p.m. We interviewed Mrs. Diver again. She wavered in her identification of Bushing's photo, and she said she couldn't tell us anything more. Teletypes of the suspect's description were sent out. The next day, Tuesday, September 22nd, we had a meeting with the skipper, Captain Bernard.
Well, where do we stand?
Just about where we did when it started.
It's not good, is it?
No, it's not.
We thought we had him yesterday, Skipper, but it didn't pan out.
You got a description?
Well, if she's no better at describing him than she is at identification, it doesn't mean much.
We figure he pretends to be a salesman of some kind.
That how he cases the houses?
As far as we can tell, yeah.
You need a lot more than that.
Yep.
This guy's got to be stopped. It isn't just the burglaries. Seems half of the people in L.A. keep pet birds. I don't know. My kids have a couple of canaries themselves.
Yeah.
You get attached to them like you do anything else.
Yeah, I know.
You boys seen the mail on this thing?
No, sir.
Letters from all over, not just in town here, all over. People are raising Cain. My own kids asking me when we're going to catch him. Can't wait any longer for a break. We got to make one.
Well, you got any ideas?
I don't know. We've just been working housing projects, huh?
Except for that one pet store, yeah.
Well, let's forget the store and see if we can get a pattern out of the houses.
Well, they're all new places. Folks have just moved in. He cracks one or two in each development, then he moves on. So far, he stayed in the Valley Division out there.
The way they're building up out that way, he won't run out of targets.
No.
They opened any new projects the last week or so?
Yeah, a couple.
He tapped them yet?
No. We alerted the owners, told them to warn anybody who moves in. Probably won't do much good, though.
Might.
Hmm?
If you two moved in.
Wednesday, September 23rd. We drove out to a new tract just off Coldwater Canyon Boulevard. It was called White Manor Homes. We found the tract office near the main entrance, and we went inside.
Gentlemen, what can I do for you? You interested in owning a new home?
We're police officers, sir. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Police?
That's right, sir.
Well, I don't think I've had any parking tickets lately.
We're from burglary.
Oh, about the Birdman, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they call him in the papers, you know, the Birdman.
Yes, sir, it's about him.
He hasn't been around here.
Well, no, sir, not as far as we know.
Well, that's a relief. Not that it makes much difference.
You're in charge of this project, are you, sir?
Yes, sir. My name's Simple, Forrest Simple. I've got a card right here on the desk.
That's all right, Mr. Simple.
I own White Manor Home.
I see.
I guess I should say me and the bank. We own it together.
Yes, sir.
It's all going to belong to the bank, though, the way things are going. Been open nearly a week now. I haven't sold a single house. Haven't even had a decent offer.
Oh, what's the trouble, sir?
Now, you know what's the trouble just as well as I do. Birdman, that's the trouble.
Oh.
Folks just aren't going to move into any new developments until he's caught. Sent me a circular last week, the police department. I'm supposed to warn anybody who buys from me. Put them on their guard.
Yes, sir.
Don't need any warning. They're scared off as it is. 3 months ago, I'd be half sold out by now. Seems to me you fellas are dogging it. Now, I'm not telling you your business, mind you, but it seems to me you should have picked him up before this.
Yes, sir. Maybe you can help us.
How's that?
Well, the sign out in front says that 2 of your houses are furnished. Is that right?
Oh, that's just for display. Wesley's department store did it. Figures it's good advertising.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I don't sell them furnished, just for display.
We'd like to use one of them for a few days.
Use one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Well, sir, you've got a sold sign that you can put up in the front yard, haven't you?
Well, I guess so.
Well, we'll see that nothing's disturbed. If anybody asks, you tell them that a new couple moved in.
Oh, I get you. Decoys, huh?
Yes, or something like that.
Well, I don't know. Department store might not go for the idea.
Well, we'll clear it with them.
Well, if it's all right with them.
Thank you.
How long do you suppose it'll take?
How's that?
To catch them.
Well, your guess is as good as ours, if it works at all.
It better work. Pressure's building up. You fellas don't know what it's like being under pressure. Owe the bank a lot of money on this project. Figured I'd have at least half a dozen houses sold by now. At least half a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
Interest to be paid is the principal, and the bank expects it on time. You can't blame them for that.
No, sir.
You don't know what it's like having the pressure turned on.
We get a little every once in a while.
Oh, well, that's different. Your boss rides you and tells you to get on the ball. You don't have to worry. He can't fire you. Cops are civil servants. Pressure from your boss? Well, that's different.
Not coming from him.
Well, where's it coming from?
Guy who kills birds. We telephoned the Wesley department store and we talked to the manager. He gave us permission to use the house that they'd decorated. At a neighborhood pet store, we purchased a cage and 2 canaries. It was 11:30 a.m. when we got back to White Manor Homes. Mr. Simple was putting up a sold sign in front of one of the houses.
What you got there? Oh, canaries, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the key, in case you want to lock up. Door's open now.
Thank you.
Want me to spread the word?
What's that, sir?
That I've sold this place?
We'd appreciate that.
Okay, I'll see that it gets around.
Thank you.
And some layout, huh?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Well, great. You know anything about taking care of birds?
Well, I don't think there's much to it. Just water and seed, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Get a load of that couch.
Yeah.
Boy, it must be 8 feet long, if it's an inch.
Just about.
If they ever sees this place, I'm dead.
What'd you tell her?
Oh, that we were on a job. I certainly didn't go into detail.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what it would cost. To fix a joint up like this, how much it would cost.
More than we make.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't be very comfortable anyway. Not like having your own stuff you're used to.
No.
Hey, boy, they're really cleaning up a storm, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're kind of cute, too. Hey, you know, Joe Fay might like a couple of birds. Be good company for her when the kids are in school.
Well, maybe you can have those.
I never thought of that.
If he doesn't get them first. No one came by the house that afternoon or that evening. At 6 p.m., Frank went home. I stayed through the night. Thursday, September 24th, 9:15 a.m. We had our first visitor. Frank waited in the bedroom while I talked to her. She was a young lady who said that she represented the local Chamber of Commerce. She told me her job was to welcome newcomers to the neighborhood. She gave me some maps and a book of coupons which could be exchanged for free introductory gifts at various stores in the vicinity. During the rest of the day, we had 4 more callers. 2 newspaper agents, a representative from a dry cleaning establishment, and a charity worker. As far as we could tell, they were all genuinely fond of birds. 4:45 p.m., a small old truck pulled up in front.
Look, coming up the walk.
Pretty close to Mrs. Diver's description, isn't it?
Yeah. Want me to get out of here?
Yeah, better if he only sees one of us, huh?
Right.
Okay.
Lady of the house here?
Out shopping.
Oh, I'll come back.
What's it about?
I'd rather talk to her.
Why?
I'd like to take over your yard. I'm a gardener, mister.
Oh. Well, I'm the one to see about that. Why not?
Ask a man for a gardening job. He says he'll do it himself, weekends and after work. Don't understand how much work it'll be. Wife knows better and knows her husband, too. She's the one hires me.
Well, maybe I'm different. It's a pretty big yard. Plan on spending my weekends on the back.
I don't blame you.
Come on inside for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
How much would you charge for a yard this size?
Want me to handle watering, too?
No, I guess we can take care of the watering.
Well, I'll come once a week, then mow the lawn, look after your flowers, do weeding, planting.
Well, we're pretty well landscaped now.
Well, you'll want some of your own plants. Could use a couple more roses alongside there.
That's possible. What's the matter?
No, just looking around. Swell place you got here.
How much for the yard work?
$25 a month.
That's kind of steep.
Big yard, said so yourself.
You'd only be here a couple hours a week, you know.
Oh, 25 is the best I can do. You think it over. I gotta be shutting on.
How about 20?
Sorry, mister.
Not worth any more than that. Got plenty of gardeners for 20, you know that.
Up to you. Ain't got any other jobs in this neck of the woods. I have to drive all the way out here.
How'd you happen to find us then? I say, how'd you happen to find us then?
Well, I heard about this project. I thought more might be sold by now.
Mm-hmm.
Guess you're the only people moved in, huh?
Right.
Yeah, I thought there'd be more.
Probably will be before long.
Well, if I pick up any other customers in the project, I might come down. 25 for now.
Betty can't swing that.
Well, you think it over. I'll drop back there, so. Somebody here most of the time?
Most of the time, yes.
I'll drop back.
Oh, shut up, will you?
What?
I wasn't talking to you. Those canaries.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
What's wrong with them?
They're a nuisance. They're always screeching to get on somebody's nerves.
I guess you don't like birds.
Well, I could do without these.
Yeah. Well, why don't you get rid of them?
Oh, my wife would blow her stack.
Oh, yeah.
Pride and joy, you know. She talks to them all the time. Baby talk.
Yeah, just like my old lady.
Your wife keep birds, too, does she?
My mom.
Oh.
Yeah, when I was a kid. Cages all over the place. Must have had 15, 20 birds.
Well, I guess I'm lucky. We only got these two.
Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. I had a dog once.
Yeah?
Rusty, that was his name. He was a mutt. Only dog I ever had. Killed one of her canaries.
All right.
That wasn't his fault. Bird got loose. He didn't know no better. Just playing with it. Didn't mean to kill it.
Sure.
If you get rid of Rusty. My mom did. Sent him away. I don't know what happened to him.
That's too bad.
Never had another dog after that. He wouldn't let me. Just birds. Just lay awake at night listening to him sing. That's what she called it. Didn't sound like singing to me. Wouldn't cover him over. That was cruel to cover him over. Half night long, I had to listen to him. Like you said, gets on a fellow's nerves.
Yeah.
I sneaked downstairs, took them out of their cages. I did it real quiet. Killed them all. All Mom's birds. Well, I couldn't stay after that. Ran away from home. Wish I could have stayed. Wish I could have seen her face next morning. Made it up for Rusty.
Yeah.
I still keep hearing them, though. Have to keep killing them over and over. So many birds.
Mm-hmm.
Folks put them in a cage, lock them up. Feel sorry for them afterwards. Don't make sense. I don't feel sorry for something just because it's locked up.
You might.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 12th, the hearing was held in Department 98, Superior Court, State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Philip James Borch was examined by 6 psychiatrists appointed by the court and found to be mentally incompetent. He was committed to the State Mental Hospital at Mendocino for an indefinite period of time.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
You could have nice furniture if you had good credit. Credit is no problem at National Furniture. You can have beautiful new furniture now. If you're new in town, newly married, have a low income, if you're on Social Security, or in the military. Even if you've been turned down before. At National Furniture, we believe in you. You can have the new furniture you need. At National Furniture, you lease to own. Credit is no problem. Call us now or visit our showrooms in Tacoma across from Russ Dunmire, in Seattle across from Sears, and 5 blocks north of Aurora Village.
This is Harry beside his car. Harry's also beside himself because the top of his car looks like the bottom. But watch this. You said it, Harry. Son of a Gun. It's new from STP. Son of a Gun helps restore and protect vinyl, rubber, and leather. It makes old vinyl tops look younger. And dashboards, door panels, weather stripping, bumper guards. Son of a Gun helps restore and protect vinyl, rubber, and leather. New from STP.
Son of a gun.
If you're still in the steam age, you're out of date. If you're still driving a Model A Ford, you're out of date. And if you're still using a conventional 7% real estate company to sell your home, you're out of date.
John P. Nagel Incorporated has saved homeowners over $1 million in real estate commissions. You've heard about us, other agents talk about us, but we prefer what's said about us by our thousands of satisfied customers that Nagel gets the job done. If you're tired of high-pressure salespeople, you'd best call the professionals at John P. Nagel Incorporated. We offer you a free market analysis of your home, addresses of all homes that we have listed, professional salaried representatives, efficiency of selling and mass media exposure, complete preparation of instruments and financing, and all for only $1,275, regardless of the price of your home. Call now the office nearest you. Our people will gladly assist you with any questions you may have about real estate.
We'll be happy to sell your home, we'll be happy to help you buy a home, or just call for the free brochure explaining how we work with no obligation.
Hey, everybody, it's the M&M's Candies Gang.
Who takes peanuts and chocolate? Who takes peanuts and chocolate and mixes them just right? And mixes them just right. Gives them rainbow colors so they're always nice and bright. The M&M's Gang, the M&M's Gang, the M&M's Gang, and we add a lot to make it all taste good.
M&M's, the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
All right!
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol-Myers, makers of Mom, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you leave me to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business? Normal. Yeah, none. Well, I think we're victims of circumstances, Duffy. We just can't seem to find a customer with a nickel and a thirst at the same time. Huh? Well, don't blame me because our liquor happens to be non-habit forming. We're lucky that people come into this joint at all. If I wasn't such a genial bartender, goodness sakes, where we'd be? Huh? Well, it may please you to know, Duffy, I'm in a contest for the most popular bartender on 3rd Avenue. Duffy, I hope that was a sneeze. Well, anyway, the first prize is a free trip to Atlantic City, so don't be surprised if you get a postcard showing me down to me waist in bathing beauties. Huh? Go soak your head.
Hey, Miss Archie, this bartender's popularity contest.
Yeah?
You really think you got a chance?
Why not, Eddie? You've got to admit that, 1, I got good looks. 2, personality. 3, charm.
Yeah. But on the other hand, people hate you.
Well, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Look, Eddie, I gotta be voted the most popular bartender. For the last 4 days, I've been giving out free drinks to everybody.
Yeah. But you've been giving them that Duffy's special bar ride.
That's right. I give them a drink, and then they send in postcards voting for me.
Yeah, but after that bar ride, how they gonna hold their stomach and write postcards at the same time?
Hey, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy?
I brought you news from Papa.
Oh, a message from Gargantua. What is it?
Well, Papa says to forget this popularity contest and get to work.
Get to work? Just a minute. Who is it that takes out the garbage, mops the floors, waits on all the customers, cleans out the pig's feet barrels?
Yeah. And guesses who watches me do it?
Eddie, don't be flippant. Believe me, Miss Duffy, I'm a very hard-working guy.
Well, I wouldn't know. I only see you during business hours.
Oh, yeah? Someday when I've gone to Atlantic City, you and your old man will realize what a great bartender I am.
Oh, he realizes already. Papa thinks the world of you.
What?
Yeah. But of course, you know what Papa thinks of the world.
What he thinks of the world ain't nothing to what I think of him, that lousy, cheap, conniving crumb.
Well, if you feel that way about him, why do you keep working for him?
Loyalty. But why I stay with him, I'll never know. He's about the cheapest, meanest guy that ever lived.
No, I wouldn't say that. There must be somebody in this world that's cheaper and meaner than him.
What are you, Eddie, a company man? What I'm getting excited about, I don't know. Pretty soon I'll be the biggest pebble on the beach at Atlantic City, just as soon as I win that popularity contest.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Is that so? Tell me, Doubtful Thomas, how many bartenders is there on 3rd Avenue?
Oh, about 500.
500, huh? Okay. Out of this 500, who would you say is the most popular?
Bud Gallagher over at Gogan's Bar.
Well, who's the second most popular?
Flats Mahoney.
How about the third most popular?
Benny Schultz.
The fourth?
Lefty Magruder.
The fifth?
Three-fingered Maroney.
The sixth? All right, Eddie. The 499th?
Sam Burke.
And what about the 500th guy?
Great big popular you.
You'll see, Eddie. After the votes is counted, you'll find out that I'm just as popular as the next guy.
Yeah, but who's the next guy?
Hello, Finnegan. Hey, Eddie, here's one guy that'll vote for me.
Are you running for election, Arch?
So to speak, yeah.
Well, I got a tip for you. If you want to get elected, do what my old man did the time he ran for alderman.
What did he do?
Oh, work like a dog. Made speeches all day long, handed out 50-cent cigars, kissed hundreds of babies.
Did he win?
He would have, but he got an unlucky break.
Yeah, what happened?
It wasn't an election year. By the way, what are you running for, Arch?
Most popular bartender. And if I win, I get a trip to Atlantic City.
Oh, well, be sure and drop me a postcard.
Postcard? What, you can't even read?
Oh, it ain't for me, Arch. It's for me dog, Rover.
Don't tell me Rover can read.
Oh, of course not.
Well, then why would he want a postcard?
He likes to bite the mailman.
Wait a minute. That mailman gives me an idea. Eddie, how would you like to write in a postcard to the contest saying that I am the most lovable boss you ever had?
You mean you want me to use the mails to defraud?
Let me put it this way. How would you like to write a card saying that I am the most lovable ex-boss that you ever had?
Hand me the Eversharp.
Thank you, my constituent.
Hello, fellas. What's cooking?
Nothing, Mr. Moran. It always smells that way around here.
Turn it on. Wait a minute, Joe. How about giving me a vote as the most genial bartender on 3rd Avenue?
Why, sure, Arch. I'd be glad to.
Well, swell. Here, write it out on this postcard.
Thanks. Now, what'll I say?
Oh, anything that you can think of that makes me sound like a nice guy.
Okay. I think Archie is the most genial bartender on 3rd Avenue, and it is very easy for Archie to be genial because everybody likes him. And everybody likes him because he always looks so good. And he always looks so good because he uses Vitalis.
You think these people is interested in me boudoir habits?
Well, why not? They could learn a lot.
Maybe they could.
After all, every man is interested in keeping his hair well groomed, and Vitalis does just that. Particularly if you're troubled with hair that's unruly or dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair healthier looking and more handsome. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
As I was just saying, Finnegan,
Yeah?
you know, I'm a natural to win that contest. I got good looks, charm, personality.
Well, Arch, it's certainly modest of you to say so.
Well, it ain't a question of modesty. It's just that I like the good things in life, and I happen to be one of them.
Say, Archie.
Yeah?
Papa told me to give you this envelope, and he says to be sure and lock it up in the safe.
Lock it up in a safe, huh?
Yeah, and be sure nobody reads it.
Must be important, huh?
Yeah. Look at it there. It says personal, confidential, and super secret. Do not open. Archie, this means you.
I got a funny hunch there's something in that envelope Duffy don't want me to see.
Now, there's a shrewd observation.
Meaning what?
Meaning you're a jerk.
You certainly turn a pretty phrase.
Never mind what kind of a phrase I turn. You just put that envelope in the safe. That's Papa's orders.
All right, I'll put it in the safe. Hey, Eddie, who was that good-looking sailor just passed by the window there?
Where? Archie, I'll see you a little later. I gotta go out on the net.
I thought that'd do it. Eddie, get the letter opener.
Letter opener?
Yeah, the tea kettle.
Mr. Archie, now you see that? You can't steam that letter open. It's private property.
Eddie, if people don't want their letters opened, they shouldn't mark them personal. Now, give me that tea kettle.
Arch, if I were you, I wouldn't open that letter.
Why not?
Well, you remember me cousin Willie. He opened the letter like that one time, and it was another guy's draft notice.
So?
So, cousin Willie spent 5 years in the Army.
Well, if it was another guy's draft notice, why didn't your cousin Willie explain it to the Army?
Well, he figured it was their mistake. Let them find it out.
You know, I think Mr. Finnegan is right.
Yeah.
You better put that envelope in the safe.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Eddie. Mm-hmm. No, I can't do it. I gotta open it. If I don't find out what's in an envelope, I go nuts. You know, with a thing like that hanging over me, I couldn't concentrate. And, you know, if I can't concentrate, I can't think. And if I can't think, I can't work. If I can't work, I lose my job. If I lose my job, I go hungry. Then what? I start stealing. And the cops is after me. So I hide out here in the tavern. The cops find me, see, and they start shooting at me. Then what happens? They miss me, and they kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah. So you see, Eddie, it ain't just idle curiosity about this envelope. I'm opening it to save your life.
It's too bad that contest ain't for the windiest bartender.
Never mind the caustics. Now, give me the tea kettle.
Okay.
Now, hold the envelope over the steam, Eddie.
Okay.
Yeah, that does it. Now, let's see what's inside. Whew. Holy cat, look. Duffy's will. Let's read it, Eddie.
Okay. Being of sound mind and in full possession of my faculties.
Even on his deathbed, he brags. Who does he leave the money to, Eddie?
Let's see. He says, to my daughter, Miss Duffy, who is at present an old maid, I bequeath my Manhattan telephone directory and wish her good hunting.
Does he mention anybody else?
Let's see. Yeah. To my dear loving wife, who loaned me $2 for our wedding license, I hereby leave the sum of $2 and close the account. And when and if my wife dies, I want her to know that even in death I'll be happy to meet her halfway. I'll come down a little if she'll come up a little.
8 to 5, it's the other way around. But, Eddie, don't he mention nobody else?
Yeah. I hereby reward my faithful employee, Eddie Green. He need never work such long hours for such short pay again. He's fired. Hoping to see you all soon, signed, Acting Duffy.
Don't he mention nobody else?
Oh, yeah. P.S. to Archie.
Well, at last, what does he say about me, Eddie?
Let me see. Now, he says that there's left a crumb. Don't get a jerk, don't know. No, get a crooked. Laziest.
Look, this I know, but what's he leaving me?
Oh, yeah. I hereby recognize that Archie is responsible for making Duffy's Tavern what it is today.
Nothing but insults. Let me see that thing. In view of the above, it is my last wish that upon my death, the sole owner of Duffy's Tavern will be my good friend Archie. Eddie, did you hear that? I'm the heir consumptive to the tavern. I can't figure it out, though. Why is the guy leaving the joint to me?
Revenge?
I don't know. But leave us not look a gift to us in the mouth. I'm the new owner of Duffy's Tavern, Eddie. I think this calls for a drink. Hey, old man.
Yeah, thanks. Woo! Well, here's to our new owner. Best of luck.
Thank you, Eddie. Down the hatch.
Oh, that was good.
Uh-huh. You like that drink, Eddie?
Yeah.
It's going to cost you 50 cents.
50 cents?
You heard me. From now on, no more free drinks. As the new owner of the tavern, it's business before friendship.
But Archie, a few minutes ago, everything was on the house.
Mr. Finnegan, anybody can be free with the other guy's money, but to be stingy with your own money takes real character.
But, Mr. Archie...
Sorry, gentlemen, your arguments fall on dumb ears. In the future, I will thank you to remember that I am the sole owner of the tavern once removed.
What do you mean?
Once Duffy's removed, I'm the owner. Let's see now, how could I get Duffy to play ball with us?
Play ball?
Yeah, you know, drop dead. I wonder how his health is. Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Nice weather today.
Yes, it is.
Is your father still alive?
Of course.
Oh, has he been doing anything harmful to his health lately?
What?
I mean, don't you think he should take a trip and get away from it all?
Oh, you know, it's funny you should mention that. Just the other day, Papa was talking about taking a trip around the world.
Mm-hmm. The trip I had in mind was even longer. I think I'll give him a call. Hello? Is this the late Patrick Duffy? Well, look, old man, this is Archie. I'm a little concerned about your health. How's your liver? It is? Oh, that's too bad.
It's better?
Yeah. Look, Duffy, I think you ought to relax. You know, take up a hobby. Oh, I don't know, like golf, bowling, suicide. Well, think it over. I'll call you later. You know, Eddie, it's my own fault that Duffy's Tavern is so run down. With a little extra work, this place could be a gold mine, you know it?
Well, it's smart of you to admit it.
Oh, I'm big enough to admit it when I'm wrong. Yes, I look back now, I think the whole trouble is that I ain't been driving you hard enough.
Now, just a minute.
Quiet, we're in conference. Now, in the future, I want you to keep busy around here. Get them cobwebs off the ceiling and clean out the kitchen and mop that floor and wash them walls.
Tote that barge and lift that bale. Now, look, Captain Bly, when I'm going to have time to do all these things?
My good man, why do you think we give you a lunch hour?
Lunch hour? The time I get off from lunch, I ain't even got no time to eat. I'll just spend my 10 minutes being hungry.
Then in the future, cut it down to 5 minutes. It'll be better for your stomach. And remember, Mr. Green, the company is more important than the individual. In other words, if this industry is to propagate, each link in the chain must be pulled asunder. We must all picture ourselves as busy little beavers building a dam.
Arch, please, there may be ladies present.
Finnegan, I have the floor. As I say, we are just one big happy family with the management constantly looking out for the employees' welfare. And in closing, I would like to mention that by subscribing 90% of your salary to our benevolent pension fund, you can retire on half pay at the age of 103.
You know I ain't gonna live that long.
Mr. Green, the management is scarcely responsible if you happen to be in delicate health.
This is something personal. It's something that both men and women should be aware of. Your own freshness and charm. Trust Mum for that. M-U-M. Mum. For Mum is the underarm deodorant with a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. Protects you from ever knowing that left-out feeling. Mum smooths on in a jiffy. It's gentle, it's safer, because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients. Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your charm. So remember, after every bath and before every date, smooth on Mum. Your bath washes away the past, but Mum safeguards the future. Personal daintiness can play a most important role in your future, in business as well as romance. Don't neglect it. If you want to be sure you're nice to be near, depend on Mum. M-U-M. Mum.
What are you doing there, Miss Archie?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting for Duffy to drop dead. Say, come to think of it, Eddie, didn't the doctor once tell Duffy he had a weak heart?
What about it?
Give me that phone. Hello, Duffy? Move! That ought to speed up production.
Hi, Arch, what about that most popular bartender contest?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Old genial Archie better start packing his bags for Atlantic City.
Oh, Atlantic City?
Yeah.
Oh, well, when you get down there, I'd like you to look up a friend of mine. He works in the fun house.
Finnegan, I'm afraid I'm going to be too busy being genial to have time to look up any of your crummy friends.
Oh, but he's a very important guy.
An important guy in a fun house?
Yeah. He's the guy that blows the dame's skirts up.
Oh. Well, any friend of yours is a friend of mine. Look the guy up.
Hey, Archie.
Yes?
That poor little old lady standing over there at the door.
What about her?
Well, she wants to know if it's all right to sell violets here in the tavern.
Sell violets? And take the booze money out of our customers' pockets? Get her out of here.
But, Archie, she's a poor old lady.
Look, you're in charge of the cash register. I'm taking care of the troublemakers here. I'll throw that dame out of here. I'll be back in a second.
How do you like that?
Good evening. Where can I find Archie, the genial bartender?
That's him over there.
Where?
That's the
Which
one
one?
there that's throwing that lady out in the street.
Well, does he always throw old ladies out?
Not always. Sometimes the old ladies are stronger than he is.
Do you work for Archie?
Yes, I work for him.
Tell me, what sort of a person is he?
Well, let's put it this way. As the president might say, he's a sort of a boss, spelled backwards. What you want to see him about?
Well, I am the judge of the most popular bartender contest.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'd be happy to see you. Make yourself at home. Yeah, have a drink on the house.
Thank you.
Well, it's no less. The nerve of that old hag. Oh, customer ready?
Well, sort of. I'm giving him a drink on the house, see, on the counter.
A drink on the house? Look, Mr. Green, if you think you can give free drinks away to every bum that walks into this...
Bum? Look here, you...
Archie's the name. Archie, the genial bartender. Eddie, throw this moocher out. And if there's any argument, let him have the bung starter.
You hit me with that bung starter, and I'll have my lawyer sue you for every penny you've got.
Oh, yeah? Well, you better tell him to wear a bathing suit. I happen to be on my way to Atlantic City.
Atlantic City, huh?
Yeah, and you can tell your lawyer to look up the winner of the popular bartender contest. Now, have you anything further to say before we throw you out?
Yes, just one thing.
What's that?
I am the judge of the popular bartender contest.
And so, as the setting sun sinks slowly behind the horizon, we say farewell to beautiful Atlantic City.
Excuse me, did you say you are the judge of the contest?
I did.
Eddie, in that case, I guess our little joke is over. We can drag that dear little lady back out of the gutter again. And now, sir, about my trip to Atlantic City.
Your trip to Atlantic City, huh? A man who shoves his employees around, throws old ladies out in the street, insults customers. You are a disgrace to the bartender's profession. Good night, you hypocrite!
Eddie, I wonder if the guy is on to me. Well, what's the difference? One of these days I'll own Duffy's Tavern and I can buy Atlantic City.
Hey, Archie.
Yeah?
I got another envelope here from Papa.
Another envelope?
Yeah, and he wants you to put it in the safe.
Let me see. Says personal. Do not open. Eddie.
Tea kettle?
Yeah. Steam it open, huh?
Now, ain't Mr. Duffy gonna get suspicious when all of his letters start smelling like orange pekoe?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't do it. Leave us just tear it open. Let's see here. Dear Archie, thanks for getting back to work. Signed, Patrick J. Duffy. P.S. The will is a phony, and so are you. That dirty Duffy promised me he's gonna die and just to get me to go to work. I just hope that guy lives to be 103.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Yes, we're certain that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, will give you the best shaves you've ever had.
Benex brushless gives extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard softening formula.
Benex brushless is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex brushless gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. That's Benex, B-E-N-E-X. Benex brushless shave at your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Ed Wynn. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That's live. That's what people say.
Step into the Sanyo world of audio spec. Car stereo with real audio component features like ultra-sensitive tuners, Dolby, and high-power bi-amp disco sound. It's miles ahead of ordinary car stereo.
That music, that's live. Sanyo.
Poor Alice. Now that she's remodeled the den, Harry won't get rid of his old model chair. But watch this. Right, Son of a Gun. It's new from STP. Son of a Gun beautifies and protects vinyl, leather, and wood. It'll make Harry's old chair look younger. And kitchen cabinets, luggage and handbags, wood furniture, even your old go-go boots. Son of a Gun. It's new from STP.
Son of a Gun.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Mrs. Croft, mother of Barbara and Dick, has a difficult problem to solve. She has received an offer for an old ranch down in Texas. The money from the sale will help the Croft family and permit Dick to continue his flying. But Jimmy Allen feels she should investigate the proposition before making her decision. However, right now, Jimmy is working on his own problem. He has just landed from a practice flight and is taxiing up to the hangar. Flash Lewis is waiting for him.
Oh, there, Jimmy. Hold it. You run over me in that sky buggy.
Hello there, Flash. I didn't mean to run you down, but this bus rolled farther than I intended.
Why didn't you use your brakes?
Oh, it's a good thing in learning to fly not to use too much brakes.
Oh, sure. In the old days, ships didn't have brakes. Taxiing a plane on the ground in a high wind was as hard as guiding an ocean liner into New York Harbor.
I guess that's no joke either. Well, I'll cut the switches on this bus. I'm about through for the day anyway.
What'd you do this afternoon, Jim?
Wait till I get out of this ship and get this heavy parachute off. There. Oh, I practiced some more landings. Made about 15 or 20, I guess, and went through some general air work.
Say, Jimmy, did you ever find out anything about your friend Dick Croft?
Oh, yeah, Dick's had a bad break, Flash. Well, in fact, the whole family has. You see, their father isn't living, and I just learned that Mrs. Croft's income from some bonds she owned is about down to nothing.
Oh, that's too bad.
Hey, who belongs to the trim little ship down the line there? Sure is a pretty job. Bet it's fast, too.
Oh, that yellow ship? Some guy by the name of Bender landed in it a while ago. Left it at our place for service. He seemed to know the new manager. That's him coming over here now.
Boy, that sure is a sweet-looking little airplane. Gosh, I hope someday I can have a ship like that.
Just keep on plugging away, Jimmy.
Say, ain't you the mechanic at Central Flying?
I'm the chief mechanic at Central Flying School. Why? You need something?
You're the chief mechanic, eh? Well, you're the guy I'm looking for. I don't want no ham-handed greaseballs working on my airplane. Who's this, one of your grease monkeys?
No, this is a flying student. Jimmy Allen's his name. Your name's Bender, isn't it?
That's right, Bender. Rip Bender. Rip 'em wide open. I likes my liquor red and my women pretty. And they ain't made an airplane yet I can't turn inside out.
How do you do, Mr. Bender?
Yeah, how are you, kid? What's your name, fella?
Lewis is my name, Flash Lewis. And I ain't seen an airplane engine that I couldn't.
Yeah, well, save that for the 10-hour students, Lewis. You see that yellow crate of mine down the line?
Yeah, I saw you bring her in.
Well, that's Rip Bender's airplane. The cutest little job that ever double-rolled off a loop. Why, there ain't an airport in Texas that doesn't know that little job.
That's a nice-looking ship, all right.
Now, look here, Lewis. I want you to service that crate yourself. Fill her full of gas, check the oil, check the tappet clearances on my rocker arms, and get a couple of your grease monkeys to wipe that ship off.
Where are you from, Mr. Bender?
Well, kid, I'm from anywhere. You name it, I've been there. I've hopped hedges in every state in the Union. I dusted cotton in the South, been on forest patrol in the Northwest, hauled the mail over the Alleghenies in the East, and flew gas and ammunition over the hump in China.
Gee, you've certainly done a lot of flying.
Yeah, and that ain't all. If some dizzy engineer builds a crate that nobody else can fly, they gets on the phone and calls for Bender.
Oh, you're a test pilot, too, huh?
I'm every kind of a pilot, kid. You see that last air movie, The Cloud Devils?
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw it, eh? Well, how'd you like the stunt flying in it?
Oh, I thought the air action was very good.
I done the stunt flying in Cloud Devils. Well, me and a couple other guys. Say, who's a swell-looking dame driving up here in the car?
Oh, it's Barbara Croft. Wonder who she's looking for.
Croft, did you say? Miss Croft? Well, she must be looking for me. Well, boys, pull up a chair and learn something. You're going to see Rip Bender go into action.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Mr. Lewis. Say, Jimmy, I'm looking for a Mr. Bender. I wonder if you have any idea.
Oh, hello, Barbara. I think.
Well, you're looking right at him. I'm Rip Bender, and there ain't nobody else like him. You're Miss Croft, ain't you?
Why, how fortunate. Yes, I'm Miss Croft. I didn't expect to find you so quickly.
And I didn't expect to find Miss Croft so good looking.
Oh, well, Mr. Bender, I really don't
Oh, that's all right. Rip Bender says what he thinks.
Have you been doing some flying, Jimmy?
Oh, a little bit, Barbara. I've been practicing some landings and spins.
Yeah, the kid here tells me he's learning to fly. If I get time, I'll show you a few of my tricks.
Well, thanks, Mr. Bender, but I've ridden quite a bit with Speed Robertson, and he's taught me a lot of things. He's my instructor, you know.
Oh, yeah? Speed Robertson, eh? What'd you say your name was?
Why, that's Jimmy Allen.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've heard of Robertson. He's one of them publicity pilots. Every landing's an adventure for that guy, and if the camera boys ain't around, he's sore.
You're not talking about Speed Robertson, Mr. Bender. You must have someone else in mind. Speed doesn't have to go out after publicity.
Well, possibly we'd better run along, Mr. Bender. I think Mother's waiting for us.
Yeah, I'll let you be the chauffeur. Ah, there we are. All right, Lewis, get to work on that ship of mine. I may want to give Miss Croft an airplane ride.
Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Mr. Lewis.
Well, that guy wins a gold-plated propeller.
Gosh, Flash, who is that bird? And how does he happen to know Barbara? He may be the best pilot in the world, but I have my doubts.
Oh, I'm sure you led a most interesting and thrilling life, Mr. Bender, visiting so many strange places. Here we are. Just go right inside.
Well, somebody's got to do them tough land jobs, and it takes a guy with nerve.
Oh, yes. The minute I saw you, I knew you were a man with plenty of nerve. Here, I'll close the door and call Mother. Please make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Mother! Oh, Mother! Mr. Bender's here.
Yes, Bob. I'll be right in.
Nice little place you got here, ma'am.
We've grown to be very fond of it. There are just the three of us, you know. Mother, my brother Dick, and myself.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Bender.
Well, I'll tell you. I hadn't had no answer to the letter I wrote you, so I figures, well, maybe I better climb in my airplane and come up here.
It was rather a surprise. Did you have a pleasant trip?
Oh, I didn't come up here special to see you. I was down in Tulsa working on a big business deal, and I thought as long as I'm up that far, I might as well come on up here.
Oh, what is your business, Mr. Bender?
I don't have no regular business. I'm a pilot and do a lot of flying.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bender's been telling me about his many interesting experiences.
Well, how odd. You see, my son is interested in learning to fly and is just crazy about aviation.
My old man lives down in Texas, ma'am. We got a ranch near San Rafael, about 400 miles from the border. The old gent has a lot of cattle. In the last year or two, I've been down there helping the old fella out and riding the range for him.
Mr. Bender was telling me that he flies over his father's ranch and watches the cattle that way. Sort of a modern version of the old-time cowboy.
How very interesting.
Yeah, we got a big ranch down there with thousands of head of cattle on it. I kind of looks after him for the old man.
Is your ranch anywhere near my property?
Well, it's like I told you in that letter. This land of yours adjoins our ranch, and the old man and I gets together and figures we might as well add on to our holdings, provided you don't want too much money for the land. I'll tell you right now, it ain't worth nothing, but it ain't doing you no good, you living up here and everything. So we figures you might be willing to let it go at a reasonable figure.
Yes, I guess it's true. The land is of very little use. I'm ashamed to admit, but I've never been down there myself.
Well, you ain't missed anything, unless you like mesquite, chino grass, mountains, and canyons.
The tract has been in my family for years and years, but I've never really taken much interest in it. My husband used to make yearly trips down there for the hunting. He seemed to love the country, but I just never got around to accompanying him.
Yeah, it's all right for hunting, but it ain't no place for a lady like you or a gal like Barbara.
It does seem as though the land should be worth something. Since receiving your letter, I've looked up some papers on it and find that our particular tract contains over 10,000 acres.
Oh, that ain't much of a ranch down in the part of the country, Mrs. Croft, not in Texas. We don't need the land, you understand, but just thought it would sort of round out our holdings and give our stock additional grazing.
Yes, but $3,000 seems such an insignificant amount for that much land. If I did sell it, I'd hope to realize much more than that.
Well, it was just like I was telling you. You can't give away that land down in the country. They've got more land than they know what to do with down there in Texas.
We had the ranch and the family for generations. I rather hate to think of giving it up.
Well, suit yourself. There's another tract directly south and a little to the west of us we'd just as soon have, and I reckon we can buy it cheaper than we offered you. Money's money nowadays, you know. The old man says I'm a fool for wanting to pay $3,000 for that mess of rock and mesquite. If you don't want to talk business, I'll go back down to San Antonio and see the owner of that land south of us.
Maybe I'm too sentimental about the old ranch, and, well, we could find use for the money, all right. Do I understand that you're willing to pay cash for the property?
That's right, lady. Cash on the barrelhead. And when Rip Bender goes out to talk business, he carries the cash right with him.
I don't know what earthly good I'd have for that land. Our home is up here, and Richard has no desire nor inclination to do anything with it. Of course, when conditions were different, I didn't mind paying the taxes. Oh, maybe we'd better let the old ranch go, Barbara.
Well, Mother, you know best, of course. It's your land, and you know what you want to do with it. But after all, this is rather sudden. We really hadn't expected Mr. Bender.
Yes, that's true, dear.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to talk it over with Dick and then let Mr. Bender know later?
I don't see if there's much to talk over, folks. I got the money right with me, and I come up here prepared to do business. That land ain't changed any, you know, and you've been paying taxes on it for a long time. I don't see nothing to stop us from putting the deal over right now.
Barbara, I think Mr. Bender's right. I see no reason for any delay. I believe I'll sell the property, Mr. Bender.
Excuse me a minute, Mother. I want to make a phone call.
You're doing a sensible thing, Mrs. Croft. Give me a paper and pencil, and we'll draw up an agreement.
Will Mrs. Croft sign the sales agreement which Rip Bender so eagerly places before her? And why did Barbara suddenly leave the room to make a phone call? Perhaps we'll learn in the next exciting episode of the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
You're selling Glidden Factory?
Paint. Selling paint. It's the Glidden Factory sale on spread house paint. $7.99 a gallon.
Is that a big savings?
Tremendous.
Let's see. My house takes about 9 gallons. That's 9 times tremendous. Thanks.
Where you going?
Gonna double my savings. Buy a second house.
Remember, only $7.99 a gallon. But hurry.
I'm hurrying.
Glidden. Paint you can be loyal to.
Good luck. Brought some canned punch. I have tropical punch flavored Kool-Aid. Has vitamin C, costs less, and kids like the taste better. I like the lower cost and vitamin C, but does it really taste better than the leading canned punch? We'll see. Here come your kids. Hi. More Kool-Aid. They do like the taste better.
Next stop's really far. Fill her up, please.
Tropical Punch flavored Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix. The taste the leading canned drink can't match.
Hi, I'm Will Rogers, Jr. I got this old-fashioned notion about food. The simpler it is, the better it is. With breakfast, give me grape nuts, because post-grape nuts is simple. It's just good old wheat and barley, fortified with vitamins, no preservatives. And it crunches like the grain straight from the stalk. So if you've been looking for something good with breakfast, I got a simple answer for you. Grape nuts, the simple cereal.
This is KSTW, Channel 11, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Better be getting to bed, ain't you, Ma? You got a lot of harness mending to do tomorrow.
Oh, drat the harness, Lamb. Tuesday night's my listening night to the radio. Them horses can go round naked before I'll miss Amos and Andy and Bobby Hope and Red Skeleton and...
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Lee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. From coast to coast, there's one job that's getting the play right now, and I mean that easy job of cleaning and polishing a car with Johnson's Car New. If you haven't tried Car New yet, why not do it this week and be one of those car owners who is proud to drive down Main Street or Michigan Boulevard or Fifth Avenue. The truth is, it's so easy to clean and polish your car with Car New that you won't mind doing the job yourself. An hour, maybe a little more, is all you need, and the cost is little. But believe me, the results are something to write a song about. Perhaps you don't know that Car New does two jobs at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. This wax-fortified polish is a liquid which dries on application to a white powder. When you wipe off this powder, all the dirt and road grime and dullness vanish like magic. Car New gives a super wax-smooth finish that doesn't offer much of a foothold to dust and dirt, which you can wipe off occasionally with surprising ease. How about trying Johnson's Car New on your car this week? They say a successful inventor is a man with an idea and a good lawyer. Well, here's a man with an idea, so if there's a lawyer who'd like to spend his time between Washington, Wistful Vista, and frustration, let him contact Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, let me see. If I increase the tension on the spring, it ought to reject much quicker. Yeah. Oh, I had a little squirrel, and his name was Pat. Saw him in the park, and I caught him in my hat. Generous little critter, I'll tell you what he'd do. He'd bring acorns to me and nuts to you. Oh, I had a little goat. And... You know, Molly, this is the gadget that's going to pay off the mortgage on the old homestead. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. The minute the General Motors crowd gets a gander at this thing, we're going to spend the rest of our lives on the French Riviera.
You mean we're going to be run out of town?
I mean we're going to be rich millionaires, baby. I can just see young Henry Ford come up to me, put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Did you see my screwdriver anyplace?"
What would you be doing with Henry Ford's screwdriver?
I didn't mean his. I meant mine. Did you see it anyplace?
It's sticking out of your right rear pocket, sweetheart.
Huh?
Just make like Billy the Kid, go for your shooting iron, and you'll have it.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Now, let me see. If I suspend...
Magee?
Huh?
I don't like to be nosy, but considering that I'm vice president in charge of putting the house back together when you get through working, may I ask just what you think you're doing?
My gosh, kid, you mean I haven't told you?
In words of one still will know.
Oh, so sorry. It's a new kind of automobile ignition switch. Greatest thing I ever invented. We're going to be so high in the income tax brackets, we'll have to move to a smaller place. Can't afford this anymore.
I
see. You know why most automobiles get stole?
Yes, by people leaving their car keys in the ignition.
Exactly. With the Magee Perfecto Rejecto ignition lock, you can't leave keys in your car. Turn off the ignition, and the key jumps gently out of the lock into your hand.
Well, I don't... Why, Magee, that's wonderful.
Why, sure.
How does it work?
Look, now, I haven't got quite the right spring for it yet, but I can give you a rough idea. Now watch. I turn the key to the right like this.
Yeah?
Now the ignition is on, see?
Yes, Mr. Kettering.
Old Ket never had an idea as good as this one. Now watch. I turn the ignition key off to the left like this.
Heavenly days, that whizzed right past my ear.
Too strong a spring.
Certainly is. If you can figure a way to aim that thing, it'd make a marvelous duck gun.
If I can only get the right size spring for it, it'd be perfect. I took that one out of my electric razor because...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And a very good day to you, Lard Bucket.
Hi, Lancelot. Stolen any tonsils today? Or have your patients learned to keep their mouths shut when you show up?
All of them but you, Double Drip. So what are you doing with the ignition switch? Practicing lock-picking?
He's working on an invention, Doctor.
Whose?
Mine.
A likely story.
Now, just a darn minute, Aerosmith.
Tell the doctor all about it, Magee. In simple terms, so all three of us will understand it.
Okay. Maybe I better give you a little background first, Doc. No, on second thought, you don't need any more background. You got so much now, you have to send a friend back for your handkerchief.
Well, look who's talking. If all your bulges were muscles, minstrel boy, you'd be the strongest end man in history. Now, what is this world-shaking device which you have probably plagiarized from popular mechanics?
Well, it's an ignition lock for automobiles, Doctor. When you turn off the ignition, it throws the key at you. So instead of losing your car, you just lose an eye.
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
Now, let me get this straight, genius. You turn the key in the ignition.
Show him.
Yeah, look, Doc, I haven't got the right spring for it yet, but this will give you the idea. Now, the ignition is turned on, you see?
Uh-huh.
Now I turn it off, and the key will jump out of the lock. Watch.
Oh! What are you trying to do, you little cutthroat? You hit me right in the nose with that key.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor.
Spring is still a little too strong. Well, what do you think, Fatso?
Well, much as I hate to admit it, Fiddlefoot, I think you may have something there. Yeah, it might keep these youngsters from stealing cars. Or sometimes I think it'd help if papas and mamas would teach their offspring that car stealing is larceny, and larceny is frowned upon socially. Or am I just being an old fuddy-duddy?
Oh, no, you're quite right, Doctor. Have you got to go now?
Yes, I'm due in my office in 10 minutes. I have to treat a 10-year-old child.
For what, Doc?
Thirst. I have to treat her to a chocolate soda. She's my niece. Goodbye now.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Oh, no, not that car.
Not the whole club.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and We'll Gather Lilacs.
had a young comedian, and his name was Lou. Could change to any color that he wanted to. When I think how he died, my eyes get full of tears. Tried to match a fancy Easter egg and stripped all his gears. Oh, I had a little goat in
How's it coming, Pep?
Oh, I almost got it. Boy, I hope that Detroit crowd don't get wind of this before I got a chance to patent it. Them guys would...
Now, if that's General Motors, shall I ask him in?
Sure. Might as well start dickering now as later.
Come in. Oh, Mrs. Carstairs, do come in, Millicent.
Thank you, my dear. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsey. I hope you don't mind if I go on working while you two girls chitter the chatter.
Oh, not at all, Mr. McGee. I never interfere between a man and his hobbies.
Oh, and himself here has certainly got 'em, Millicent. Loves to tinker around. And such an ambitious stinker.
What was that again, Tootsie?
I said you were a tinker, an ambitious one.
Oh.
Would it be too inquisitive of me, Mr. McGee, to ask what you're working on?
Of course not, Millicent. It's an automobile ignition lock, one that you can't leave your key in, which means that you're not inviting youngsters who steal it, you see.
Going to cut down juvenile delinquency by quite a lot, Carsty.
Goodness. And after all you've already done to cut down juvenile delinquency, Mr. McGee.
What did he do, Millicent?
He grew up.
Well, gee. Thanks, Millie. Look, let me show you how this thing works. I turn on the ignition, see? Now, when I turn it off, the key will jump right out of the lock. Watch.
Good shot, McGee. Right through the window.
Do you plan on selling a bulletproof vest with each lock, Mr. McGee?
Oh, this is just a working model, Carsty. Spring is too strong. Hey, do you think your old man would be interested in throwing some dough behind this thing, Carsty?
Well, I really couldn't say, Mr. McGee. But I'm sure your ignition lock will interest him.
Fine.
He forgot and left his keys in his car last night, and they were there all night.
Heavenly days, Millicent. Was his car stolen?
No, fortunately, he forgot and stayed in the car all night himself. Well, good day, my dear. And Mr. McGee.
Good day. Trouble with women is they got no head for business. Now, let me see. I wonder if this spring will do the trick.
Where'd you get that one?
Out of the vacuum cleaner.
Out of my just before the war new vacuum cleaner? McGee, that machine cost us $85.
Yeah, and I think we got gypped, too. I took one little steel spring out of it, and it fell apart like taking a toothpick out of a club sandwich. Shoddy workmanship.
Oh, dear, my good vacuum cleaner.
Oh, forget it. I'm going to clean up so much dough on this invention, you can hire 1,000 midgets to clean the carpet with whisk brooms. Now, let me see. Oh, I had a little goat, and his name was Nellie.
Oh, McGee.
Huh?
When you can spare a minute, see if you can do something about the Mixmaster.
Huh?
I can't make it work, and I want to bake a cake.
Well, it'll work okay when I put the spring back into it. I was trying it out on this ignition lock.
What? Oh, McGee, you'll have everything in the house torn to pieces.
If you're referring to the alarm clock and the washing machine, I'll have them put back together again before you can say you and who else. Now, let me see. No, still too strong. Hey, what have we got around here with a weak spring into it?
My knees. Now that you've started dismantling all of our utilities, my goodness, I don't...
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal. You going bowling tonight?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Can't bowl tonight, Mr. Wilcox. Want to stay home and work on my ignition lock.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing except that it thinks it's pitching for Brooklyn, Mr. Wilcox. Don't stand in front of it unless you want your throat fitted with a keyhole.
Oh, it ain't that bad, kiddo. I admit it rejects the key rather lively at the moment, but when I get the right strength spring, I'll...
Hey, what are you talking about?
Well, himself here is inventing a new ignition lock for automobiles, Mr. Wilcox.
Going to cut down car stealing, Junior, on account of it'll make people take their car keys out of the ignition.
Well, how will it do that?
Wait till I crawl under the Davenport and then show him.
Look, son, here's the idea. When I turn the key to the left, see, it shuts off the ignition and the spring forces the key out of the lock. Now watch. Must be stuck. Oh!
Ow! Heavenly days. Are you hurt, McGee? Where'd the key go?
It's sticking out of his ear. No, the other one. That's it. Hey, pal, that's a wonderful idea. Nobody will ever have their cars stolen now.
You really think so, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, sure. Everybody will be so afraid to turn their ignition off, they'll run out of gas, and nobody can steal the car.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride. But by George...
Oh, hey, thanks for the reminder, pal.
Reminder of what, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, when he said by George, I just remembered I have to go by George Wells' house and give his wife a glow coat demonstration.
Yeah, but about this ignition lock, Junior, I figured that...
Incredible as it may seem, Mrs. Wells is still using the old-fashioned scrub methods on her kitchen linoleum.
If I can get the proper spring, you can readily see.
It's hard to imagine any housewife in this day and age not knowing about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Because a high percentage of car thefts are caused by leaving keys in the ignition. It's a sure thing.
With all this advertising we've done and everything about how glow coat shines as it dries, protects and preserves new linoleum, and brings old and faded linoleum back to life again, why, gee whiz.
Just an invitation for youngsters to go steal cars. And when that happens...
Pour a little out, spread it around, let it dry for 20 minutes or less, and there it is. A gleaming, protective coating that sneers at dust and dirt and dampness. Spilled things wipe right up and...
Get the right strength of the spring, and that's all there is to it. What do you think, Waxy?
About what, pal?
About what? About what I've been...
Just skip it, the both of you. Neither one of you's heard a word the other one has said. Have a slug of tea, Mr. Wilcox?
No, thanks, Molly. I've got to be going. And incidentally, how long have we been acquainted?
Starting the 12th year next week, Waxy.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I just wonder. Don't you think you know me well enough now, Molly, to call me Harlow?
Oh, well, my goodness, it seems sort of, if you really want me to, Harlow.
That's it. Great. Well, good luck with that thing, pal.
Thanks, Junior.
Good night, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, Waxy must be slipping. He didn't say anything about glow coat.
Yes, he did, dearie. But you were too busy with your own sales pitch to hear him. By the way, where are you getting all the car keys that you've been shooting around?
I stopped at a locksmith downtown and got a handful of them. But it's the spring that worries me. Got to be just the right tension onto the spring. Now, what could I take a spring out of that would...
Well, I can think of 6 things you can put the springs back into.
Huh?
The vacuum cleaner, the mix master, the alarm clock, the washing machine, the toaster, and the phonograph.
And none of them worked. I got to get another spring. Get your hat and coat, Molly. Let's go down to that new fix-it shop on the corner of 14th and Oak and see if I can't get a... Come in.
Hello, kids.
Oh, hello there, old-timer. Have a chair.
Can't stay but a minute, daughter. Hey, what are you doing there, Johnny?
Working on an invention of mine, old-timer.
Hey!
He says he's...
Working on invention, eh?
Yep.
What kind of an invention?
Well, it's a...
Hey!
He started to say it's
Oh, new kind of ignition lock, eh? Good for you, Johnny.
Yes, you see, he expects...
Hey!
She said I expect to...
Well, I should think it would, Johnny. Ought to be a terrific demand for 'em. Ought to sell like hotcakes. Ought to be standard equipment. Ought to be a law that every motorist has to have one. Ought to be a... Hey, what are they good for, anyway?
They stop people from leaving the keys in their car. I call it the Magee Protecto Rejecto Ignition Lock. And it's going to make me so much dough, I'll be sending telegrams without even counting.
That was pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it.
Oh, dear.
The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, I hear where Russia's making it kind of tough for them foreign correspondents.
Yeah?
Yep, says t'other feller, looks like they're cutting off their news to spite their fuss. Well, see you later, kid.
Men, and there's a tavern in the town.
There is a tavern in the town, and there my true love sits him down where he can drink his wine with laughter free, and never thinks of me. He left me for a damsel dark. On Tuesday night they always spark, and now my love, who once was true to me, takes that dark damsel on his knee. Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve thee. Just remember that the best of friends must part. Adieu, my friend, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with thee. She turned away and said no more, but entered through the tavern door, and from within there came loud voices, angry shouts, and then a pistol shot rang out. I saw her through the open door. She held a smoking 44, and at her feet her lover fell down dead. And here's the very word she said, quote, fare thee well, for you must leave me nevermore. Will you deceive me? If you can't be true to me, then we must part. Adieu, my love, adieu, yes, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my heart on a weeping willow tree. world go well with me.
Well, let's get on with your spring song, Mendelssohn.
Okay.
Where did you say you could find one?
In that new fix-it shop around the corner. They seem to have everything. Hey, and you know who's running that?
No.
Horatio K. Boomer. Remember him?
Oh, sure. Mr. Boomer, huh?
Yeah, I took that frying pan of yours in there to be mended. And you know what he says?
What did he say?
He says, I can fix it all right, but you ought to be ashamed of yourself for letting this banjo get in such bad shape.
Well, he was right. All I could ever play on it was Home on the Range. But maybe... Oh, here comes Mayor Latrivia. Yoo-hoo! Hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Magee.
Hi, Politico. What are you doing out in the hot sun when everything is so shady in the city hall?
There is nothing shady in my city hall, Magee, and you know it.
Of course he knows it, Your Honor. He says himself we have the finest city officials that money can't buy.
Just kidding, Latriv, just kidding. You out for a walk?
No, I just came from addressing a meeting of the National Boys Clubs, Magee.
Oh.
It's their 40th anniversary this week, and if there were more of them, juvenile delinquency wouldn't be so much of a problem.
You ain't going to have much of a problem with it from now on anyway, Bud.
McGee's got an invention that's going to cut down car stealing, Mr. Mayor.
You betcha. The McGee Perfecto Rejecto Ignition Lock. Oh, I said it. You turn off the ignition and the key jumps out of the lock into your hand.
Splendid idea, Magee, splendid. Tell me all about it.
Well, in the first place...
Sometime. I've got to get over to the University Club right now. I have 10 tickets on a raffle they're holding.
Isn't that nice?
Oh.
Yes, I think every man ought to have a rifle.
A raffle, Mrs. Magee.
Yeah, what caliber is it?
It isn't any caliber. They are raffling off a wristwatch.
Have your choice, do you, Mr. Mayor?
Take my advice and skip the wristwatch, Latriv. A rifle will give you a lot more pleasure.
Now, just a minute. I evidently did not make myself understood. My club is holding a raffle for a wristwatch. Is that clear?
Certainly, though a wristwatch for a rifle would be much better exchange.
Yeah. I'd like to see it when you get it, Latriv, if you win, of course.
Be glad to show it to you, Magee. I'll be wearing it.
Wearing it? Strapped over your shoulder, you mean?
Certainly not. On my wrist.
Oh, now that's pretty silly for a grown man. I can understand wearing a pistol on your hip, but a rifle on your wrist would...
Please! I am not watching a rifle. I mean, wearing a watchful. A rifle. I merely said that my club is rifling a watch hole. Holding a match hole. A ritual.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Don't you think you have a pretty excitable temperament to be walking around town with a rifle? My goodness, you know, if you ever got into an argument with somebody...
I always says that a guy that carries a gun is begging for trouble, Latriv. Leave the rifle at home.
Stop talking about goons, you little gun. Guns, you little... Look, I merely happened to mention a ruffle for a rich witch. A rifle for a watch gun. A shot wrist. And you... I mean, I never said a word about carrying a google or rifling a watchel. You said, Magee?
Yes?
I think you're right. I think I'll get a rifle.
Good for you, Mr. Mayor.
Swell. Let me see it, will you? I always get a bang out of a new gun.
You will out of this one if I hang for it. Good day.
You know, I'm surprised he's such a successful politician. The way he goes around picking arguments with people. Hey, what time is it?
About 1:30.
Oh, my gosh, I got to get to that fix-it shop before they close. Come on. Oh, here we are, right here.
Oh, yes. Come right in. It'll take about 6 weeks, but don't worry. I can fix it.
Why 6 weeks, Boomer?
Purely psychological, son. Anybody that can wait 6 weeks can wait a year, and don't think they won't.
Heavenly days. Look at the old printing press.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like you've been printing dollar bills on that machine, Mr. Boomer.
Just stage money, madam. Just stage money.
Looks pretty legitimate to me, Bud.
Mighty glad to hear you say that, my boy. As soon as it dries, I'm going across town and buying a little theater. Yes, indeed. Now then, what was it you said you wanted?
I'm working on a new invention, Boomer. I need a spring.
Spring, eh? Ah, yes. We have a plentiful supply, my boy.
Fine.
Let me see now. Where did I put those springs? Saw them right here a few minutes ago. Or was that Thursday?
Well, the spring he needs is one about this long.
Ah, don't tell me, madam. Takes all the fun out of it. Now, let me see. Here's an interesting little item, friends. Antique cuckoo clock. Man wants the cuckoo taken out and a duck put in instead.
That's pretty silly. Who wants a clock that quacks at him?
Now, this is for a doctor's office. Yes, indeed. Now then, what was it you wanted, folks?
A small spring about this long.
And about this wide. Not too strong and not too weak.
Well, how about this one right here?
Oh, that's it, Bud. That's perfect. Just what I wanted. Can I get a few more?
Many as you want, friend.
Oh. How many have you got?
Millions of them. Got a carload. Picked them up at a bankruptcy sale just last week.
Oh, this is wonderful. Who'd you get them from in case I need more?
Don't know his name. Sort of an inventor.
Oh, yeah.
Went broke trying to promote an ignition switch that would push the car key out when you shut off the motor. Pardon me, madam. I think your father is ill.
You know, I sometimes feel a little unnecessary because it's a fact that Johnson's Wax is its own best salesman. Once you've seen what a lovely mellow radiance it gives, you won't be satisfied till you've used Johnson's Wax all through your home. Besides your floors, you'll want to wax polish your tabletops, for instance. Johnson's Wax brings out the natural grain so beautifully and gives the surface such a lovely, smooth luster. You'll want to wax polish your furniture because the wax makes it glow and sparkle so handsomely. You'll find that your leather articles and picture frames and 100 extra things when Johnson waxed have an infinitely richer appearance. They are protected, too, by the same tough film of wax that preserves their beauty. And, of course, satin-smooth waxed surfaces are just about the easiest things in the world to keep clean and shining. So you have more time off to enjoy your lovelier home. Try Johnson's Wax yourself. Taste liquid or cream.
Haven't you got my vacuum cleaner back together yet?
I'll have it finished in a jiffy, kid. There we are. Plug it in and I'll try it.
All right. Okay, turn it on. Heavenly days, what was that?
My mistake, I guess. I put the spring out of the phonograph into the vacuum cleaner. Good night.
Good night, all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
On breakfast, Jack, and hurry.
Jack, Jack in the box. We're really cooking now.
And make that a super scoop.
Jack in the box. We're really cooking now.
At Jack in the Box restaurants, we're cooking up a lot more than great hamburgers. So come on in.
Let me up a Jack steak.
Jack in the box. Now you're cooking Jack.
Now you are cooking Jack.
Down on Buttermilk's farm, good seasons turned up something new. A brand new buttermilk dressing with a country taste for you.
I'm Buttermilk.
I'm Burl, and this is new Good Seasons Buttermilk Farm-style salad dressing.
You tell him, Burl.
All you add is fresh milk and mayonnaise.
The buttermilk's in the mix.
Delicious.
Should be, Burl. It's from Good Seasons.
New Good Seasons Buttermilk Farm-style with a country taste for you.
Rosie, want to hear the latest? Agnes, want to try the greatest?
Half a bounty? Bounty's the quicker picker-upper. Half a sheet'll prove it.
That's quick.
No towels quicker. Watch. Bounty against the next best brand. Bounty absorbs quicker and more than any other two-ply towel.
Well, that towel's had it.
Well, but even wet, Bounty's the quicker picker-upper.
Bounty is the greatest.
Half a sheet'll prove it.
Your Pontiac dealer's got a surprise for you. A sporty economy car with EPA estimates of 34 miles per gallon highway, 24 city, a sticker price of $35.91, and it looks like this. It's Pontiac's beautiful Sunbird with a spunky 2.5-liter four-cylinder engine and an interior like this. $35.91. Surprised? It's one more reason to see your Pontiac dealer and price our Pontiacs.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music with Peter Van Steeden. And another big amateur contest. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's conducting the band with a stuffed eel, followed by those stuffed eels of the drama, The Mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the thundering song. Everybody's going. Here they come, debutantes.
But, daughter, a debutante doesn't come out carrying her hostess. This is my radio, Mother, and I've got to carry it. It's Town Hall tonight.
College students.
You know why I'm canceling your exams for tomorrow, students? You bet, Professor. Nobody can study on Wednesday at Town Hall tonight.
Court witnesses.
Your husband had his head in the radio trying to commit suicide?
Yes, Judge. He says them jokes will kill anybody. It's Town Hall tonight.
And there's Fred welcoming the crowd into the old Town Hall with the shade of old Joe Miller sitting on his shoulder. Let's listen.
Tramp, 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 the folks are marching on the old Town Hall, and everybody's welcome. Go right in, lady.
Is it free, mister?
Yes, madam. Single line, please.
Hi there, stupid.
Howdy, Brother Leach. How's the village dog catcher tonight?
I'm full of pup. Full of pup, Alan.
And there are plenty of bows and wows on the inside, folks. Even Mr. Deeds goes to town, the Town Hall tonight. Step right along, please, if you'll kindly.
Are you all ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. We're opening with Lord.
Righto, Fred. Peter, 1, 2. Presenting that bubbling Briareus of boisterous buffoonery, breezy bagatelle, and buoyant boop-boop-a-doop, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I untie my shoelace and let my tongue flap in the breeze for the next 60 minutes, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, grocer to His Majesty, the hoi polloi, says that during daylight saving, the strictly fresh eggs that used to go on sale at 7 a.m. won't be ready for customers until 8 o'clock. Now, Hodge says Congress can make people set their watches ahead an hour, but no politician can pass a law that will speed up the inside of a hen. So much for daylight saving time, and now for the town hall news. How about the curtain, Harry?
It's coming right down, Fred.
Thank you, Harry. The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. WPA considers program that will authorize making newsreels of many projects now underway throughout the country. Names of local politicians will be used in conjunction with pictures. Town hall news shows what newsreels may be like if politicians hog proceedings. The newsreel.
This is the voice of the forgotten man bringing you the latest official news of the week. Truffle, Pennsylvania. State Senator Blurt supervises cleaning of beehive on courthouse steps, presenting Senator Blurt.
My friends, a vote for Tipton Blurt is a vote for the clean beehive. I ran on a clean hive platform last fall, and we are gathered here today to clean the first beehive in Suffolk County. But before we start, I'd like to introduce Miss Hetty Blunt, president of the Women's Voters League. Hetty Blunt.
Thank you, folks. I didn't expect to be called on, or you'd never have caught me in this print dress. Folks, I just want to say that the Women's League stood behind Senator Blurt at the last election, and the outlook was nothing to brag about. He said he'd clean the beehives of our fair city, and by calcium, today he's here to do it.
Thank you, Sister Blunt. Folks, I told you I'd throw a lot of you back into employment, and actions speak louder than words. I ain't here to show off, but there's a man right here in my audience that voted for me, Wilbur Cleet. You voted for me, didn't you, Wilbur?
You bet, Senator.
How were you situated when I went into office?
I was out of work 6 years.
What happened after you voted for me?
I got the 7-year ditch.
You've been keeping busy, ain't you, Wilbur?
And how?
That's my slogan, folks. No rash promises I can't keep. I told you things would hum here in Truffle, and they were going to. And now I'm introducing the first man to go back to work beehive cleaning since 1929. That popular bee man, Mr. Lentil Whisk.
Thank you, folks. I'm sure glad to be getting back to work.
Now, you're here, ready to clean this beehive, ain't you, Lentil?
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I put my head into the beehive first to sort of get my bearings?
No, go right ahead.
I won't be a second.
Yes, sir. I promised you folks things would hum here, and as soon as Mr. Whisk takes his head out of that beehive, he'll back me up.
I'm out, Senator.
How did you find things, Whisk?
Things are humming, sir.
Exactly. So remember, at the next election, folks, Tipton Blurt keeps his word.
Portland, Oregon. Mayor LaGuardia, inspecting $40 million power project in Portland, says the cheap power throughout the nation will decrease number of divorces. Town Hall News shows great difference electrical appliances make in married life. First, the home of Mr. and Mrs. Wilcox Twang, without electrical appliances. The year 1920.
Good evening, dear.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, aren't you glad to see me, honey?
I wish I'd never seen you, Wilcox Twang. My mother told me not to go to that Halloween party.
I'm doing my best to make our married life a go, honey.
You and your $18 a week.
Well, people just aren't buying carpet sweepers these days, dear.
Marriage, it's nothing but love, honor, and overtime.
Are the kiddies asleep?
If they're not, I busted 2 plates over their heads for nothing.
Oh, dear. Is my dinner ready?
Get your own dinner.
Now, see here, Myrtle Twang. I've been demonstrating carpet sweepers all day, and I want my dinner.
Now, you let me tell you something, pothead. I've been washing, cleaning, fixing the furnace, lugging up coal and wood for the kitchen stove since 6 o'clock this morning. If I don't get a maid,
But I can't afford a maid, dear.
That's all I wanted to know. I'm getting a divorce.
You can't leave me this way.
I'm leaving you the way I found you.
You're leaving me flat?
That's the way I found you. Goodbye.
But cheaper power and modern appliances make married life a bed of roses. Note the great difference. The home of Mr. and Mrs. Balboa Dank. The year 1936.
Howdy, babe.
Don't babe me.
Ah, come on, doll. Is little woman going pouty-wouty?
Oh, stop it, Balboa. Your baby talk is depressing.
Oh, but really, dear, after a hard day at my soda fountain, you might have a smile for Daddy.
A smile? Married to you, I ought to be laughing out loud.
Is the dog asleep?
If he isn't, I've been playing the radio 2 hours for nothing.
Is my dinner ready?
With all these modern appliances, I have no time to cook, Balboa Dank, and you know it.
But I thought they would help you, dear. I even bought you an electric tea strainer.
You and your machine. Why, this house is a mess. I had to pull the percolator apart looking for a short circuit. The washing machine blew a fuse.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
And the toaster's been throwing bread at me all day. And if somebody don't put the vacuum cleaner in reverse, the canary's good as smothered.
Well, the machine age is too much for you, darling. I'll get you a maid.
Maid nothing. You get me an electrician.
Once again, the Town Hall News scoops the world. We bring you the winner of that historic race to be run next Saturday, the Kentucky Derby. We are not permitted to give you the horse's name, ladies and gentlemen, but if you hear this neigh at the track, that's the horse. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now, not to be outdone by the theater, which has several biographical hits to its credit, we bring you an episode from the life of one of our stars. The scene, his home. The time, Sunday morning. Now, as the curtain rises, our hero is talking to his son, Kenny.
Daddy,
Yes, Kenny.
will you hurry up and finish the funny papers so I can look at them?
What? Oh, well, listen, you haven't got time. Now, you know Mr. Townsend will be here any minute to take us for a drive in the country.
Catch on, folks? It's Harry Von Zell being a stern parent.
Daddy, are we going to drive out past the zoo? Huh? Because if we are, I can see the
Listen,
elephants.
wait a minute, Kenny. Wait just a minute. Hello?
Yeah, but listen, Daddy. If we drive out past the zoo...
Kenny, will you please? Oh, hello, Lee. How are you? What? Oh, that's too bad. Well, if you don't feel like going for that drive this morning, we might...
gee.
Kenny, please, will you? What's the matter, Lee? Oh, a sick headache, huh? Well, if you're feeling under the weather, why don't you take some Salapatica? You know, the mineral salt laxative. Why? Well, you know why you feel out of sorts, don't you? You've got waste in your body and acid in your system. Sure, and Salapatica gets after both those things at once. What? How much? Well, I've always found that when you take 2 teaspoonfuls of Salapatica in a glass of water, that logy feeling doesn't hang around very long. Okay, you try it and give me a ring a little later on. You'll be all set for the drive then, I'll bet you.
Whoopee!
Right. See you later, Lee.
Gee whiz, Daddy, I'm certainly glad you told Mr. Townsend to remember Salapatica for the smile of health.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played. Am I going to have trouble with you? And I'm afraid they are. Now, on Friday night, Dr. Hazelwood, the popular botanist, will speak... Oh, hey. Quiet, sis. Quiet, please. If that's some mounted policeman heckling, it'll be a horse on you if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I walked up to the microphone. They didn't know I was going to read the commercial. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, I'm going down to the movies, so I thought I'd stop in.
Good. What picture are you going to see?
Oh, I'm not going to see the picture. It's bank night tonight.
What's bank night? Where the receivers come in and take over the theater?
No, when you buy your ticket, they give you a number.
And?
Then they mix the numbers all up, and if you're lucky, your number's called and you win the money.
Well, what happens if you're unlucky?
Oh, boy, you have to sit there and see a double feature.
It's pretty tough on the losers, all right, isn't it?
I'll say, do you go to the movies much?
Oh, once in a while when a full moon comes along or something. I just go to see the trailers. You know what trailers are.
You bet. They say coming next week. Colossal, stupendous, bigger than ever, biff, bang. Then it's a picture of Shirley Temple.
That's right. Or sometimes, the detective says, come out of that rumble seat, you cad. And then the whole thing becomes a travelogue.
I saw a swell picture last week.
What was it, a massage for Gosha?
No, it was some man telling people...
Wait a minute, I don't rush into things. Those are hard enough to stir up, without
It was some man telling people how to go to sleep.
And what happened?
The audience beat him to it.
I wish I was asleep. This conversation would only be a dream, and I could wake up and you'd be gone.
Gosh, I'm glad I'm not any smarter. I'd probably be insulted.
All I'm trying to say, Portland, is if you ever get water on the brain, it will just be water.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad I'm not any smarter. I'd probably be insulted.
All I'm trying to say, Portland, is if you ever get water on the brain, it will just be water.
Oh, boy, will I get even with you.
You will you?
Mr. Cat!
Oh, Mr. Cat, I don't want...
Don't yelling, kiddo. I'm hearing the SOS, and I'm Yunkel on the spot.
Hey, now, hold your horses, Cats. You ain't putting nothing over on Joe Benz.
So who's this asking you at the Bothinkin, Mr. Chisler?
Take it easy, Cats, or you're going to need them 9 lives.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Ben.
Yes, piping down, smart aleck.
You better turn off that dialect, or I'll pull that derby down over your hips.
Now, here, wait a minute, you two.
Yes, be careful, fellas. Mr. Allen's easily upset. His grandmother was frightened by a canoe.
Not only a canoe, there was an outboard motor on it. You're apt to find a lot going on behind your backs in a minute here.
Hut, Mr. Allen. Mr. Katz and Mr. Binns want to see you about your summer vacation.
Who says I need a vacation?
Anybody but his own car radio.
Yeah, you ought to go away peacefully if you don't want to leave town as prologue to a posse.
Yes, you really ought to go away for a rest, Mr. Allen. We could all use one.
Now, wait a minute. Where can I go?
Watch it, fellas.
If you're taking my advice, you're coming to the Catskills. I got the place there.
No. What you need is some good salt air, Allen. Atlantic City's the spot. I got a place.
Is your hotel swanky, Mr. Cat?
Then you are stopping at my French rendezvous, the Ches Cats. Atop the Catskills, you are stopping in the best.
The Ches Cats. Say, listen, if you could bait the rooms in that joint with cheese, you'd have a mountain mousetrap.
So, who's talking? In your hotel, the Seagull Manor, the first 2 floors is reserved for the tide.
You mean they use mermaids for chambermaids, Mr. Cat?
I am the last party in the world to knock a competitor. But last summer, I am stopping in the Seagull Manor one night.
What happened?
I am waking in the morning with 2 flounders in the bed.
You're lying, Cats. They were herring. The maid caught you eating in bed.
Personally, I like the mountains better.
At Ches Cats, you are leading the life of Rabinowitz. In 2 weeks, breathing the mountain air, you are talking like a hillbilly.
Look, I don't want to learn a dialect. I just want to relax.
What you need is plenty of sun, Allen. At Seagull Manor, you can stay in your room and get a tan.
At Cheskett's, you're meeting only the cream of society. You're not getting in with sample cases.
Who's your social director, Mr. Katz?
Well, I am mine host, personally. You're going horseback riding with a select group in the morning?
What do you mean, going in a group?
4 on a horse.
4 on a horse sounds pretty stuffy to me.
Oh, to the contrary. Everybody is wearing spurs, so a good time is had by all.
Listen, Alan, if you like butter with your meals, here's my card.
Don't you have butter, Mr. Katz?
Cheskett's, I am running strictly kosher. But, confidentially, hillbillies back in the woods is moonshining butter undercover.
How is the cuisine at the Seagull Manor, Mr. Binns?
Why, every 2 weeks my guests get so fat we have to grease them so they can pass each other in the halls.
Cheskett's is setting our cuisine. People is bringing their tapeworms from miles around.
What are your rates, Mr. Katz?
Well, if you are sleeping 8 people in a room, it's $2 a day. With pillows, it's extra.
You don't think I'm living in a room with 8 strangers, do you?
Who's saying strangers? You are meeting the people personally before you are getting in the bed.
Listen, you don't want any part of that Alpine flop house, Alan.
What are your rates, Mr. Binns?
At the Seagull Manor, you get a nice single room with oarlocks for 6 bits.
Fishing out of the window is extra, I suppose.
Nope, there's a rope in every room. Combination fire escape and fishing line.
You're leaving Cheskett's feeling a new man.
You're right. You'll never recognize yourself checking out of that joint.
It's pretty hard to decide, isn't it, Mr. Allen?
Come to the mountains.
You better try the sea.
Where do you think you'll go, Mr. Allen?
I think I'll go nuts, and I can do that right here. So long, boys. Goodbye, Portland.
Tally-ho!
Thank you. And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing Eyes Among Us.
Eyes a muggin', boom, la-di-da-da. Eyes a muggin', bang, la-di-da-da. Eyes a muggin', boom, la-di-da-da. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-do. Nobody knows just how it started. Somebody blew it through a horn. Somebody played it on a fiddle. Somebody sang it and a song was born. Now it's the craze, the new sensation. Now it's the song the bands all swing. Now it's the phrase that rocks the nation. Don't try to stop because I'm gonna sing. You have to keep your brain from slumber. It's really like a school exam. You have to think about each number. Meanwhile, the orchestra begins to jam.
Hey, Bob, you mugging boy?
Yes, sir, Len.
Well, instead of 7, say,
Sure.
How about you, Len? You mugging? Sure thing, kid.
And instead of 10, say whoop.
Yowza.
Any number containing 7 or the 7 goes into Any number with a 0, everybody say whoop, whoop.
Now, Scrap, you mugging, son?
Every day, pal. How about you, Tubby? You mugging?
I ain't gonna play.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 4, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, whoop, whoop.
Look out now, boys. We're skipping to the 50s.
55, 58, 59, whoop, whoop. 61, 62, 64, 65, 66, 68, 69, whoop, whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, whoop, whoop. Eyes among bang, la-di-da-da. Eyes among bang, la-di-da-da. Eyes among boom, la-di-da-da. Be-ba-be-ba-be-ba-be-bo. Everybody's mugging, hi-ho.
So much for our singing, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the Department of Higher Learning. A professor in a New England college has just proposed a group of tests to measure thinking habits. The professor says that a person's reactions to these tests will reveal the quality of his mind. Now, we'll show you how this might work out if I happen to be the professor. Peter Van Steeden?
Yes, teacher.
Listen to this statement. Are you ready? If the groundhog sees his shadow, we always have 6 more weeks of winter weather. Now, is that right or wrong?
Right.
Oh, Peter. Your answer proves that your mind has a tendency to state false causes for events or phenomena. Shame on you, you bad boy. Harry Von Zell?
Yes, Professor.
Professor, huh? Promoted from teacher, huh? Well, what have you to say to this? Teeth are seldom white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. Is that right or wrong?
That's right, Fred. Teeth are practically never white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. That's why we say when modern soft foods have robbed our gums of exercise and stimulation, massage them back to health with Ipana toothpaste. That's what Ipana was made for, made especially for.
Well, Harry, according to my calculations, your mind leads toward what I'd call scientific thinking.
Yes, that is scientific thinking, Fred. Those are the thoughts of authorities who know how to protect the health of the mouth. That's why we say Ipana with massage will quicken circulation of the gums, waken lazy tissues and strengthen them, and make your teeth show a whiter, better-looking sparkle. So the next time a question comes up about a dentifrice, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have the answer if you'll just remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Oh, there's that theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players. They'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, fools rush in when the curtain rises on the Mighty Allen Art Players. This little company first introduced dimmed footlights to the American theater to stop the audiences from reading newspapers while the shows were going on. Tonight, these dynamic dullards present another epic of big business. It's called The Slogan, or The Milk of Human Kindness is Seldom Grade A. Overture, Peter.
Mammoth Milk Company. Mr. Allen, he's busy at the filing cabinet. He's filing his nails. Yes, under N. Well, I'll see. Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Miss Day?
The editor of the Times-Star calling.
Oh, yes, it's all hustle and bustle, isn't it? Hello. Yes, now here, that $10,000 slogan contest I've been running in your paper, call it off. I'm winning the contest myself. Yes, I thought up the snappiest milk line yet. A perfect slogan. Get this. Milk from happy heifers. Okay, send the reporter right over. I'll release the story. Goodbye.
Gee, that's a swell slogan, Mr. Allen.
Mammoth, the milk from happy heifers. I'll start the biggest upswing the milk business has seen since the cow jumped over the moon.
Mr. Smith is here to see you.
Don't be so indefinite, Miss Take. There are Smiths and Smiths.
This one's from that advertising agency.
Oh, yes. Beaten, batten, gherkin, and humdrum. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
Well, take a chair, Mr. Smith. I'm a very busy man.
Well, now, what's on your mind, Mr. Allen?
I'm launching an advertising campaign that will make this country cow-conscious, Mr. Smith. The cow is man's best friend, and I'm going to prove it.
Yes, well, now, most of the big firms are using slogans.
What slogans?
Oh, like, have you got icebox nerves? Get a lift with a hot foot. Then there's that laundry catch line, not a cuff in a bundle.
Why, my slogan will make these others sound like double talk, Smith.
Why, what is it?
Mammoth, the milk from happy heifers.
A classic, Mr. Allen.
Okay, now we have something in common. I can see that. Now, I want this slogan in every newspaper and magazine in this country if it costs me $500,000.
You bet. You can depend on beaten, batten, gherkin, and humdrum, Allen.
If the 4 of them will only buy our milk, I'm off to a flying start.
Yes, you're off, all right. So long.
Go to town, Smith. Miss Tate?
Yes, sir?
Call Baby Leroy in Hollywood. Tell him I want a testimonial in baby talk. Something like, quote, oogie, oogie, happy heifers, unquote. He'll get the idea.
Yes, sir. The president of the broadcasting company's here.
On foot? Well, show him in. Come right in, Mr. Static.
What's this about your radio program, Allen?
Mammoth is going on the air for 52 weeks, Static. I've got to make my slogan, Milk from Happy Heifers, a household word.
Check, Allen. Milk from Happy Heifers is better than that mattress slogan. Good to the last flop.
Right. Now, about my radio program.
It's shaping in my mind right now.
It's going to be futuristic.
The program opens with a cow's moo. That's it. Then the band plays Let Yourself Go. Right. And then bang into a 20-minute commercial.
Can we get a bottle from Phil Baker?
Bottle and milk, a wonderful tie-up.
Money's no object, Static. You can, go the limit. You can throw in a hillbilly.
Oh, no. The billy brings in the goat angle. It's a dangerous cross-reference.
In the milk game, you've got to hold the cow for a long pull.
You said a handful, Alan. I'll audition some cows for the program right away. So long.
Goodbye, Static.
There's some newspaper woman waiting, Mr. A.
Oh, these conferences are lapping over. But that's big business, isn't it? Show her in.
Yes, sir. I'm Sophie Scribble from the Time-Star, Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes. You're here to see me about my new slogan.
Yes, what is it?
Milk from Happy Heifers. How do you like it?
Great.
Yes. Milk from Happy Heifers sums up my life's work, Miss Scribble. I've got 20,000 cows working for me, and I demand happiness in every stall.
Ideal.
Every cow is my personal guest. The barns are air-conditioned. Their hay is turned down for them every night. We have band concerts back of the barn every Sunday with Stokowski and Formal in overalls. And this year, my 100% cows are attending a special preview of Green Pastures.
Wonderful.
Am I talking too fast?
No, I'm condensing it.
Fine. Every one of my cows is happy. The Miss Scribble, they're milked by men wearing silk gloves with pussy willow palms. And every hour, my efficiency men check on their moves.
Marvelous.
Now, look here. Here's the chart for 11 o'clock. Number 53, napping. 54, grinning. 55, chuckling. And so on, etc., down the line.
What's that number 62? It says no emotion.
62. Oh, yes. That's an English cow. No sense of humor. Gives a special thin milk for tea.
Milk from Happy Heifers. It's a great story.
My slogan's 100%, and my word's as good as my milk. I've been selling milk 30 years, Miss Scribble, and I've never had a complaint. Oh, here. What's this infernal din, Miss Day?
Well, one of your drivers, Mr. Crim.
One of my driver? Have I only one driver left? 20,000 cows and one driver. What's going on?
Mr. Allen, this Mr. Crim says he's got to see you. It's important.
What's wrong?
A pint of milk has been returned.
What? Why don't somebody tell me? Where's that driver?
Right here, sir.
What is this?
Mrs. Grimm, 902 East 57th, returned this pint, sir. She says it's sour.
You're lying, Cringe.
Honest, Mr. Allen, look.
Well, it's all curdled on top. Looks sour to me.
Sour? If this gets out, I'm ruined. I've signed contracts for $1 million, guaranteeing milk from Happy Heifers. And one dirty double-crossing cow makes my slogan worthless.
Can't you check up on the cow?
Which cow is it? I'm a bundle of nerves here. Look at the name on that label.
It's number 76, Isabel.
Is a mistake. Get Isabel in here right away.
Yes, sir.
And send for Watson.
Yes, sir. Who's Watson?
Watson's my psychoanalyst. He psychoanalyzes the cows every morning.
What will I tell Mrs. Grimm?
Tell her there's a milk-omaniac at large. Tell her this fiend was double-crossed by a baby years ago, and he's putting vinegar in people's milk to get even.
Yes, sir.
Oh, if Isabel lets me down, milk from Happy Heifers isn't worth a farthing.
Here's Mr. Watson and Isabel, sir.
Oh, yes. Which one is Watson?
This is me, without the horn.
Oh, without the horn.
Quiet, Isabel. That's girl. Now, what's wrong, Mr. Allen?
Isabel's wrong, Watson. Taste that milk. It's sour.
Hmm? Yes, there is a dash of melancholy there.
Oh, Freud was throw up his hands over a cup of milk like that. Isabel's sulking has ruined my slogan, Watson. I want her examined thoroughly. Fluoroscope and stethoscope.
Yes, sir. Sit down, Isabel.
No. No. Not there, Isabel. Sit here on my desk.
I'll start with the stethoscope. Inhale, Isabel. I'll try her reflexes. Stand back, I'll hit her knee.
Golly, her leg flew back like a pump handle.
Quiet. Say ah, Isabel.
Well, what's the verdict, Watson?
Well, physically, Isabel's perfect.
Maybe it's something mental.
Let me see her chart.
It's right here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she was an excellent spirits at roll call, mood in her bath, ate a hearty breakfast, playful being pasteurized.
Oh, what could have upset her?
Did anyone speak sharply within her hearing?
No, everything was normal. I had the sign up, quiet, cows giving.
Did she fidget getting milk?
No, she just stood looking out of the window, lost in thought.
That's it.
What's it?
Looking out of the window, Isabel must have seen something that upset her. Some horrible thing that caused melancholia to tincture her milk.
But I was there with her all of the time.
What was going on outside of that window, Watson? Speak up, man.
Well, there was a shooting gallery across the street.
Yeah?
That's right. They're tearing it down to make a parking space.
Tearing it down, that's all I wanted to know. Miss Tate?
Yes, sir?
Call up and buy that property. If I can put that shooting gallery back up, my slogan, milk from happy heifers, is saved.
I don't understand, sir.
How could tearing down a shooting gallery upset Isabel?
Isabel misses those targets, Miss Scribble. She's been flirting with the bull's eye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And now for the big parade. Let's join the happy throng. Everybody's going. Everybody. Right this way. Follow the crowd.
Hey, Pete, hey, wait a minute. Peter, wait a minute. What's going on here, Harry? Have you had a mental lapse? We've already had our weekly parade to the old town hall. We're in it now.
Yes, I know that, Fred, but this is a different parade. The daily parade of people everywhere on the way to sparkling teeth and healthier mouths. Everybody's going. Everybody. Here they come. Dentists.
Teeth are seldom white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. And modern creamy foods rob our gums of the stimulation and exercise they need. That's why so many of us say, massage your gums back to health with Ipana.
School teachers.
Modern schools everywhere are starting children on the road to a lifetime of oral health by teaching them to massage their gums every time they clean their teeth.
Everybody, since Ipana toothpaste was especially made to tone and stimulate gums as well as to clean and polish teeth, always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred Allen leading the winners of this week's Town Hall Amateur Audition. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our amateurs tonight were selected from the hundreds of applicants who were heard at during these week's auditions. Tonight, these boys and girls compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for your final votes. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to have you meet Miss Marjorie Williamson. How are you tonight, Marjorie?
I'm very fine, thank you, Mr. Allen.
You're fine, huh?
Yes, thank you.
You mind telling me how old you are?
I was
16 last May.
16, really?
Yes.
You're rather tall for 16, aren't you? Huh? Do you live in Brooklyn?
No, I live in Brooklyn now, but I'm in America for a visit. I come from Cardiff, Wales.
Cardiff, huh?
Yes.
Cardiff is a coal mining shipping center, isn't it?
Yes.
It's do you like America?
Oh, I think it's lovely.
You do, huh?
Yes, I do.
Do you like it better than Cardiff? Well, you see, you have a choice.
Well, home is home.
You see, you have to stop and think between New York and Cardiff. You just can't toss it off suddenly like that. They build a lot of large ships in Cardiff, too. Aren't there shipbuilding yards there?
Yes.
That isn't where they built the new English boat, the Queen Mary, is it?
Oh, no.
It wasn't built there, huh?
No.
Where was that built?
Oh,
Up in Scotland?
Yeah.
I think it was, too. I was wondering because I was reading in the paper the other day, when they launched the Queen Mary out to launch the other day. Originally, the Queen Mary, as I understand it, was to be the largest boat on the water, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
But the Normandy was built first. And as soon as the French people waited until the Queen Mary was built, and they took the Normandy back and put a barnacle on it. So now the Normandy is bigger than the Queen Mary by a barnacle. But I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, Marjorie. Now, what would you like to sing?
Roses of Picardy.
Roses of Picardy. I'm sorry that they can't hear you in Cardiff tonight, but you'll be heard all over this country, and that'll sort of make amends. Roses of Picardy. Thank you. Wales. Thank you very much, Miss Williamson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a quartet, the Four Shades of Harmony. Now, before we start to play, that's rather a peculiar name you boys selected there. Would you mind telling me how you arrived at that title? Is there any...
We don't know. We just selected it.
Oh, it just sort of happened, huh?
Yes,
would you mind if I call the roll now to make sure that everyone is here? You mind?
No, not at all.
You don't mind, do you? James Grant, tenor,
yes.
Present. Lawrence Bell, lead, present. Alvin Bowen, baritone, present. And you must be Leonard Jackson, present, huh? Where do you boys come from? Do you mind telling me?
Baltimore.
From Baltimore, Maryland, huh? What are you doing up here?
Oh, we came to New York to get a break.
Came to New York to get a break?
Yes, sir.
Well, how long have you been here?
A week and a half.
Have you sensed a break yet?
No, sir.
Have you arrived at a bend, I might as well, which might lead to a break, have you?
Yes, sir. This program here now.
Well, I'm certainly happy to have all of you boys here, and I do hope that after you finish your number tonight, that something favorable will occur. Stranger things have happened here. A great many boys and girls have had opportunities come from appearing here, and I certainly hope that something, if you boys are sincere in your desire to do something, that something will happen. Now, what are you going to do? You have a mandolin and 2 guitars, and you're a singer, huh? And you sing quartet and play, huh?
Yes, sir. And what's your number, please? Mama don't allow no music played.
Mama don't allow no music played around here?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're just lucky tonight that only Uncle Jim is here. Mama isn't around tonight, so you go right ahead. Thank you.
Mama Lano's swinging in the house. Yeah. Mama Lano's swinging in the house. What you boy? We don't care what Mama Lano's gonna do. I'm swinging anyhow. Mama Lano's swinging in the house. Mama Lano's swinging. Yeah. Mama Lano's swinging. Now, I don't care what Mama Lano's saddle, anyhow. Mama Lano's saddle, watching Grandma picking in this house, oh baby. Grandma picking in this house, oh baby. I don't care what Grandma Lano think my ticket man. Boy, take it away, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, I'm Sandal Lano singing in his house. I'm Sandal Lano singing in his house. Oh, baby. Zazzle, 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 zazzle,
Thank you. Those are the 4 shades of harmony. Thank you very much, boys. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have rather an unusual predicament, I might say, confronting me here. The next gentleman is named Fred Allen. You are Fred Allen, hey? Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you. I've heard a lot about that guy, and I often wondered what he looked like. It's rather, is that your right name? Yes. Fred Allen, huh?
Charles.
Fred Charles. How long, how old? Do you mind telling me how old?
49 years old.
49. Well, you had the use of it a little longer than I had.
Quite a late time to be coming on as an amateur, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily. I started that way, and I'm right back. I've completed my cycle. I'm right back where I started from. Mentally, at least, I've gone back. I mean, I was thinking better when I started than I am today. But, Uncle Jim, if I doze off, would you mind waking me up if I...
You better take a little telepatica.
Well, we all use that. We have the smile of beauty here, as you can see, if I stop talking long enough to smile. Mr. Allen, you, Uncle Jim tells me that you have invented several novelty instruments.
Yeah, one is a keyless saxophone.
The keyless saxophone?
Keyless saxophone. It has an eccentric key on the side of the saxophone, and you move it up and down to get the different variations.
Oh, instead of using the keys, huh?
Yes.
Is it sort of like a California wind whistle, one of those?
It's on that principle.
It is, huh? I've never seen one. I've seen those California wind whistles.
I believe I gave it.
Have you got a picture of it there?
Yeah.
Well, a picture wouldn't help much over the air.
Give you an idea what it is.
Oh, this is quite a thing. It has the reed, the mouthpiece, the same as the saxophone.
Yeah, it's a regular sax, only that you played with a slide.
Well, this looks like sort of a lightning rod going up the side. This is what Benjamin Franklin should have played nights when he went out kite flying. He would have been...
Well, he might have been struck by lightning if he'd have played that.
Are there any other instruments that you have invented?
Well, I invented an attachment for the harmonica that does away with rubbing across your mouth. The harmonica remains stationary.
And you run up and down?
No, you play it. No, you play it slide. You move it like a slide, and it plays the harmonica.
Oh, it's on the...
It's an attachment on a harmonica. The harmonica remains stationary, and you play a slide, and that plays the harmonica.
Oh, I see. It's on the same principle, then.
Yeah, you get quicker runs on harmonica.
Oh, I see. Well, have you marketed them? Have you sold them?
No, I seem to having any luck with it. The harmonicas, manufacturers don't want to cooperate with me.
They don't?
All you want to do is make the harmonicas, and I should take care of the rest.
Well, something may come out of it. The man who builds a better mousetrap finally got popular. Certainly, a man who's got a harmonica that stands still and it just moves that thing up and down is certainly bound to get attention sooner or later. I certainly hope so. Now, you're not going to play either of these instruments tonight, are you?
No, I couldn't.
What are you going to play tonight?
I'm going to play the saw.
The musical saw, huh? What, that doesn't slide up and down, does it?
Well, the bow slides up and down around the edge.
All right. Are you all set to play, Mr. Allen?
Play Margin. My chair, please.
The chair's right in back there. I guess that's about the right distance from the microphone. If it isn't, I'll move it over. What is your number, please?
Margie.
Magee, thank you. Fred Allen from Brooklyn. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Jamaica, Long Island, Ralph Israel. You are a baritone crooner, Mr. Israel. Is that right? What's the difference between a baritone crooner and just a crooner?
No difference.
There isn't, huh? You just threw that baritone in to confuse things, huh?
You have to have adenoids, that's all.
Oh, you have to have adenoids? I was... Well, we live and learn. A baritone crooner is a crooner with adenoids. I noticed about a year ago one of our leading crooners had an operation on his nose, and he did have to sing through his mouth for 2 or 3 weeks until the nose healed up.
Shame.
But what would you like to sing, Mr. Israel?
But where are you from Follow the Fleet?
But where are you? Well, gosh, if I'm getting invisible, I may as well get out of here. Thank you.
The moon is high, the sky is blue, and here am I, but where are you? A night like this was meant for two, and here am I, but where are you? Have you forgotten the night that we met with so much to remember? How could you forget the dreams we dreamed have yet to come true? My dreams and I are here, but where are you?
Israel from Jamaica, Long Island. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present an imitator, Mr. Ray Janis from Brooklyn. Mr. Janis is on his way to the microphone now in high.
Hello, Mike. Hold your seats, Nobody's making a dive for this cigar. Ladies and gentlemen, those who sneaked in. Mary, Pete again, and those who sneaked in. I guess that covers me up. Any questions, any answers, any rags, any bones, any bottles? Come on, let's have some action on here. Who'll take 75? Who'll take 76? Who'll take 1776? That's the spirit, 1776. I gotta date one of the Siamese twins. Hope she can get away.
First imitation was Groucho Marx. I should have said that before. I'm sorry, Mr. Janis.
That's okay, Mr. Allen.
And now, who do you impersonate next?
The Fire Chief, Ed Wynn.
The Fire Chief, Ed Wynn, huh? You all ready to do that
Yes.
now? You're not related to Elsie Janis by any chance, are you?
may I talk with Graham McNamee, Mr. Allen? Well, we all make mistakes. That's why they put rubber bands around hospitals.
I was surprised to see Ed in the fire hat. You know, he's become Gulliver lately. You'll have to sort of switch that around. Now, what is your next...
The last is the deadpan of the screen, Ned Sparks.
Ned Sparks. You all ready for Mr. Sparks? You won't break any fire laws here, will you, with Mr. Sparks? You all right?
Well, what are you all gaping at? Say, what is life anyway? You're here today and you're drunk tomorrow. Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Tally ho.
Thank you very much. That was Ray Janet, ladies and gentlemen. The effects of some of the impersonations were lost. The facial resemblances were really excellent, and it's too bad that we couldn't see them over the microphone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Emily, could you tell me how to pronounce your name, please?
Locagnan.
Locagnan, huh?
That's right.
There seemed to be an extra G. I was wondering whether you used it or just storing it in there for a G-man when the time came, you see. And you are from Hollis, Miss Locagnan?
Yes.
And that's the home of James Barton, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Barton down there?
No.
I guess he's been in Tobacco Road so long it's confusing, you know? He goes home nights now. He gets off at Corona. He forgets to get off at home. But what would you like to sing, Miss Locagnan?
I was lucky.
I was lucky. All right, thank you.
I was lucky to be born at the same time as you. I was lucky to be born 'neath the same skies of blue. To think we're sharing the same moon above. Maybe someday we may share the same love. I was lucky that you didn't meet somebody else. I was lucky, for there might have been somebody else. Gee, what a lucky day, the day I hear you say you were lucky too.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Emily Locagnan. And now, that concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And while I see what the applause machine has to say, Harry carries on with words and no music.
Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope we've filled 60 minutes of your lives with pleasure tonight. And if we have, all we ask in return is that you remember the two products that make this and every hour with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, thank you, Peter. I see Fred has the results ready. All right,
Yes,
Fred.
Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the two acts you see here, the acts we've called back on the stage. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to kindly hold his hand over the head of this young lady and this gentleman, as I call the names. And I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud just once again, if you will, and select your winners for first and second prizes. Now, first, my namesake, Mr. Fred Allen, the inventor of the two musical instruments who played Magee so well on the musical saw. Fred Allen. Then the young lady who came all the way from Cardiff, Wales, who was kind enough and come to sing for us tonight, who sang The Roses of Picardy so well, Miss Marjorie Williamson. Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Miss Marjorie Williamson. Second prize, $25 in cash, goes to Mr. Fred Allen. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but thank you all a lot for coming. Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you all to be with us again next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the ultimate bubble. Bubblicious. It's the ultimate bubble. Soft and juicy. It's the ultimate bubble. So delicious. It's the ultimate bubble. It's the ultimate bubble. Bubblicious. The ultimate bubble. Bubblicious.
Here's your 9 kinds of soft and pretty bathroom tissue.
There's only one kind of soft and pretty.
What do you mean, one kind? There's white, 4 pretty pastels, and 4 pretty flowers. That makes 9.
Are they all soft?
Oh, yeah, they're all very soft.
See? Only one kind of soft and pretty.
Well, yeah, but there's blue, pink, green, yellow. 9 kinds.
One kind, they're all soft.
The soft and pretty selection.
9 kinds of pretty.
One kind of soft.
You've won a vacation home like this from Publishers Clearinghouse.
Never expected to win anything like that.
You go right ahead and cry, honey.
I don't believe it, you.
You may be lucky, too. Watch for this letter from Publishers Clearinghouse. Homes, cars, or cash. Thousands of prizes in our new Super Sweepstakes. It's just to point out our fine magazine values. So enter. Maybe you'll say.
It's the most wonderful thing that's ever happened.
If you're into wine, you're going to love Ice House Wine Cocktails. Right, wine cocktails. 7 great drinks. Only Ice House makes them from California white wine and the goodness of all natural flavors. Try one of the Ice House 7, like Strawberry Senorita. Ice House Wine Cocktails, ready to serve, made from California white wine. Makes super sippin'.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I just don't understand Chester missing a meal.
Well, sometimes, Kitty, when people get excited, they can't eat. And Chester's mighty excited. We all know that.
Don't worry about him. He's not missing any meals. He ate supper early, and I'm pledged to bring him a half a pie when I come back.
Shouldn't expect Chester to react the way most people do. Of course, he eats more when he's excited.
Well, what's he doing when he couldn't have supper with the rest of us?
Packing.
He packed all day yesterday.
Yeah, and he'll pack right up to leaving time in the morning.
Mm-hmm. You taking the wagon up north?
No, just our horses.
And a pack horse?
No.
Well, then he can't possibly take all this stuff with him.
He'll figure that out last thing tomorrow morning. Then he'll pick up his rifle and his bedroll, and we'll start off. It happens this way every long trip we make. Can't seem to break him of it.
How long since you were up on the agency?
A couple of years.
Yes, I remember, too. You and Whip shot enough deer to feed us all winter.
Chester stayed on with the squaws and made me a little pottery bowl.
Yeah, Chester's not much interested in hunting.
Well, now, maybe that's good. You turn a wild man like Chester loose on the agency, he's liable to clean it of game in no time.
You know, if there's one couple I envy, it's Whip and Gladys.
You're hacking to be an Indian agent, Kitty?
No, but they're doing what they want to do. They believe in it, and they're good at it.
I sure never heard of Whip having any trouble with the Sioux. Have you, Matt?
He's fair. The Sioux know it. They're a proud people. Whip respects that. Gladys is a big help, too. No, Kitty's right. It's a good life.
I'll bet they'd be glad to see you.
A surprise, most likely.
Surprise? Well, are you saying they're not expecting you?
Well, I'm saying I didn't write ahead telling them I'm coming.
Why, Matt Dillon.
They told me to come any time, and they got something near 400 Sioux on the agency, and 2 more people, one way or the other, aren't going to matter much.
It'd be a courtesy to Gladys.
You get any mail from trail bosses or drovers telling you they'll be coming up from Texas?
Well, no. Of course not.
Well, you know they'll be coming, don't you?
Well, sure I do, only...
You'll be glad to see them. Make them feel welcome once they're here, right?
It's not the same thing at all.
Doc.
Huh? Me? Oh, no, you don't. I quit listening a minute ago. I'm not going to get drawn into this discussion, even if I have to go and help Chester pack.
I'm just as sorry as I can be, Mr. Jones.
Forget it, Chester.
I don't know that I can ever forget it.
Well, you can quit talking about it. That'd help.
No, sir, I can't. Talking it out's going to be the one thing to make me see it clear. Of course, I had it packed in the first place. We both know that.
Mm-hmm.
Had it in the very same carpet bag with them new boots, my underwear, and a side of bacon. Then the time come to sort out what I'd take for sure. And mind you, you was hounding me not to bring so many extras.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, so I figure, who needs new boots? And that's the way I come to leave the coffee pot behind.
Yeah. Well, we managed with 10 cans so far. And in another 3 miles or so, Gladys will have a pot on the stove.
I sure won't make that mistake again.
Yeah. Next time, bring your boots, Chester.
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. Coming over that ridge. Looks like a welcoming party.
Yeah, might be.
Well, I declare, it appears to me they're all Indians, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it's a Sioux reservation, Chester.
Well, yes, of course.
So let's hold up a minute.
I tell you, if they're riding toward you this way, it's comforting to know they ain't hostile.
Yeah, you bet it is.
You, both, get off horse.
Aren't you Big Feather?
I am Big Feather. Get off horse.
Mr. Jones?
Get off, Chester.
Tonya. Look through packs. Make search.
What are they looking for, Mr.
I don't know. I guess you don't remember me, Big Feather. Matt Dillon.
You are a friend of White Agent. Big Feather know you. You bring wagon?
No.
Bring pack mule?
No, we're just as you see us.
You find nothing?
Nothing, Big Feather.
Why you come?
To visit my friend, the White Agent.
He asked you come?
No. What's wrong here, Big Feather? Has something happened to Whip?
You ask him.
He's all right then, huh?
You ask him.
Big Feather, I've come here before many times. You and I, we've hunted together. I count you my friend, too. Why do you stop me now and search me?
You have many questions. White Agent has many answers. Now, I ask you questions. Why you let me stop you? You have gun. Look, me, my braves, we have no gun.
He's right, John. Ain't no one of them has a gun.
Well, who took your guns, big fella?
You ask white agent.
Will I be stopped again on my ride in?
My people will not stop you.
By golly, there's sure something amiss here, Mr. John.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Chester. I just hope Whip and Gladys are all right.
Mr. John, it's kind of eerie-like. Ain't a sign of life around.
Now, there's life. You can feel it. Looking out from the lodges. But what they're doing inside this time of day, I sure don't know.
Last time we couldn't hardly ride through here for the squaws and young.
Yeah. Now, take a look at the lodges. Looks like they're falling apart.
You sure wouldn't know it's the same place.
Well, we're bound to find out some answer here.
Mr. Dillon, Whip's house ain't looking too fitted south.
No, it isn't.
Could be they're not here, I guess.
No, somebody's coming.
Get out of here, I'll blow your head off.
Whip.
That Dillon?
Yeah. You can put the shotgun down.
You, Chester? Yes, Whip, kid. You can't always tell what's there and what isn't. Come in, both of you. Come on.
What are you locking against, Whip?
Trouble. Sit down. Sit down. Have a drink.
No, thanks.
No. Thanks kindly. Maybe you don't have to keep going. I do.
What kind of trouble do you expect, Whip?
What kind is there? Indian trouble.
I never heard of you having Indian trouble.
Oh, I got it now. I made my mistake treating them decent, figuring them for human. Well, they're not. The more you do, the more they want.
Like their guns?
What do you know about their guns?
Big Feather and some braves stopped us on the way in and searched our gear.
How'd they stop you without guns?
Well, that's what Big Feather wanted to know. I figured we were on your agency. I'd oblige him.
Oblige?
You got their guns, Whip?
I got 'em all right, under lock and key in the storeroom. And I'm keeping 'em. I watch over 'em half the time and Gladys the other half.
That's where she is now, the storeroom?
She's there, all right. I tell you, Matt, this is no life. It's no life at all.
Chester and I can spell Gladys for a while. You can both get some rest.
No. I never even asked what brought you up this way.
And I had in mind some hunting, but that'll come later.
You sure you won't have a drink?
What was that?
Oh, artillery likely. We got army near here, you know.
Yeah. Well, we'll head on out to the storeroom. You get some sleep, huh?
You just might, Matt. You hear? I might sleep. I just might feel safe enough. That sound like artillery to you?
No, it's not artillery, Chester.
Heaviest I ever heard, it is.
I haven't heard it enough to be sure, but it sounds like dynamite to me. Here, I guess Gladys will be inside here. Gladys?
Oh. Matt. Oh, you gave me a fright.
Well, Chester and me were scaring everybody half to death today.
It is you. It is really you and Chester.
Yes, ma'am, it sure is.
I just never thought I'd see any of my friends again. I'm sorry.
What? Gladys, is it that bad?
Oh, Matt, it's hell. It's plain hell.
Well, what happened?
Have you seen him?
Whip? Yeah, sure, we've seen him. I still don't get the straight of what's going on here.
Well, don't expect it from me, Matt. I don't know. I honestly don't know. He's not the same. Whip's no more the man I married or any part of him than any stranger you could mention.
Well, if the Indians have turned against him, maybe he's got cause to change.
Well, maybe he has. I don't know.
But he took their guns. They must have done something.
Oh, taking their guns was the last he did. Before that, it was their food.
You mean to say Whip is holding back food from them?
Yes, they came to him with some complaint. I don't know what it was. Something about their hunting grounds. Whip got enraged, really enraged, and he began to cut back their rations. Finally, their guns. I don't know what'll happen next.
How long's it been like this?
Oh, months. I don't know.
You hear that a lot, do you, Gladys?
All the time. There must be big trouble somewhere. I never heard the Army guns this close before.
Yeah. Well, look, Gladys, we told Whip we'd spare you here so that you could get some rest.
Oh, no. I'm not tired. And you must be riding all this way. I'm fine, really. And later when Whip comes down, I'll fix you a nice supper.
Now, then, you just let us take over like Mr. Dillon says. You look kindly peaked at me.
No, I'm perfectly fine. I won't let you...
This, where the guns are locked up, Gladys?
I think so. I'm not sure. Please, Matt, I wish you'd...
You wish I'd stay out of it?
Yes. Yes, I wish you would.
All right. I know you're not afraid, Gladys.
What makes you think I'm not?
Well, Whip is. He's got a shotgun, and he keeps himself locked and bolted in his own house. You're not armed.
Well, I never was a hand with guns. You know that.
And the door here, it was open. We just walked in.
I must have forgotten.
You never were a hand to lie, either.
Oh, Matt, I'm afraid. I'm terrified. But I feel responsible. Please don't ask me to explain it. Just go on back to Whip. I really think he needs more help than I do.
Maybe he does at that.
I've been mulling it over in my mind the afternoon long, Mr. Dillon. I just don't understand Gladys giving them guns back to Indians.
I didn't say she did, Chester. I said the lock on that cabinet was forced, and she sure didn't want me to look any closer than I did.
You think that's what she meant by feeling responsible? That's what she said. Responsible.
No, I don't think that's what she meant. I'm hoping Big Feather can shed some light on that.
Maybe. Only it don't make sense. Say she did give Big Feather and the others their guns. Won't they just turn on Whip, kill him, maybe?
Oh, Chester, he's outnumbered 400 to 1. If they wanted to kill him, they could have done it long ago.
Well, how come they had guns in the first place?
The treaty, the Sioux, Cheyenne, natural hunters, the treaty gave them the right to keep their guns for hunting if they came on the reservation.
When you saying Whip has broke the Indian treaty?
And on the face of things, yes. Maybe he's had cause.
You sure this is Big Feather's lodge?
Was the last time I was here.
You come from White Agent?
I come on my own, Big Feather. You and I make talk.
You talk.
I want you to take me hunting tomorrow. Like before, you and I hunt together.
No good hunt.
Now, what do you mean?
Game run. All gone. No good hunt.
Well, what happened to the game?
Ask White Agent.
Now, listen to me, Big Feather. I want some answers out of you. Everything's changed here, and I want to know why. I want you to tell me what's wrong.
You not believe game all gone?
Not until you show me. I don't believe, no.
Tomorrow, with the sun, I show.
Good, with the sun. You bring your rifle, we hunt.
Not have rifle, no guns.
You sure?
No guns.
Or maybe your friend, the white squaw.
Sure, no friend. Take papoose. No friend to Indian.
Now, what do you mean?
First hunting grounds, then food, then guns. Now take papoose.
Take papoose?
You will hunt with me tomorrow, Big Feather?
With the sun.
I sure I'm just about to give up. I plain don't get a thing through my skull around here.
Well, why don't you go on up to the house and go to bed?
That means you ain't going to?
No, not yet, Chester.
I'll go along right enough. This sure ain't been the day I looked forward to.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Dillon.
Matt.
What?
Over here.
Gladys, what's wrong?
You were talking to Big Feather earlier. What'd he tell you?
I guess you know. He says you're going to take their papooses.
Oh, I knew it. I told you I feel responsible for so much of this. I thought I could make him understand, but it only made things worse.
Understand what?
Oh, things have been so bad here. I thought I could offer them a little hope. They used to trust me. I told them we'd start a school for the youngsters.
And they took it to mean that you were going to steal the young ones away, huh?
A year ago, they'd have understood. But now the hate that's built up, the fears, the mistrust. I was a fool to say it.
Well, you were trying your own way, Gladys. Nothing wrong with that.
I was sharp with you, Matt, telling you to stay out of it. But I was afraid.
Afraid I'd find the guns gone?
No, the lock. It was forced.
Yeah, I saw that.
But the guns are still there. I checked. I wanted you to leave so I could replace the lock before Whip found out. Believe me, Matt, the guns are still there.
I believe you, Gladys. Whip's in there now?
He's still sun up. I spell him then. Matt, what can we do?
I don't know yet. Tell me this. Has Whip ever asked the Army to come in and straighten this out?
Never once. I've asked him to, but he says it's his business.
Well, maybe tomorrow I'll know more whose business it is.
Mr. Dillon, I'm so glad you're back. This is a terrible thing.
What is it, Chester?
He's had him standing there since he found out old men, women, all this day. In the hot sun, no water, no food.
Oh, what the devil for?
If them fool guns have been stole. He's been hitting out at everybody. Near beat Gladys to death before I pulled her free of him.
When did it happen?
Right after sunup. Right after Gladys spelled him. He went back to the storeroom and found them gone. Oh, he has been so mean, Mr. Dillon.
All right, where is he now?
Yonder, tearing their lodges apart, looking for them guns. You better look out for him. He's drunk and wild.
You better look out for me.
Look, there he is.
Yeah, I see him. Whip! Whip! Stop it!
You in on this too, Dillon?
If you've got trouble, you're asking for every inch of it.
They got their guns back. I can't find them, but I will, and I'll turn them on the lot of them.
You're out of your head, Whip.
Now, what kind of a friend are you?
I've seen the miners, Whip, blasting holes all over the reservation, driving the game away. That big artillery you were telling me about. Now, they tell me they pay you pretty good to let them mine on government property.
You hear me? They got their guns back, and I gotta find them.
I'm not gonna help you look. It's a rotten thing you've done, treaty breaking. This could start an uprising, sure.
All they need is their guns. Matt, you're a friend.
I was a friend.
I looked through every lodge, twice over. They've got them, but where? Where?
You better give them a looking over long as they're lined up here.
Where's an Indian gonna hide a gun?
You walk down this line with me. Now, do you see anything?
A lot of mangy Indians. So?
Come on, let's try another line up.
Why? What for? This is just a waste of time.
You're crazy blind, drunk, mean blind. You take a good look. Up and down all the lines with the beads the squaws are wearing, the bracelets, their shells, cartridges. The old men are leaning on canes, only their gun barrels. The kids got arrowheads hanging from their belts, and right along with them, gun locks, hammers.
You mean they took the guns apart? They're wearing them?
Yeah. And if you're lucky, maybe the Army will get here before they get a chance to put them together.
The Army?
You're through, Whip. All through. Chester and I will stop at Fort Kearney on our way out. And we'll be taking Gladys with us. If she'll go.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Your coffee's delicious. Do you know something I don't know?
It's Folger's flaked coffee. Flaked to release lots of rich flavor.
Hey, your coffee's great. You know something I don't know?
It's Folger's flake coffee. Flaked to release lots of rich flavor.
Delicious coffee, Mrs. Olson.
Oh, thanks. It's Folger's flaked coffee, specially made for automatic drip coffee makers.
Oh.
Flaked to release more of Folger's rich flavor. So you use less and save money. If you normally use 5 measures per pot, you only need 4 of Folger's flaked coffee.
So this 13-ounce can makes as much as a pound.
And Folger's is mountain grown, the richest, most aromatic kind of coffee.
This coffee tastes rich. Delicious. Do you know something I don't know?
Delicious Folger's flaked coffee. Flaked to release Folger's rich flavor in automatic drip coffee makers.
Bounce has a new, longer-lasting, fresh smell. It makes clothes smell fresh even longer, and my family just loves it.
Bounce has a new, longer-lasting, fresh smell.
It sure does. I dried this shirt a week ago. Put it on today, and it still smells fresh.
I dried Jill's blouse with New Bounce Tuesday.
And it still smells fresh.
And New Bounce makes clothes nice and soft. Feel my shirt.
And with New Bounce, synthetics don't cling.
See, my socks don't cling to my pants.
I dried this turtleneck with New Bounce a week ago. And it still smells fresh.
And Bounce is so easy to use. Simply tear off a sheet, throw it in the dryer. As your clothes are tumbling, Bounce is working in the heat of the dryer, so clothes will smell fresh even longer. I'm convinced. The fresh smell of New Bounce stays on your clothes longer. But boxes of New Bounce sure don't stay in the store long.
Here, you can have one of mine. New Bounce. It makes clothes smell fresh even longer, and your family will just love it.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The following is a delayed broadcast by transcription. The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Marine Corps Base in San Diego, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines.
Have you noticed how extra rich Jell-O is today, now that Jell-O's wonderful flavor is locked in? Well, there's never been anything like it, just never been anything more delicious. Locking in Jell-O's flavor heightens its goodness, brings it to a new peak of delight. Now, more than ever, Jell-O's shimmering color and beauty hold a promise of rich enjoyment, a promise that is gloriously fulfilled in Jell-O's bright, refreshing flavor. Flavor so thrillingly good that it makes you think right away of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Let your next package of Jell-O prove to you the extra richness of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of rich, tangy fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O and see if you don't agree that Jell-O is better than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked in.
Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced before, our program this evening comes to you from the United States Marine Corps base in San Diego.
Yes, sir.
The Marines who sail the seven seas on our battleships and cruisers, who pitch their tents in the blazing heat of tropical jungles or face the wintry winds of the far north.
You said it.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who thinks Marine is something to drop in your eyes, Jack Benny.
That's murine. I know the difference. Anyhow, Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a beautiful tribute you just gave to the Marines. They're a swell bunch of fellas, and they deserve it.
They certainly do. By the way, Jack, during the First World War, you were a Marine yourself, weren't you?
Me? No, I was a, no, forget it, Don. Anyway, it sure is great.
Well, now, Jack, I'm sure these boys here are interested in your military record. Did you serve in the artillery?
No.
The infantry?
With my feet? Are you kidding? Forget it, Don, forget it.
No, I'd like to find out. Which branch of the service were you in?
Come here, Don, I'll whisper it to you. Don, I enlisted in the for 3 years.
Oh, you were a sailor.
Quiet! Don, for heaven's sake, I want to be friends with these boys. God.
Oh, now there's no need of getting upset, Jack. Nowadays, sailors and Marines are the best of friends. Why, they're pals.
Pals, eh? Well, years ago, when I was in the service, they weren't quite so chummy. I'll never forget one time when I was at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. I was in love with a girl, and so was this Marine, about 6'2".
Your girl?
No, the Marine. My girl was only 6 foot. That is, in her bare feet. Well, anyway...
Oh, didn't she wear shoes?
No, this was in the summertime. Well, anyway, we both came up to this girl's front door one night, and the Marine said to me, where do you think you're going, tight pants? So I said, I'm going to see Eva. That was the girl's name, Eva Slatko. So this Marine said to me, oh, you are, eh? And I said, yeah. You want to make something out of it?
And what happened?
What was that?
What happened?
Oh, the next morning I had 3 teeth put back in, and I haven't seen the guy since. I'm sorry, Don. I missed my place there for a minute. But as you say, Don, there's no reason why sailors and leathernecks shouldn't get along together. They're all fighting for the same cause. And after all... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, boys.
Well, Mary, here we are in San Diego.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. The next time I come down here, it won't be in that Maxwell of yours. What a trip.
What's the matter with you?
I'm so black and blue, you think I went dancing at the Paris Inn last night.
Paris Inn? Oh, a dining and dancing spot, eh?
Dining, dancing, and wrestling.
Well, I must go over there later.
So you had a pretty tough ride in the Maxwell, huh, Mary?
Don, it would have been a very pleasant trip if we hadn't had that blowout at San Clemente.
The blowout was at Laguna Beach. We came down in San Clemente.
All right, for 10 minutes, we were unidentified aircraft. All we had was a blowout.
And that silly experiment of yours. That's what held us up.
Mary, that experiment may not have worked, but it's ideas like that the government wants nowadays.
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack didn't have a spare, so he bought 1,000 packages of gum and told Rochester to chew them into a tire.
Listen, if it had worked, I'd be famous. Well, look who's here, Goldilocks and his 3 curls. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Here I am, man. Tear down the roof. Thank you. Now I'm happy.
Then stop bowing.
Well, I'm thrilled, Jackson. It's sure great to be down here entertaining all these leatherheads.
They're leather necks. You're the leatherhead. However, I must say, I can't understand how I made that mistake before. However, I must say you got here on time for a change. Did you just blow into town, Phil?
No, we got in last night, and then Frankie, my guitar player, and me went down to Tijuana.
Tijuana, eh?
You know, on a goodwill tour.
I'll bet. May I inquire what you boys were drinking?
A little Mexican buttermilk. Tequila, they call it.
Tequila? Say, I hear that's pretty strong stuff.
You ought to try it sometime, Jackson. First you swallow a glass of it, and then you chew on a lemon.
I see.
And after the 4th drink, if you ain't got a lemon, just chew your glass. It don't make no difference.
Well, that stuff must pack a wallop.
Yeah, and on our way home, we were hit by lightning, and we bent it.
Oh, stop dreaming it up. Well, Phil, now that we've heard about your adventures in Tijuana, how about playing a band number for the boys?
Okay, Jackson.
And play something nice, will you? Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I was wondering, would you like to join the Marines?
Yes, I would.
Well, join us. We're going to the Paris Inn tonight.
Get out of here. Silly guy. Gee, I wish I could join the Marines, though. They're a red-blooded organization.
They wouldn't give you any whether you joined or not.
I don't want any. Play, Phil. I can't understand how I made a mistake on that first spot. I don't know what happened to my script, you know? Really, it was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Gee, I can't understand how I made that mistake. Oh, well. That was he's 1A in the Army and A1 in my heart, played by Phil Harris and his internationally famous orchestra. Internationally famous meaning they're as well known in Tijuana as they are in San Diego. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tijuana, they love me there.
Isn't it amazing? You can't insult the guy. How I made that mistake. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, I told you that you can't do any more of your silly
Hello,
poem.
Mr. Benny. Here I am.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Curtsy. Well, our little gang is all assembled.
Hey, is Joan Bennett here yet?
Quiet. That's our surprise. What a kid. Well, Dennis, are you enjoying yourself here in San Diego?
I sure am. I went to Balboa Park this morning, and what a zoo they got there. What a zoo!
You had fun, eh?
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
I saw a baboon there that looked exactly like Fred Allen.
Like Fred Allen, eh? That's a good one. He has got long arms, you know. What was the baboon doing, Dennis?
He was picking fleas off another one that resembled you somewhat.
What do you mean?
Here's a peanut, Jack. Catch.
Thanks. Now cut that out. Say, I must go over and take a look at that baboon that looks like me. I've never seen one with big blue eyes. It must be quite a novelty.
What else you see there, Dennis?
Well, I saw lions and tigers and elephants, and then I saw a great big dinosaur.
Dennis, that's impossible. You couldn't have seen a dinosaur.
Of course not. She's in New York with Eddie Cantor.
That's dinosaur! Phil, you're thinking of Dinah Shore.
Can I read my poem now?
Not now, Mary. I'm leading up to something. All right, Don. Dinah Shore.
Oh, Jack, this one is utterly fantastic.
Don, I won't go through this every week. Dinah Shore.
But, Jack, people are beginning to talk. Everybody says, there goes that goofy Wilson.
I don't want to hear another word about it. Now go ahead. Dinah Shore.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you have dinner, be sure to serve Jell-O for dessert. Because whether you dine at sea or dine ashore...
Wonderful.
You will find that Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor is America's favorite gelatin dessert. I'm sorry, Dinah.
Well, personally, Don, I thought it was very, very clever.
Too very, Jeff.
It's worth it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our tenor, will sing...
Wait a minute. I'm going to read my poem to these boys.
Oh, my goodness. Well, they can take it. That's one thing. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Tell it to the Marines, but don't get tough about it.
Say, you got something there. Proceed.
I salute all you Marines, old and young and in between. And I really think you're tops. You're just the guys to stop the jops.
Jops? Jops, you mean Japs.
Japs, jops, knocks the sukiyaki out of them.
Right, continue.
You fellas fight on land or sea, in the air, up a tree.
They can fight anywhere.
And when you boys get liberty, you slug it out over girls like me.
Well, that keeps them in condition, I suppose. Go ahead.
I've gone with boys from Georgia Tech and Yale and Harvard by the peck. But here's one thing I'll say by heck. I'd rather neck a leather neck. The end.
Ah, very good, Mary. You know, Mary, Gee, they're wonderful here, aren't they? You know, Mary, I'm sorry I tried to keep you from reading that poem because this one was really okay. It really was. Come in. Well, who's this?
It's a Marine.
I know it's a Marine, but who? Hello there.
Hello, tight pants. I'm glad to see you again.
Yeah, glad to see you again.
Well, who is it, Jack?
I don't know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see you.
What do you have in the old gang?
Oh, you know, same old gang, like you said. You know how it is.
Well, who is he?
I'm trying to find out. What are you doing here?
I'm still in the service. By the way, I see you got those 3 teeth put back in.
Three teeth? Oh, hey, wait a minute. You're...
Remember Eva Slutko?
Yeah, that's it. You're Bullface Hurley. Say, do you ever see Eva anymore?
How can I help it? We married and got 4 kids.
4 kids? Well, what do you know? We'll sit down. We'll talk things over. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Say, Bullface, remember the time I caught you and Eva dancing at the Y and I socked you right in the jaw?
You hit Eva.
I did? I was running so fast I didn't look back. But I'll never forget the time when I took out Eva to Brown's Lake and the canoe tipped over.
There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, no, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say you are always in my heart, even though you're far away. I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure we'll meet again. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart.
Well, that sure is good news, Bullface. So you named one of your boys after me, eh?
Yeah, he was kind of a puny kid.
Well, it's good seeing you again, Bull. Say hello to Eva for me.
I will. So long, tight pants.
So long. So they finally got married. Gee, Eva was a cute gal. I wonder if she ever got shoes. I suppose so. Anyway, that was Always in My Heart, sung by Dennis Day.
And dedicated to Miss Joan Bennett. Where is she?
Well, she ought to be here any minute, Dennis.
Well, I hope so. A man can stand just so much, you know.
What are you talking about?
Well, Miss Bennett and I got to be pretty good friends on the way down here. Pretty good friends.
Dennis, the only reason Miss Bennett sat on your lap is because the car was crowded. Say, I wonder what is keeping Joan.
I doubt if she shows up at all after that trip in the Maxwell.
She'll be here, don't worry.
Imagine asking Joan Bennett to ride down here in that broken-down jalopy. She's a big movie star.
Well, what am I, a manhole cover? Huh?
You got about as much hair as one.
All right, I'm a manhole cover. And remember that on payday because I won't be able to sign your check. You keep that up, Miss Livingston. Well, here she is, fellas. Come on in, Joan. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
There, you see, Mary, she's here and she looks wonderful. Well, Joan, I was a little worried about you. How do you feel after your ride down here in my Maxwell?
How do I feel? Now I know what a mold of milk goes through.
Well, you see, you're a little light, Joan. I'll tell you what. On the way back, I'll let Dennis sit on your lap.
Put down Wilson there. That'll do the trick.
Okay, anything you want, Joan.
Oh, boy, ain't she a dish.
Dennis! Dennis, behave yourself.
Leave him alone, Jack. You a young one yourself.
And I still am, Joni. I still am.
He takes a little vitamin B and he wants to skip rope.
Oh, shush. Say, Joan, you remember Phil Harris, don't you?
Why, certainly. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Joan. Ever hear Alice Faye? She's my wife.
Phil, what a guy. Well, Joan, this is certainly like old times, isn't it? You and I working together again.
Yes, Jack, it's been over 3 years now. Remember that picture we made called Artists and Models Abroad?
Do I? I'll never forget it. And, Joan, I've got a confession to make. Now, you didn't know it at the time, but you were the first leading lady I ever kissed.
What do you mean I didn't know it?
What?
You should have seen him, Mary. He was so nervous he missed my upper lip entirely.
Well, I did pretty good considering I had my eyes closed.
That would never happen with me, sister.
Dennis, pipe down. Say, Joan, I've been wondering. I've thought of this often. Why is it you and I have never made another picture together?
Jack, you asked me that a dozen times on the way down here, and I told you.
But, Joan, I don't eat salami anymore. Honest, I don't.
Well, I'm glad of that. And I'll say one thing for you, Jack. Your acting has improved.
Well, I hit both lips now, if that's what you mean. Yes, ma'am.
Not only that, but I saw your picture the other night, and I just couldn't believe that Jack Benny was playing Hamlet.
That was me, all right. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Someone give him the answer. He does this every 5 minutes.
Mary. So you like me as Hamlet, eh, Joan?
I certainly did. And what amazed me, Jack, was the way you looked in tights. Your legs were simply gorgeous.
Oh, you're just saying that. Heavens to Betsy. My legs gorgeous.
They really are. Why, everybody in Hollywood is saying they're even prettier than Betty Grable's.
Prettier than Betty? Oh, so that's why she's been snubbing me lately. Now I get a jealousy. Well, Joan, getting back to me... Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Pardon me, Joan. I'll be with you in a minute. Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got the Maxwell all gassed up and everything. What time tomorrow morning are we going to take off?
Well, we're leaving the hotel at 7 a.m. sharp.
But, boss, I won't be getting in till 8:30.
Getting in? Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I let you go to a party last night. You don't have to go to another party tonight.
This is the same one.
Same one?
Only we're switching from gin to Mexican buttermilk.
Oh, I see.
You know, they got a regular little Harlem down here.
I don't care. We're leaving tomorrow morning promptly at 7. I don't want to hear another word about it.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm asking him now, honey. But, Mr. Benny.
Just a second, Rochester. Who did you just say honey to?
Me?
Yes, you. Who is Honey?
He's a cousin of mine, boss. Honeydew Van Jones.
What?
Junior.
Rochester, you're not telling me the truth. You're at a party and you were talking to a girl.
And if I don't stop talking to you, I'm going to lose her. The wolves are closing in.
Rochester, sometimes I can't understand you. You've got a girl in Los Angeles, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
For 2 years now, you've been going steady together.
Uh-huh.
Well, then let me ask you something. Did you ever hear of Fidelity?
Oh, yeah, that's an insurance company, ain't it?
I don't mean that. I mean you should be true to one girl.
Oh, boss, reconsider.
Well, I'm not going to argue any more about it. I want you to be at the El Cortez Hotel at 7 a.m. So long.
So long. Well, I tried, honey.
I have more trouble with that guy. Always wants his own way.
Pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Joan?
Did I understand you to say that you're driving back tomorrow at 7 a.m.?
Yes, I'll have to pick you up bright and early.
Well, bring along a first aid kit. I might snap at you.
Good. And, Joan, I do want to thank you for coming down here and helping entertain these Marines.
I love doing it.
And incidentally, our program is being sent every week by delayed shortwave to our armed forces everywhere.
It is? Well, then, Jack, if I promise to ride back with you in your Maxwell, will you do me a favor?
Why, certainly. What is it?
May I say hello to General MacArthur and his men?
Of course.
Hello, General. Keep up the good work. But who has to tell you?
You said it. Play, Phil.
Make dinner tomorrow night something really out of the ordinary by serving the family this swell Jell-O treat.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. Nothing could be more tempting to the eye or more delightful to the taste than this grand Jell-O dessert. And nothing could be easier to make. Now, here's all you do. Simply dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water. Add 1/8 teaspoon of powdered ginger. Turn into mold. Chill until firm. Unmold and garnish with sections of canned pears. You'll say that it's one of the most delicious, mouth-watering desserts that ever came your way. A dessert that you'll love from the first spoonful to the last. So tomorrow, when you make up this tempting combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O, remember, Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to the Jell-O's new locked-in flavor.
Thanks again, Joan Bennett, and good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beline. The fact that this show was broadcast from the Marine base did not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised by the War Department.
Plan an exciting new job in the airline or travel industry. The International Airline and Travel Career Personnel School will train you on location at California's Oakland International Airport for a career in reservations, ticketing, operations, or as a travel agent. Gain experience to qualify for a better-than-average income, rapid promotion, great travel benefits, and meet interesting people, too. Call right now for details on this important educational opportunity.
Call 800-325-6400 toll-free. That's 800-325-6400. Or for complete information about on-location training, write International Airline and Travel Career Personnel School, Post Office Box 2129, Airport Station, Oakland, California, zip code 94621. The toll-free number again, 800-325-6400. That's 800-325-6400.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Wallace Beery, Marjorie Main, Noah Beery, and Carol Ann Beery in Barnacle Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There comes a knocking on our door tonight, a seafaring character whose name is famed in song and story, Barnacle Bill. While he may not be identical with the gentleman who vowed to sail the sea until I croak, fight and swear and chew and smoke, he certainly has many of the lusty and contagious manners of his namesake, and no one could better portray the role of such a character than Wallace Beery. Wally appears, co-starred with Marjorie Main, his brother Noah, and his daughter Carol Ann, in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's boisterous comedy, Barnacle Bill, a saga spiced with sentiment and humor and sparked by the excitement so inherent in the lives of those who seek their fortune by the sea, matching brain and muscle with the elements. In keeping with that spirit of resourcefulness afloat, many of you probably saw in a recent issue of Life magazine the photograph of a young American wife sailing to join her husband overseas. Plainly visible in her open suitcase are the gifts she's taking to her husband's family. One is canned goods, and the other is 2 packages of Lux Flakes. And I'm sure that when that young bride meets her in-laws for the first time, that friendly gift of Lux Flakes will do much to break the ice, as well as to recommend her as a housewife of distinction. We're off to the pungent coast of California and the first act of Barnacle Bill, starring Wallace Beery in the title role and Marjorie Main as Marge Cavendish, with Noah Beery as Adam Kelly and Carol Ann Beery as Virginia.
Like a broken heart needs gladness, like the flowers need the dew, like a baby needs its mother. That's how I need you. That's how I need you.
It's been nearly 6 months, and Bill Johansson sat in Margie Cavendish's parlor and rendered that haunting duet with her. Rendered meaning to tear apart. But now on the bow of his dilapidated fishing boat, Bill's returning to port. Pico, his partner, labors manfully at the oars of a rowboat, slowly towing the fishing boat into dock.
Hey, Bill, why don't you help me with the oaring?
Here, help you? Did you ever hear of a captain deserting his ship? I'm just sitting here till my vessel sinks from under me. That there's marital tradition, Pico.
Maybe, but she will tow better if you pump some of those water out.
Oh, she'll float all right until we get her into the dock. Hey, Pico, you see that there Gloucester schooner over there? That there's the Three Sisters. Doggone, ain't that a pretty ship?
Bill, we're going to sink any minute.
Oh, stop your worrying. There's the boatyard dead ahead.
You sure they fixed your boat in here?
Will you stop your yammering? My sweetie lives in there, she and her pa. Why, him and me's just like father and son. They'll be tickled to death to see me.
Is that you, Bill, you husband?
Hello, Margie. Hello, Pop.
You big closer. You get any closer and I'll ram a harpoon down your big fat mouth. That's your father, Bill.
I'm home, Marge.
You keep that boat out of our dock.
Stand clear, you old abalone. I'm throwing a line. Tie this up, honey.
Daughter, don't you do it.
If you don't, we'll sink right here in your front yard.
Can't let her sink, Pop. You block her way. Hey, Dale. Yes, ma'am. Pull this old tub on the cradle. Sure is surprising to see you, Bill. Come on aboard.
Gee, hello, Marge. Gosh.
Just don't you try any more of your slick ways with my little girl, you good-for-nothing deadbeat.
Don't you call me a deadbeat. I'll sue you for liability.
Now stop talking mean to my pap or I'll part your hair with this here axe.
Marge, you ain't changed one teeny bit, have you?
You got that $100 you owe us?
Well, to tell you the truth, yes, sir, Marge, you're just as pretty as you ever was. Oh, this here's Pico, him and me's partners.
Howdy.
Hello. Pico, you remember the little girl I'm always talking about being so handsome and talented?
No, I don't remember. Hey, well, why did you step on my foot?
You remember, Pico, my pinup girl.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is it, Pico, on the hoof.
What about my $100?
Pop, I ain't got it on me at the moment. Just an oversight.
I'm going for a lawyer right now. I'll attach your boat. Oh, you ain't going nowhere, Pap. If Bill ain't got a boat, he can't fish. And if he can't fish, he can't pay his bills. That's all there is to it. And get on in the store, daughter. A customer just came in.
See you in a minute, Marge. Pico, ain't that some fine figure of a woman, huh?
I don't know, Bill.
I think maybe you just been looking on the mackerels too long. Hey, Bill, you really think her father going to get a lawyer?
Oh, who cares? I don't really own the boat anyway.
You don't own the boat?
Not legal like I don't. That boat belongs to my daughter. When I bought it, I had it put in Virginia's name.
Jeannie?
How should I know? I ain't seen her since I left Gloucester. That's a long time ago. How do I know? I don't know.
Well, what are we going to do now?
You go and help that fella get that boat up on the cradle. I'm going in and smooth some with Marge.
I'm here to talk Bill Johansson or to eat us out of crackers.
Doggone it, Marge. You sure have got a fine story here. Everything a seafaring man would want for.
Well, all I know, it's hard work. That's something you wouldn't know anything about.
You know, Marge, I seen a lot of women in my life, but I never seen any like you. When they're talented, why, they ain't pretty. And when they're pretty, why, they ain't sophisticated. Gosh, you got all three combined.
You're the flatteringest man I ever did see. But somehow it always costs me money.
No, what did you have to go say that for? I was just going to speak about that little bill that I owe, but you got me all embarrassed, and I don't want...
Oh, well, I didn't mean to. Go on, Bill.
Well, I came here kind of a sudden, Marge. I just ain't had time to have my bank accounts transferred.
You got your pants on?
Margie, sure I got my britches on.
Then you're standing in the middle of your bank account right now.
You know doggone well I'll pay you the first load of fish I get.
Pay off $100 with one load of fish? Huh, you're some optimist.
That's it. Go on, call me names. When I go after fish, I get 'em.
Yeah, the prices ain't what they used to be.
Ow!
Oh, keep your big mitts off of my crackers.
Have I been eating your crackers?
Of course you have.
You see, well, you got me so doggone stirred up, I don't even know what I'm doing. Margie, doggone it, you're prettier than a sea bass.
Now, stow that soft talk. I'm talking about the price of fish, not the looks of them. Things is tough, Bill.
They are, huh?
There's a no-good thief in town.
Now, Marge, don't be like your pa.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a hound dog named Adam Kelly. He runs the wholesale business here, and all he gives is 5 cents a pound for tuna.
Well, what do they sell it to him for?
Well, of course, ain't nobody else will buy. When they try to, Kelly and his thugs run him out of town. Somebody's got to stand up to that part. Bill, I think you're the one to do it.
Who? Me? Huh. Why should I go out after 5-cent tuna when I can get 30-cent swordfish, huh?
You mean why should you work hard when you can sit on that broad beam of yours and wait for a swordfish to come by?
Oh, what do you gotta be that way for, Marge? I'm simply protecting your investment in me. How long's it going to take before my boat's ready to go again?
Jeff says 2 days.
Oh, you just wait and see what I'm with.
And while your boat's here, you're living on the boat. No more boarding with me and Pop.
Well, you just remember this. Soon's my ship's seaworthy, I'm going fishing. Why, I regard my financial obligation to you as a debt of honor. I'd be nothing more than a mangy, old, unreputable, seagoing skunk was I to try and welsh on you and your pa, wouldn't I?
You're telling me something terrible, Bill, but I won't say it.
Marge, now, doggone it, how can you think of such a thing?
Hey, wake up! Wake up, you hear?
Oh.
Or I'll knock you flat on a halibut.
Oh, hello, Marge.
Oh, don't hello me, you pickled herring.
No, wait a minute. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, breaking into a gentleman's boudoir like this.
I hope you had a good time last night with that blonde.
Marjorie Cavendish.
Don't bother to lie. Pap saw you with her down that saloon.
What blonde? Oh, her? That was just an old school chum of mine, that's all.
An old school chum. Her name's Mamie, and she's worked that saloon for 20 years.
Say, if your pappy says I was in that saloon, he's telling a big fib. He's just mad because I wouldn't buy him a beer.
I heard you brought in a big swordfish yesterday afternoon.
A big swordfish? I almost threw it overboard. It was so little.
But you sold it instead, and you promised to pay me out the first haul you got.
Sure I did, and I meant it, too. Hey, Pico!
Yes, Bill?
Come here, partner. Come on over here. Come here. Give Miss Cavendish that there $5 we've been saving special for her.
Here's $5, Bill.
Well, give it to her.
But, Bill, I got...
Give it to her.
Thanks. Well, that'll be a start anyway.
And let that be a lesson, Miss Margie Cavendish. Never condemn nobody until they're convicted.
Yeah? And last night ought to be a lesson to you. To stay away from blondes named Mamie.
Bill, my $5, you'll give it to her.
You bet I did.
But that $5, I gotta save some money to my dear old mother.
I'm glad you spoke of that, Pico. A fellow who don't take care of his parents ain't no good. Oh, gosh. Oh, my head.
Listen, Bill, you get $30 for saltfish.
How could you be so selfish, Pico? I got expenses and income taxes and everything to pay.
Bill, that big fat blonde in the saloon, she steal your money, huh?
Don't talk to me about last night. It's a horrible memory.
But how am I going to save some money to my poor old mother?
Stop yapping about your maw. Come on, help me get up on that deck, Pico. I gotta relax in the sunshine. And then get me some coffee. Don't forget the cream.
Where am I going to get the cream? I got no cow.
Use your imagination. Steal it off of somebody's front doorstep.
Yeah, Bill, I sure wish I had a head full of brains like you.
I sure wish you had my head.
Aunt Letty, I think I found him.
Hey, oh, lad, you have to yell like that. Can't you see I'm...
Here, Aunt Letty, on this boat.
Stop that screeching, lady. Say, who said you could come aboard my ship? You're the two noisiest females I ever seed.
We're not strangers, Bill Johansson. This little girl happens to be your daughter.
What did you say? What are you Well, Letty Breckenbridge, it's you, ain't it? You always was bad luck to me.
And you remember your baby, I hope?
Sure I do. But this here kid, that ain't her. Mine was only, she was only about that long.
Children have a way of growing up. Well, Virginia, you finally had your wish. You've seen your father. Now let's get off this smelly old boat.
Oh, no, I can't. I can't leave my father.
It's quite obvious your father doesn't want you.
Oh, of course he wants me. He gave me this boat, didn't he?
Sure, wait a minute.
You had it registered in my name. Because we got a notice, and that's how we knew we'd find you here.
Yes, but I only did that...
Nothing can prove to me that he's fit to be your father.
Who ain't fit? Now, don't you go poisoning her mind like you did her ma's. There ain't nobody that's any fitter.
And I'm staying with him forever.
Now, look, dear, I've been over this with you 100 times.
I can't leave him.
All right. Your suitcase is there on the dock, and you know where you can reach me. I'll stay at the hotel in town till my ticket runs out. When you're ready to go home, when you want anything, just telephone.
Thanks, Aunt Letty. I'm going to miss you.
It won't be for long, darling. I'm quite sure of that. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Hey, where's she going?
Back to Gloucester, and I'm going to stay with you. You know, I've thought about you all my life. It's sure going to be good having my own pa and sitting aboard my own boat.
Don't you go getting any ideas. You know, I'm still the skipper.
Sure you are, Pa. We've always had a sea captain in our family. My grandpa was.
He practically drove me from the bosom of my family.
Folks back home were awful proud of him. They gave him this. Look, this telescope.
Oh, gee. That's some telescope, ain't it?
He got it for being the best skipper in Gloucester. He had a schooner. The most beautiful thing you ever saw. Just like that one over there.
Oh, that there? Oh, that's the Three Sisters. You know, I brought her out all the way from the East Coast myself.
You did?
Mm-hmm. I was going to go down to the South Seas with her when the owners doggone it. They went and laid her up.
Gosh, I wish Aunt Letty knew you did that. I was sure you were a real sea captain.
Sure. Oh, say, what about that telescope? That's got gold bands around it, ain't it?
Pure gold.
I bet we could borrow $100 on that, don't you? Say, you come with me. I want you to meet an old friend of mine.
Is that your friend, Pa? The old man sleeping by the counter?
Him? He's nobody's friend, not even his own. Watch me wake him up.
What's going on here? What in thunderation? Get out of here!
Hello, Pops. Where's Margie?
You leave her be.
You sit down here, Virginie. Margie must be out in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
What is it?
Guess who, honey?
I don't have to. Nobody but you'd come in without being asked.
Gosh. Sure smells good, whatever you're cooking, Marge. You know, honey, It must get awful lonesome around here without nobody to talk to except that cranky old man of yours.
Now, you leave Pap alone.
Oh, you don't know what I mean. I mean, don't you ever think what a blessing little children is?
Bill, you're finally proposing.
Oh, now, honey, you're jumping at conclusions. I don't mean little babies. I mean growed up, like my daughter. Oh, Jenny, come in here.
So that's it. I might have known you was a bigamist.
Oh, but Margie, you got me all wrong. No. Her ma died when she was a little bitty baby. Why, she must be 12 or 14, 15 now.
Yes, Pa.
See, Marge, look, ain't she a nice kid? Well, here's what I've been thinking. I thought that maybe you could put a little old cot there in your room where she could sleep, and, of course, I'm willing to pay you a little extra for board, and then you'll have her as security for what I owe you, huh?
Bill Johansson.
Ain't that a swell idea? What you doing?
Here, take this quarter. Go get a couple more pork chops for lunch.
You mean she can stay?
Oh, get along with you.
Oh, sure.
Well, they can straighten that all out.
Oh, Margie, hey, you ain't got a extra slick dime, have you?
What for?
Well, I thought maybe I'd get a little gargle, but I can get along without it, I guess. Now, here, you be nice and polite, Jenny, like your pa, huh?
Hello, honey.
Oh.
Would you really like to stay here with me?
I don't know. I thought my father wanted me. He gave me his boat. That's why I came out here, but now I know he did it just so I wouldn't have to pay his bills.
Who in the world ever told you that? Why, there ain't a word of truth in it.
There isn't?
I reckon I ought to know. Say, you ought to heard your pap talk about you. Prouder than a cucumber.
What?
Prouder. Now, look, child. Your pap ain't no great shakes to look at, but that boy's got some good qualities down underneath.
Oh, I know. I'm sure he has. Look, can I set the table for you?
Oh, now you don't need to bother.
Oh, but I'd like to. I was sort of hoping I could keep house for my pa.
Well, you'll be all right, honey. And you know, there's some other ways we can help him. Your pap don't know it, but what he needs in his life is a woman.
Well, I'm not exactly a woman.
Oh, well, now you'll do all right, and I'll help you.
Do you think you'll ever be a sure enough sea captain?
Well, with both of us concentrating on him, there's no telling what's going to happen. Now, let's see. Tomorrow's Sunday. How'd you like to go to church, honey?
You and me and Pa?
Oh, and especially your pa. Be kind of nice for him to meet the preacher, don't you think?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, sir. There's no telling what's going to happen. Like a broken heart needs gladness, like the flowers need the dew.
Our stars will return in Act Two of Barnacle Bill in just a moment. Say, Libby, what are the stars going to wear in the Easter parade?
Well, starting from the ground up, I'd say anyone who owns a pair of nylons will have them on that day. The stars guard their nylons like gold, you know, just like the rest of us.
That must mean Lux Care.
Oh, naturally, because Lux cuts runs way down.
Imagine a movie star with a run.
Claudette Colbert, for instance. You know, she's just won the Fashion Academy's award for the best-dressed woman on the screen.
On the screen or off the screen, I've never seen Claudette look less than perfect.
And it's all her own good taste. Remember those stunning clothes she wears in Tomorrow is Forever? She selected practically all of them herself. Directors say she not only knows what looks well on her, but knows what clothes will help the mood of the scene.
That's important in a picture like Tomorrow is Forever, where there are so many tense emotional situations.
Yes, and perfect clothes care is important, too. Suppose Claudette got a stocking run when she's pleading with Orson Welles, who plays the part of her first husband. But international studios watch out for things like that. They specify Lux for stockings as well as all other nice washables.
Lux Care really does make stockings last longer. Hundreds of scientific strain tests proved it. Stockings washed with Lux didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap.
So no matter what kind of stockings you're planning to wear in the Easter parade, prolong their life with Lux Care.
You can make your Lux go further, too, if you use only as much as you need to make rich suds. Lux contains vital material, so don't waste it. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Our curtain rises on Act Two of Barnacle Bill. starring Wally Beery in the title role and Marjorie Main as Maud Cavendish, with Noah Beery as Kelly and Carol Ann Beery as Virginia. Margie's campaign to reform Bill has borne a sudden and startling result. She's actually succeeded in getting him to church. Margie and Virginia beam happily as they join Bill in the closing hymn.
In the sheaves, we shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves. We shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sheaves.
It's 2 hours later now, and with the minister as a guest for Sunday dinner, Margie, her father, and Virginia wait hopefully for Bill.
Comet, how long we got to wait for that biscuit weevil? Pap, shush. Don't shush me. Blast his britches, I could eat a shark.
Where do you suppose William is?
Now, if that ain't a silly question. He stopped off in the saloon.
Oh, dear.
My father wouldn't go near a saloon.
I should hope not, especially on the Sabbath.
Bill ain't that choosy.
Now, hush up, Paul. Bill took the pledge just last night, didn't he, Virginia?
He promised me. He promised me he never...
What? That's William now, isn't it? Listen, he's singing.
Higher than a crow's nest, too.
Goes back again.
Bill Johansson!
Papa!
Well, hello, Jenny. Hello, Marge.
Where have you been? You've got a breath strong enough to drive a pylon. And the minister's here.
Reverend, permit me to congratulate you on your sermon this morning. I was just telling the boys down at the saloon, but...
Papa, and after all your promises...
Oh, what's everybody picking on me for?
You broke your word. That's the worst thing anybody could do.
Now you got her in tears. You ornery, low-down sea cow. You come here.
Marcy, you let go of my ear.
I ought to pull it off. Getting drunk on Sunday.
Pops, call her off. Make her turn me loose.
Now get your fat head under this faucet here. This here's water. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
Oh, stop it, Marge. Stop it. That's cold. Stop it, Marge, honey. This is sheer madness. Jenny? Is that you, Jenny? What you doing?
Just looking out the bay, Papa.
Jenny, I'm awfully sorry about what happened this afternoon. Gee, what you thinking about?
I'm thinking about Grandpa.
What about Gramps?
I'm thinking I'd like to do just what he did.
Cuss me out? All right, go ahead. If you get stuck, I'll kind of help you.
I'm thinking about when Grandpa got sick the last time, and the doctor told him he'd never get out of bed again. That night, Grandpa got up and went out to his boat.
But you just said he was ailing.
That didn't matter, because he was a sea captain. Sea captains don't like to die in bed.
That's right, we don't.
Sick as he was, he went out to sea, all alone. Nobody ever saw him again. Oh, I think that's a beautiful way to die.
Oh, that's a fine thing to be talking about. You're too young to... Why, what would I do without you, Jenny?
You'd be better off.
Oh, that's crazy. Whatever made you...
Oh, Pa, don't you start crying now.
Well, I'm just sorry for the way I treated you is all. And I wasn't crying either. Something just flew in my eye. Jenny, I'm going to get myself a job. I'm going to go to work.
You won't have to look for a job, Pa. Margie and me already got one for you.
Oh, now, what did you have to go and do that for?
Joe Patillo's boat is going out tomorrow. You don't have to take it if you don't want to.
Well, I guess the trouble is I want to.
Pa.
Could you kiss me like that again?
Oh,
Jenny?
Sure, Pa.
Wait. I'll make sure that nobody's peeking. Nobody's peeking. Gosh, that's...
Goodbye, Pa. Take good care of yourself.
Goodbye, Jenny. Goodbye, Marge.
Goodbye, Bill. So long, Seeker.
I looked up for him. Don't worry.
Don't forget to wear your
can of sardines.
I love sardines, Margie.
Yeah? Me too.
There he is, Marge. He's back. Papa! Papa!
Hello, Jenny. Gosh, am I glad to see you all. Oh, gee. Oh, go away now. Go on, get away. You'll get all smelly with fish. Hello, Marge.
Hello, Bill. Get a good haul?
You know me. Them tuna come to me like sharks to a hunk of pork.
You mean like bees to honey, Billy boy?
Go on in the store, Doctor. Can't keep the trade waiting.
Oh, see you in a little while, Bill.
You sure will. Hello, Jenny. Gee. When I get paid off, Jenny, I'm going to have as much as $200.
Gee.
And I'm going to buy you the prettiest dress that I can find, too.
Gosh, I'd like a dress, Pa, but let's save our money, huh?
Save it? What for?
Oh, maybe for something like that schooner out there.
Say, she's still in the harbor, ain't she? The Three Sisters. Gosh, having a ship like that's worth saving for, ain't it?
Hey, Bill, we're going to get paid off now, I see.
Well, I'm coming, Pico. Come on, honey, we'll go up and pick up that there bankroll. 100, 150, 165. Hey, what is this?
We're all beefing, Bill. But what can we do about it?
Well, I figured I had about $200 coming to me. Where's that Adam Kelly fella? Ain't that his office there on the dock?
It's no use, Bill. Kelly ain't there. Here's that fellow who works for him, Dixon. If Kelly or Dixon checked the weights for us, I'd be suspicious, but Baker did it. He's always been honest before.
Well, we get paid by the weight of fish, and one thing I do know is what fish weighs.
The men need the money, Pa. Can't you do something about it?
Them crooks, they can't do nothing like that to us, Virginie. Not unless they cut us in on it.
You're going to stick up for the fishermen, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to do something. Here, you wait here.
Don't worry, men. My Pa'll get your money for you. My Pa'll fight Kelly's whole gang if he finds they cheated us.
If you got any business with Kelly, you can tell it to me.
Okay, Mr. Dixon. I figured somebody made about $3,000 extra off of that load of tuna me and those boys out there just brung in.
You do, huh?
Yeah, but they ain't no sense making trouble if you can settle things peaceful like.
You squawking for the gang or just for yourself?
Well, I'm here alone, ain't I?
And what do you figure you got coming personally?
Oh, about $50.
Well, just so there'll be no hard feelings.
Of course, this year don't include anything for keeping my mouth shut.
What's that worth?
Well, I got a pretty big mouth, Mr. Dixon.
How about $100?
That would only about half shut my mouth.
$150 and not a cent more.
All right. Hand it over.
And them fishermen out there, they're coming here. Put that dough in your pocket and beat it.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That's my kid with him, see?
Well, what about it?
Well, that kid's my conscience. I guess I've changed my mind, Dixon.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Well, I made that kid a promise, and this time I'm keeping it. Are you going to pay those fishermen fair and square? Not just me, but all of them?
Get away, will you?
Sure, I'm getting away, but you're coming with me. Now you're either paying those men off or I'm punching you, Mr. Right, square in the nose.
Fine chance I stand with that gang ready to tear me apart.
It's between you and me.
Why, you lord head, I'll tear your head off. You want some more?
Stay back, boys. This here fight is strictly private.
Better stay down your hands, and next time you won't be getting up.
Hello, Virginia, here. Watch this one. Go catch yourself a tuna fish, Mr. Dixon.
That's my Paul! That's my Paul!
Hey, Bill, look out. Kelly's coming to McDonald's.
Let him come.
Hey, get off my dock. I said get off my dock.
Stay where you are, boys. Keep out of this.
Dixon. For a fight, huh? Come on, boss. Let's get him.
Doggone, I ain't had such a good time as this since I left them there Marines.
Well, just don't stand there, Dixon. What did you find out? Where's your Hanson?
Aboard that tub of his down by the shipyard.
Well, that's fine. Fine. Sleeps aboard her, eh?
Yeah, but if it's all the same to you, boss, I ain't picking another fight.
Fine bunch of dopes we are, letting them beat our ears off. No, we're not picking any fight. I got a better idea.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You and McDonald are going aboard that boat, open up the sea cocks, and cast her off. A nice, clean job, see?
Yeah, well, what about the cops?
Well, what about them? What are they going to find? The boat will be at the bottom of the harbor. Too bad, huh?
Yeah. Excuse me, boss, while I put that cry.
Oh! Ow, my toe, my toe!
Bill, what's the matter? What are you hollering about?
Oh, you ignorant foreigner. What's the idea of putting a mouse trap in my bed?
What do you mean, mousetrap? What for I try to catch your toe?
I don't know why. I only... Oh, I'm sorry, Pico. Of course you didn't put it in my bunk. It must have just floated in all this water here. Going back to sleep, Pico. I'll just... Water? What? Pico, we're sinking.
Bill, we are sinking, Bill. Help, I can't swim.
Let's get out of here.
Help, it's so dark in here.
Quit yowling and step right out on the dock there.
Help! Somebody move the dock. Throw me the rope, Bill.
Here, grab the rope and hold on. We're all right, Pico. You're just a few feet from the dock. Margie!
Stop that fella out there!
Doggone, honey, we're sinking.
What? Jumping taxi? So you mean?
Get your dinghy, Margie, and row out here.
Sinking right in front of our drive.
Oh, that there crazy Pico left the seacocks open.
Pico, where is he?
Pull him in the dinghy, Marge.
Stop playing little piggy like the market and go pull him in yourself.
I will, honey, just as soon as I get this mouse trap off my pinky. There. Well, honey, looks like I'll have to be boarding with you after all.
Since you won't be living on that boat after we get a raise.
Well, I guess it's just fate, Margie, bringing us closer and closer together. Who am I to struggle against the stars?
You know, Billy boy, I might let you hold my hand if it wasn't a rowing.
Oh, Margie Cavendish.
Hey, there's a poor boat, Bill. Good thing she's sinking in shallow water. Easy to find it with the mast above the water, huh?
Yeah, you're going to hire yourself a diving suit and go down and look her over.
Why do I have to go downstairs in the water?
Because you was the one that left the seacocks open, that's why.
How many times I'm going to tell you I didn't do it?
You did so. Would I do a crazy thing like that? No. Now, you going to ask Mark. Here I am, Jenny.
Oh, they're having an auction sale. They're going to sell the Three Sisters.
They're what?
An auction man's there, and they're trying to sell
Oh,
it.
well, they can't do that.
What do we do if somebody takes her away?
Don't even think of such things. Come on, I'm getting over there and see what's going on.
$2,500. I've got $2,500.
That's terrible. That there boat costs at least $50,000.
That's right, mister, but people aren't buying ships like the Three Sisters these days. All right, I got $2,500 once, $2,500 twice, the third and the last time.
26.
You crazy?
$2,600 once, twice, the third and the last time. Sold to that gentleman with the little girl. Step up, brother, and pay your deposit.
Who? Me?
Well, naturally.
But, mister, I just happened to be passing by. I don't carry that much money with.
I couldn't take less than $150 to bind a $2,600 deal.
Well, 150, that's different.
What's your name?
Oh, Bill.
Bill what?
William. Captain William Johansson. And our address is care of the Cavendish Dry Dock.
Thank you, young lady. Well, Captain, the balance is due in 10 days. Here's the address to send it to. The boat's all yours now.
Did you hear that? The Three Sisters is ours.
Gosh, look at her. Ain't she beautiful?
Bill, where are we going to get $2,450?
Paul, get it, won't you, Pa?
Well, there's only one person I know got that much money. It's going to be a terrible sacrifice, but I guess the time has come to make it.
Sit down, Bill. Sure was thoughtful of you to bring me these flowers. Kinda does things to me.
Oh, they ain't half as delicate as you are, Margie. Say, Margie, Jenny's asleep?
Oh, sure.
And your pop's out?
Just you and me, Bill. Sitting in the parlor like we used to.
Yeah, gosh. Marge, would you sing that there song again? Just for old time's sake.
Why, sure, Bill. Kind of like it myself.
You know, it's so soothing the way you sing it. Come on, honey.
Like a broken heart needs gladness, like the flowers need the dew.
Like a baby needs its mother. That's how I need you. Oh, gee, you got me all choked up, Margie. I never seen such amazing talents all wrapped up in one little woman.
Oh, now, I ain't so really talented.
You know, Margie, when I get my boat, I'm going to get an organ just like this here. And then if I'm lucky enough, I'm going to marry a woman like you. And I'll have her sing that song to me every night before I go to sleep.
Sounds mighty attractive, Bill.
Yeah, but I guess there ain't much sense in talking. How am I going to get that there kind of a boat?
Why, I thought you was buying the Three Sisters.
Yes, I am, but you know, it's the hardest thing in the world doing business with them there big bankers. That their rate of interest is scandalous. Why, I'd be just working for a heartless corporation, not for the woman I love.
Bill, I ain't gonna let you do it.
You ain't gonna let me do what, Marge?
Work for no heartless corporation.
Oh, no, honey. I guess I'm doomed.
Oh, no, you ain't. Because, if it wouldn't embarrass you none, I'd like to loan you that money myself.
Marge.
I got the money for you this afternoon.
Well, I can't believe that. I couldn't believe it unless I felt it in my hand.
Well, here it is, Bill. It's for you.
Gosh. Oh, gee, ain't that a lovely shade of green? Marge, honey.
Yeah, Bill?
Marge, honey. Pucker up them lips of yours.
They're all puckered up, Billy.
Yeah, Margie. Let's whistle that there song, honey.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Act 3 in a moment. Every year, new starlets rise in Hollywood. Some fade, but others shine more brightly every year. Our studio scout, Libby Collins, has brought one of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's most promising young players here tonight as our guest. She's Dorothy Patrick, blonde and blue-eyed, with talent to match. How did you get started in the movies, Dorothy?
A talent scout saw me in a little theater play in Hollywood, Mr. Keeley. The next day, I was signing a contract.
Without a screen test?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a compliment.
I soon made one. MGM was casting for the Green Years, and I'd read A.J. Cronin's book and thought it would make a magnificent picture.
What part would you test it for, Dorothy?
The role that Beverly Tyler finally got. But all of us are happy that she got it. She's perfect as Tom Drake's sweetheart.
That's very generous of you. And I understand that MGM has plans for you.
Yes. They're casting me in the new Jerome Kern picture. But I hope sometime I can work with Charles Coburn. He's really superb in the Green Years as Grandfather Gow.
Tell me, Dorothy, now that you're on the road to success, what are you going to buy that you've always wanted?
Confidentially, heaps and heaps of lingerie. I love pretty slips and nighties, and sugary pinks and blues and yellows. But you can be sure I'll take good care of them with Lux, if that interests Mr. Kennedy.
Indeed it does, Dorothy. You know, even girls on a budget can have more pretty lingerie if they give under things gentle Lux care. Isn't that right, Libby?
Perhaps you'd better explain that, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, scientific washing tests showed that undies washed with a strong soap, hot water, and rough handling soon looked faded and drabbed. Those washed the Lux way stayed color fresh and lovely 3 times as long.
So instead of spending money just to replace faded undies, you can buy new ones.
That is, you spend no more than you would otherwise.
Right, so you can feel as glamorous as you please without being extravagant. Lux keeps undies lovely so much longer. It's worth waiting for. Thank you for coming tonight, Dorothy. And a suggestion to our radio audience. If you can't get Lux the first time you try again. More is on the way. We return you now to Mr. William Keeley.
After our final curtain, you're invited backstage for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the final act of Barnacle Bill, starring Wallace Beery as the gentleman in question, Marjorie Main as Marge, with Noah Beery as Kelly, and Carol Ann Beery as Virginia. It's the following morning, and stretched out on the dock of his newly acquired schooner, Bill Johansson watches as Pico paints the foremast. But in his heart is a cold terror, for he's led Marge to believe that he'll marry her. Bill is a most unhappy character.
Hey, Bill, why don't you never help me to work?
Because I'm thinking, Pico. You and me are getting out of here. We're going to the South Sea Islands.
What kind of talk is those, South Seas?
You know I always had my heart set on the South Seas.
Sure, Bill, but I thought...
Well, that's where we're going.
Hey, Bill, what is Margie going to say to you?
All I'm worrying about is getting provisions and stuff to trade to them. They're natives down there.
Oh, you mean like bees and calicos?
Yeah, lollipops, umbrellas. It would take just about $300.
Yeah, but where we... Oh, Bill, look. We got company. It's Ginny and Joe Patillo.
Keep your mouth shut. Get back to that paint can. Hello, Ginny. Come on aboard, Joe.
Getting her all fixed up, huh, Bill?
Yeah, I've been working like a dog.
Pa, Mr. Patillo has a wonderful idea. He wants to tell you about it.
Bill, me and the boys was thinking how you could turn the schooner into a refrigerator boat mighty easy.
Refrigerator boat? You mean going out to them tuna boats, buying up fish?
Sure. Kelly made a fortune doing it, and so can you. You treat us square, Bill. We'll buy the ice and operate on shares.
Say, that's a swell idea.
You mean you'll do it?
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll do it, sure.
Didn't I tell you?
Well, I'll go make arrangements for the ice right away.
Gee, Pa, wait till I tell Marge. Gosh, she'll be as proud of you as I am.
Well, Bill, I think now we're never going to get to the South Seas.
We're shoving off just like I said.
But how we going to get the calicos and the umbrellas?
How? From Adam Kelly. He's going to buy them for us.
Bill, you crazy again?
When Kelly finds out that we're in the fish business, he'll borrow us $300 just to get rid of the competition.
You pretty smart fellow, all right. But this Miss Jenny going to get one big disappointment.
No, she won't feel bad. Why, I might even take her with us to the South Seas. Go on, finish up that mast. I'm going to town and do some high finance.
Hey, Bill, all these boxes full of calicos. We sure going to do plenty business with the South Seas.
Sure we are. Now hurry up and get them down below.
What about Ginny? You told her yet?
Of course not. I just looked in on her cabin. She's sound asleep.
She sure like to live on this schooner.
Oh,
Bill.
quit stalling. Quit stalling. We'll be getting tied in about 3 hours.
Bill, what Ginny going to say when she find out we're going to the South Seas?
She ain't going to find out. We'll just tell her we're going on a shakedown cruise, and later... Oh, hello, Ginny. Say... Well, what are you doing up at this hour of the night?
I thought you and Pico went to bed, too.
Well, we were just taking on some supplies, that's all.
You're not fooling me, Pa.
Oh, I ain't,
They've been counting on you. Mr. Patillo and all the fishermen. They were going to make you captain of the whole fishing fleet.
Oh, who wants to be a captain of the fishing fleet? We're going to the South Seas, Ginny. Instead of smelling fish, we're going to smell them their coconuts.
Pa, please. You just got to help the fishermen.
This is the only chance I've got, and I'm going. We're leaving tonight.
All right, then, Pa, go ahead, but I'm not going with you.
Ginny! Where you going, Ginny?
Hello, is that you, Aunt Letty?
Virginia! Why, darling, what's the matter?
Aunt Letty, I want to go home. Could you come for me in the morning?
Why, of course, dear. You're not ill.
I'm all right. I just want to go back home.
It's that worthless father of yours.
Oh, please don't call names, please. Can you come and get me?
Certainly, dear. I'll be there early in the morning.
Thank you, Aunt Letty. Good night.
Heavens to Betsy, child. What's wrong?
It's Pa. Pa doesn't stick up for his friends. He doesn't care what happens to Mr. Patillo and all the others. He's going to run away to the South Seas.
Why, that no... I know just how you feel, honey. When you love somebody, you want to be proud of him. And when you can't, it just hurts. That's all. But don't you worry. I'm having a little talk with Bill Johannesson right now. So, run away, huh?
Oh, doggone it, Marge. What do you want to scare me like that for?
Bill, you've been nothing but a disappointment to me ever since I laid eyes on you. I can forgive you for that, but I can't forgive you for breaking the heart of your own little girl.
Now, what have I done?
You wouldn't understand if I was to tell you. I come to get her clothes. She's going back home with her Aunt Letty.
Going back home? Why, she can't do that. I'll go up and talk to her.
No, you ain't. You ain't going to get around her with that oily tongue of yours like you did me.
You mean she wants to go home? She don't want to stay with her own pop?
No, there ain't two ways of talking about it, Bill. You just ain't no fit person to bring up a child.
Well, I'll go get her clothes, Marge. You tell her I said so long. And if she has time to send me one of them there picture postal cards, will you, Madge?
I'll tell her.
Hey, Bill, I got all the boxes below. Come on, Bill, the tide is starting to change. Bill, what's the matter with you?
Shut up.
Bill, you sick maybe, huh? All you do for 2 hours now is look on top of the water. You see something maybe?
I see my future career going out on the tide, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, well, you forget that when we get to South Seas.
We ain't going to the South Seas.
Bill!
We're staying right here. Stop asking me questions. It's this ornery conscience of mine. First time in my whole life I ever had trouble out-wrestling my inner self.
Bill, what do you think you're going to do? You going to help those fishermen like Ginny, she say?
No woman's going to tell me what to do. Here. You take this, your telescope, and go up and give it back to Ginny before she goes away. And get back here. We're loading up with ice the first thing in the morning.
Bill, can you take any more ice?
Yeah, about 3 more tons, Joe.
Yeah, about 3 more tons, Joe.
Hey there, you. Where do you think you're going, Pap?
I'm coming aboard this vessel. Now, dadgummit, you got a real sailing skipper aboard.
Hey, you just pick up that duffel bag and get back where you belong. We're shoving off here any second now.
I'm staying right where I am. I'm here to protect my little girl's interest in this ship.
Does Marge know you're down here?
That ain't none of your business.
That's all the ice we got, Bill.
Okay, Joe.
Hey, stop that. Don't go give him any orders on my boat. Okay, Joe. Get on them sails, Pico. We're on our way.
Stand by to cast off.
Now cut that out. Gee, Pico, did you ever see a sweeter sailing ship in all your life?
we sure go fast, Bill.
Fast?
Shucks. If Bill knew anything about sailing, he'd crack out them topsails.
Pico, you know something? I think I've changed my mind after all. I'm starting to smell them there coconut palms again.
You think so?
Ain't no reason why on earth why we can't keep right on sailing down to the South Seas.
What's that? Yeah, but what are we going to do about Pops here?
Oh, just chuck him overboard for the sharks.
You better stop talking like that.
Well, the sharks wouldn't eat him anyway. He's too tough. Can you sail a dory, Pop?
Can I sail? I can sail one from here to China.
Well, you're going to sail one from here to San Pedro right now.
Don't you try it, Bill Johannesson. I'll have the law on you.
Get that dory ready, Pico.
Doctor!
No
Doctor!
use hollering for Marge, Pop. She can't hear you.
Oh, yes, I can.
Margie. Why, honey, what are you doing on board this ship?
Say, you just stop trying to scare my pa.
Oh, shucks. I was only fooling. Say, don't you know it's felonious to stow away on somebody's boat?
And don't you know I wouldn't let you do any hard work on an empty stomach?
You come aboard to be our cook?
Got a stew on the stove right now.
Sure you ain't suspicious of me or nothing like that?
Oh, of course you're all right, Bill. I just ain't taking no chances.
Well, that's different. Say, Ginny ain't hiding down below, too, is she?
No, Bill. Ginny's gone off with her aunt.
Oh, well, I was just hoping
Hey,
that...
Bill, look. Ain't that Kelly's sheep out there?
Huh? Yeah. That's Kelly's refrigerator boat, all right.
He's signaling to us. He's turning, Bill, to come up alongside.
Well, let him come. We might as well get this over with now as any time.
Hey, what's the idea, you handsome? Flying that tuna flag.
On account I'm in the fish business, Kelly.
You dirty double-crosser. I gave you $300 to keep your big nose out of my racket.
Ah, don't worry about your money. You'll get it back with interest as soon as we're in port again.
You haul any fish for Patillo and them guys, you'll never get back to port.
Well, you just follow me and see what happens. We're heading for them fishing banks right now.
Bill. Bill, you asleep yet?
Sure I'm asleep. I'm worn out.
First honest day's work you ever done. Well, we sure fill up with tuna, Bill. Fog sure got us closed in, Bill. Good thing we dropped anchor. Maybe she'll lift by more... What's that noise? I hear something. Now, call yourself a sailor. Snoring away in the anchor dragon. Good thing I'm aboard or we'd all get drowned. Never seen such a helpless critter in all...
Boss, it's the old man.
Who are you? What in tarnation you doing on this boat? I said, Bill, help!
Shut him up, will you? He won't holler none now. Come on, Dixon. We got to get off of here.
Bill! Somebody's on deck!
I'm coming, Margie. Pico! Hey, wake up! Is that you, Pop? Why don't you...
Come on, Dixon. Get in.
Well, you never stop trying, do you, Kelly? Why, you two-bit chiseler,
Bill! We're sinking! We opened the creek top!
Open the... So you're the one that tried to drive me before, huh?
Hey, Dixon, get that belay in here.
Bill, you need extra help?
No. This here's a private fight, Pico.
You get the belay in, Bill!
Okay, Marge. Maybe you better give me a hand here.
Sure thing, Bill.
Get out of my way.
Just a second, brother. I got him, Bill. He runs straight into the scoop net here.
Just set on him, Margie. And you better duck. Here comes Kelly.
They're coming too, Bill. What are they going to do with them now?
You can get up now, honey. Turn them loose.
Turn them loose?
Yeah. I ought to crack their skulls, but I got work for them to do.
I got to get back home, Bill. I'm worried about Pep. He ain't feeling so good down there.
Hitting that little old man. Why, I ought to...
Bill, look, the fog is blowing away. I don't like this wind, Bill. Gonna blow like the devil, I think.
Well, the harder the better. The sooner we'll get home.
You ain't sailing this tub home.
You keep out of this here conversation.
You can't start your engines with that water in the hole.
We don't need no engine. Get on your feet, both of you.
Well, what are you going to do with us?
Make sailors out of you. Or angels. You two go forward and get on that anchor.
And jump when the captain speaks.
Okay.
And when that anchor's up, you two low-down skunks is going to man the pumps from here home. Marge here's going to be standing over you with this here belaying pin. Now get going.
This is the United States Coast Guard. Repeat on storm warning. Gale, hurricane force moving north from coast of Lower California. Velocity 70 miles. Wind increasing. All ships south of Point Vincenti seek shelter immediately. There will be a supplementary report in 10 minutes. Stand by.
Well, how did you get in here, young lady?
Please, they said the Coast Guard could tell me. Have you had any word from the Three Sisters? She's my father's schooner.
The Three Sisters? She left the fishing banks this morning for San Pedro.
Then they're right in the middle of the storm. Oh, isn't there anything you can do?
Not now, but they'll make it all right. She's a fine ship.
I know she is,
And
but...
the rest is up to the skipper.
Then I guess I'm not worried. My pa's the skipper, and he's just about the best sea captain there is. He'll bring her in all right. He's got to.
Oh, she's safe. The three sisters are safe.
Get down to the docks, everybody. Bill's bringing her in. He's bringing her in.
And now the doc says that Pop's going to be all right. The Coast Guard is detaining Mr. Kelly and Mr. Dixon. All I got to say is, for Ginny.
Oh, am I glad.
Ginny, gee, gosh. I thought you were way across the country in Gloucester.
When it came time to leave, I just couldn't go, Pop.
Gee, gosh.
Anyway, Margie told me you weren't really going to South Seas after all. You know what else she said? She said you're the best sea captain in the whole world.
Did she say that?
And here, Pop. Here's Grandpa's telescope. I know he'd want you to have it because I know he'd be just as proud of you as I am.
Oh, Ginny, thanks. Margie! Hey, Margie!
Oh, she's busy now, Pa. She's talking to somebody.
Who?
Don't get mad, Pop. The minister.
Ginny, honey, how'd you like to be one of my bridesmaids?
Together in holy wedlock and have pledged their faith each to the other and have declared same by joining their right hands, I now pronounce that you are husband and wife. You may claim the bride, William.
Well, ain't I got her?
Pa, he means you can kiss her.
Kiss her?
Certainly. Now go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, I'm game if you are, Margie.
I'm a-waiting, Billy boy.
Our stars will return in a moment for their curtain call. Do you have a big family dinner on Sundays? It's good to see the folks, isn't it? But don't you sometimes wish you could serve dinner on paper plates? All morning you're in the kitchen, making a pie, stuffing a chicken. Afterwards, there's a mountain of dishes to wash, what with Grandma and Grandpa, Sister Lil and Fred and their young Betty, Junior, your husband, and yourself. If your menu includes fruit sherbet, roast chicken, dessert, and coffee, you'll have at least 73 pieces of silver and dishes to wash. Quite a stack. But do you know that less than 2 tablespoons of Lux Flakes will do all those dishes? Pretty thrifty, isn't it? At that rate, you could wash the dishes for over 20 big Sunday dinners with just 1 big box of Lux Flakes. And lots more dinners than that when your family's down to normal size. A big box of Lux does all those dishes because it goes further. Tests prove that an ounce of Lux Flakes actually washes up to twice as many dishes as an ounce of any of 10 other leading soaps. And no matter how many dishes you have to wash, Lux will help your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Even if strong soaps have left your hands red and rough, just changing to gentle Lux for dishes will make them lovely again. Why not change to Lux for your dishes? Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Our thanks for a 4-star performance go to that able firm of Beery, and Maine, who come to the footlights for a curtain call.
Well, the Berries sure had me outnumbered tonight. But they're a talented bunch, all right.
And we're especially happy to welcome young Carol Ann to this stage. I'm sure she's headed for a great career.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. But you know, Dad should take an extra bow.
That's right. Today's his birthday.
April 1st, eh?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Bill, but I hope we're going to skip any jokes about April Fools.
Well, if you say so, Wally. But it's too bad you couldn't have had taken a day off for your birthday.
A day off? Every time I have a birthday, I take a year off.
Marjorie, you surely can't be worried about your age.
Not since the 96th Infantry Division voted you their occupation girl.
Well, they got stamina, those boys.
What's the difference, Miss Maine, between a pinup girl and an occupation girl?
Are you kidding, honey? You've got eyes, haven't you?
Well, Marjorie, I'm sure the 96th Division wouldn't have chosen you unless you'd been an inspiration to them.
Well, they hurried back anyway.
Wally, how come the Waxer Waves didn't elect you a pin-up boy?
Shucks, Bill. Of course, it embarrasses me to... Bill. Of course, it embarrasses me to tell about it, but they tossed a coin between me and Van Johnson 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, eh?
Well, then it was 3 out of 5. 4 out of 7. 5 out of 9, and so on until Van Johnson won.
Well, I'd have you on my wall, Wally. Except I don't think you'd go so well with heliotrope design.
I think Dad looks much better against the background of our Jackson Hole Ranch.
Wonderful country up there in Jackson Hole, Wally.
Yeah, Bill. When the theater goes see Bad Bascom, which Marjorie and I just finished with Margaret O'Brien for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, they'll appreciate how beautiful that country is up there.
I understand that picture's having its premiere in Wyoming this week.
What are you presenting here on Lux next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we're bringing our audience another colorful, exciting drama. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Western thriller, Honky Tonk. And our stars are Lana Turner and John Hodiak.
I can see the audience approves the cast, Bill. Well, I could kind of go for that Hodiak fellow myself.
And Honky Tonk is a story made to order for them. The fast-moving saga of a gentleman gambler, quick on the trigger, reckless both at love and dice, and a woman whose loyalty and deep devotion follow him to the dramatic climax of his dangerous career.
Sure sounds like an exciting evening, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and many happy returns. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lana Turner and John Hodiak in Honky Tonk. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Honky Tonk with Lana Turner and John Hodiak. 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 Honky Tonk with Lana Turner and John Hodiak.
The Lazy Boy Showcase Shop on University Drive is having a pre-inventory sleeper sale. By day, the Lazy Sleeper is a handsome sofa with no sag seating and back support, and by night, the Lazy Sleeper is a superb bed with a full-coil innerspring mattress. This sleep sofa is designed to meet Lazy Boy's high standards for comfort and durability. We now have over 60 Lazy Sleepers in stock for your selection, and they're at 30 to 40% off the regular price. See the Lazy Sleeper on sale today at the Lazy Boy Showcase Shop, 1 block west of the mall on University.
More top country music stars than any other series on television. That's Pop Goes the Country. And you can see it every Thursday at 6:30 right here on TV 48.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the sunlight of April, Broadway shimmers like an enchanted garden. It's the place where golden women glide past mirrors of chrome. And you're happy because the reflection of all their smiles were for you. And nighttime comes and the sudden whirlpools of color are flung skyward from jeweled fountains. And you're happy. It's the once-upon-a-time land you've searched for. In the morning, you wish it never happened. It's Broadway, My Beat. It was 11:30 at night, and I was on my way home from headquarters. I didn't make it. A squad car picked me up at 43rd Street, and a man told me my working day wasn't over. They were from the technical lab. They were on their way to the scene of the crime, which was on Coney Island, which was where they were taking me. Which is where I went, to Coney Island, through a crowd gathered around a roller coaster, and to a man who was waiting for me.
Hi, Danny.
What's up?
The guy there in the third seat of this car. Dead, Danny.
Uh-huh. Stand. Who stabbed him, Muggavan?
Out there in the faceless crowd.
You don't know, huh?
Not an idea. Except that somebody sat behind him and pushed a knife into him.
Witnesses?
Nope. And maybe this guy screamed. Who pays any attention to a scream on a roller coaster?
Who found him?
Him.
Yeah, me. I found him.
And you're who?
Frank Crucio. I run this ride. Here's what, mister. This dead guy sitting there, he had a half a dozen tickets in his hat band. End of each ride, I just went over to him, took a ticket. Didn't disturb him.
Didn't you notice something was wrong?
Oh, people react different to roller coasters. To him, I figure it's restful. I didn't disturb him till he ran out of tickets. Then I disturbed him.
Uh-huh.
And I found out I couldn't disturb him. And I yelled police.
That check, Muggavan?
He told me just that, Danny.
Identification on this man?
Uh-huh, yeah, his wallet. Name, Thomas Stafford, address, here, rooming house in Brooklyn. Employed as a bonded runner for one Gerald Fuffman, jeweler.
Gerald who?
Fuffman. We turn it over to the technical boys now, huh?
And as we performed the rites that come after violent death, the great amusement park wound down and became still, and the distant song of a carousel was washed out to sea. And the crowd shivered against the rising mist and against the memory that death had walked the carnival, that somewhere on the midway its wing had touched them. In the morning, I had a call to make to the place of one Gerald Fuffman, Esquire, jewels, etc. That's what it said on the window. Inside, Gerald Fuffman, Esquire, was very elegant, very etc.
Welcome to my establishment. Make yourself comfortable, browse, indulge, etc., etc.
Thank you, I will.
If you permit me, I could be of rather remarkable assistance. What you had in mind, was it for an amant, a girl, a mother, a wife, a souvenir of 20 years' splendid service in your splendid factory?
That would be nice. Could you make a replica of this in diamonds?
Dear boy, I can make a replica of anything in anything. Baby shoes, a lover's broken heart, a suit of armor, etc., etc.
Take another look.
I have. It's a badge. A police badge. My dear boy, I don't know quite how to put this, but I'm afraid my establishment is quite beyond a policeman's means.
You put it very neat. That leaves us nothing to talk about except maybe Tommy Stafford.
Tommy? But how could you have known?
Known what, Mr. Fuffman?
I was just on the verge of reporting it to the police. Tommy has absconded with $100,000 worth of jewels, a pearl necklace, priceless baubles.
Oh?
Oh, yes. Last night at 8 o'clock, he was to deliver them to Madam Sybil in Coney Island. He and his co-messenger, Ed Drosco. They never appeared at Madam Sybil's. They vanished.
Tommy Stafford is dead.
Dead? Tommy?
Tommy. Stabbed to death on a roller coaster.
Oh, that's horrible. So unnecessary. It makes everything so desolate, so... etc., etc.
You say Tommy and this Ed Drasco were to deliver the jewels to Madam Sybil?
Yes. She had already paid me a $10,000 deposit. Last night she was to pay me the rest on delivery. She phoned me that the messengers hadn't come. I told her to be patient, that they would most assuredly make the delivery. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Ed Drasco, do you have his address?
He roomed with Tommy. You think Ed killed the boy? You think he killed him and stole the jewels?
I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Fuffman? I called headquarters and told them to bring in a man named Ed Drasco. Then it was back to Coney Island again. At noon, Coney looked like a desert of unwound toys. I asked a man where I could find the establishment of Madam Sybil. He tried to tout me to the establishment of Madam Bernice, who was a girl who could really read bumps on the head, but I held out for Madam Sybil. He sighed, nodded his head that way, and I went. It was a wood-framed shack with a couple of windows decked out in silhouettes of a man's head. A man's head with bumps on them, each bump with a special name. The sign on the door said, "Walk in." I did.
Madam Sybil offers herself to meditation. However, she will be with you within this moment in time.
That's nice of Madam Sybil. Mind if I sit down?
Please.
Who are you?
Victor. Upon this level, this is the name by which I am known. Victor.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you, Victor...
Reflect inwardly. Seek to attune yourself to the vibrations.
I've already done that, Victor. You know what? I'll bet if you unwrap that towel on your head, it'll read Hotel New Yorker.
What's your business here, Mac?
Police business.
You will forgive Madam Sybil. Madam Sybil was lost among
Police. Can't you tell a cop yet, Sybil?
What's he want? What do you want here, mister?
I understand you paid a deposit on some jewels. You paid the deposit and the jewels were stolen.
I like a customer like you. You don't ask questions. You make statements, and all I do is say yes. The easiest kind of customer to have.
Now we'll take it off a customer and client basis and
You think this Dodge is phony, huh? How right you are. Look at him. Look at Victor. Put your towel on straight, Victor. Let me help you. Hold still.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
And the grease paint. Every day he forgets to cover one ear. Ever see a man with 2 different colored ears? Turn around, Victor. Let him see.
Okay.
Look, mister, I always level with the law. I'm going to show you who I really am right here in this wall safe. Because I like to level. No secrets from the police. Sybil Spence, that's who I am. See?
The jewels, Sybil. They in the safe, too?
Want to look?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Nothing, huh? See? On the level.
How is it that you can afford $100,000 worth of jewelry, Sybil?
Because I got $100,000. More than that, 9 concessions right here in Coney. I got money. There's a law.
Then why this corny little pitch, reading heads?
I like it. There's a law.
The rest of the story, Sybil.
Like in the papers, I paid a down deposit. Fuffman sent the jewels. Fuffman says, I didn't get them. Tell him, Victor. Tell the police.
She didn't get them.
Then neither Tommy Stafford or Ed Drasko showed up.
Tell him, Victor.
Neither one showed up.
Welcome back to headquarters, Danny. Welcome back from the cotton candy and the 2-foot hot dogs of Coney Island. After these heavenly pleasures, it must be rough to get back into the swing of things with us mere mortals.
Rough. Oh, here, I brought you some pinwheels.
Oh, gee, Danny, thanks. Gee, Danny, when you blow on them, don't they make a ring around the rosy of pretty colors?
They're for the Tartaglia children, Tartaglia.
Huh? Oh. Well, of course they're for the Tartaglia children. Whose else children?
For a minute, you had me. Well, Tartaglia?
Well, leave us lay aside our childish pleasures and get down to the affairs of the moment, huh, Danny?
If you insist.
This matter of bringing in this messenger, Ed Drasko, it has not been accomplished.
Why?
For the simple reason that this aforesaid Ed Drasko has taken unto himself a powder. He is not in his rooming house, nor in his appointed haunts, nor
Send out an all-points bulletin on him. I want Ed Drasko.
Well, naturally. number 1 suspect, huh, Danny? Such an open and
Anything else, Tartaglia?
Case. No, nothing to bother our pretty little brains about. This Frank Curcio, owner and ticket taker of the roller coaster on which was found the body of the deceased.
What about Curcio?
Oh, airtight alibi. When he was not taking tickets, he was in a rendezvous with a dancing girl whose Blue Jay corn plasters had come awry. All checked. Airtight.
For a mere mortal, Tartaglia, you... excuse me, Tartaglia.
Oh, naturally.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
You and me, Clover, we got a date. Victor Amalfi and you.
Oh, have we, Victor? You'll wear a fresh towel?
I like that. Yeah. You and me and Ed Drasko. He wants we should come to his dance.
Ed Drasko?
Yeah, he wants to make a deal about the jewels. He said I should come alone, but being law-abiding like
Where's the dance, Victor?
Hall of Mirrors, back entrance, 12:30 tonight. I can count on you then, Detective Clover? Hello, Detective.
Victor, Drasko made contact with you yet?
He said he'd be here. I haven't seen him. I've been waiting here, but I haven't seen him.
Tell it to me again. Why should Drasko contact you?
So simple. A guy steals $100,000 worth of jewels, double-crosses his employer, kills his buddy. The jewels are hot, he can't get rid of them, so he makes a deal with the madam and me, $25,000.
Why did you call me?
Well, like I try to impress you on the phone. I'm honest. I'm double-crossing a killer. I call in the cops. You'd like it some other way?
Yeah, I thought this Hall of Mirrors was closed. There's someone in there.
Maybe Drasko. Come on.
You first, Victor.
Yeah, I know where the lights are. You better follow me, Detective. A guy can get lost in here.
Is that you, Victor, or a mirror? Now there's 6 of you.
I'm the 3rd one from the left. Come on.
Victor!
I'm right beside you. Drasko must have brought a gun. Hey, we're standing here like ducks.
With an advantage. How does he know which of us is real and which one a reflection?
What are you waiting for, Detective? He's shooting. When are you going to pull your gun?
Yeah, I'll do that. Victor, but what'll I shoot at?
That way. That way. The shot came from right there. Shoot! Shoot! Hey, you're good, Detective. I think you got it.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's go. Over there, through that broken mirror. Someone lying on the floor.
Yeah. Drasko. Yeah, that's Drasko, all right.
How do you know?
I saw him at the jewelry store. Hey, you're really good, Detective. One shot, and you kill a man. The case is over, huh?
Wait a minute. I'll see.
Well, what's to see? Oh. Looking for the jewels. They on him? They're on him, huh? It's all over, huh?
For Drasko. But he lied to you, Victor.
No jewels, huh?
No jewels. How do you figure it, Victor? A man dies for a lot of jewelry he didn't have. There's this about Broadway. It measures emotion, computes sensation in terms of neon and Mazda. On Broadway, all that glitters is gold. When light screams, it goes well on Broadway. When darkness flares, not so good. But the death of Ed Drasko in a hall of mirrors, that was something else. That measured up. Almost as good as the violent death of Tommy Stafford on a roller coaster in Coney Island. And the gleam of $100,000 worth of missing jewels. That was dazzling, worth at least a sack of confetti. Carnival time, that's what it was. Carnival time. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia put it.
Danny, you add this all together and it comes out a 3-ring circus with 3 rings.
Yeah. Meet the clown, Tartaglia.
What are you talking, Danny? You're a hero. You kill a thief or murderer, thereby solving a previous murder. In the book, that makes you a hero. Clown is for laughing at whom?
Maybe Drasko didn't need to be killed.
What are you talking? You find him with his gun in his hand. Previous to that, bullets were flying amongst the mirrors in your general direction. At a time like that, you're going to stop to ask yourself, should I or shouldn't I?
I was eager, Tartaglia. If I hadn't been so eager, a man would still be alive. A man we could talk to, so we could be sure.
Danny, before you go any further with this selfish torture, explain to me this business of eager.
If I played it smart, if I'd shown myself, maybe Drasko wouldn't have been so quick with his gun. I could have waited to take him. By the way, where is his gun?
In technical for a routine check. Registry, fingerprints, and all the so forths and so forths the technical does with a gun.
Yeah. The list of the missing jewels, is it up?
It is out, Danny, which brings me to the tidbit of the day. A tidbit which will bring a smile to your gloom, a ray of sunshine to your...
Just a tidbit, Tartaglia.
Of course. We are just in receipt of information, Danny, that Paul Otis is honoring the tank in the Coney Island precinct with his presence.
I can't tell you how happy that makes me.
Wait, let me finish, Danny, before you make another bitter remark. It seems that on a routine perusal of the belongings of said Paul Otis was found on him a diamond brooch, which answers to the description of a diamond brooch on the list of the missing jewels. See, Danny? See how wrong you are to doubt me when I am just what the doctor ordered?
In the cell door.
The hangover hurts, huh, Paul?
You gotta give me time to get used to being in jail. You'll close the door gently next time, yeah?
Sure. My name's Clover, Danny Clover.
Clover. You're telling me that because you're gonna third-degree me, huh? So when you rubber hose me, I can yell, "Stop, Danny Clover!" Yeah?
All we're going to do is chat.
Yeah, I know. Chat.
You want a cigarette, Paul?
Yeah. Your kind, with truth serum in it? Yeah. Yeah, you cops.
Okay, no cigarette. Where'd you get this diamond brooch?
You hurt my head with questions like that.
Where'd you get it, Paul?
Nowhere. I'm suspicion of robbery, and I'm stuck with it.
Murder.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Paul!
Let me out!
Paul!
Let me out of this! Please! I got a crazy man!
Listen to me, Paul. Listen to me.
Okay. I'll listen. But did you don't? Don't get close to me, eh? Don't touch me.
Paul, a man was supposed to deliver this brooch and some more jewelry. A man named Tommy Stafford. He never showed up. He was murdered.
I'm listening. I'm listening real good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tommy Stafford.
You know him?
No.
How about a man named Ed Draskell?
Ed Draskell.
You know Ed Draskell, Paul?
No, I don't know Ed Draskell, but I'm listening.
Look, last night you were picked up in Coney, not too far from the scene of Tommy's murder. You had this brooch with you, a brooch that Tommy had a little while before he was killed. What's the story, Paul?
After work, I was in a bar with a girl and drinking. And I opened my eyes and I come upon this dream. I'm all of a sudden in the tank with brooch, without girl.
What girl? Who was she?
B. Morris, hula type. The type that hulas on the Midway show on Coney.
B. Morris, huh? Okay, Paul.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you're getting too close. Open the door! Let me out of here! I'm crazy, man! Let me out of here!
I had to pull him away from the cell door. When he was aware that my hands were on him, he screamed again, ran to a corner, and with his finger drew a symbol on the air. I took it was a symbol to keep the evil beasties away. It worked. Someone opened the door and took me away from Paul Otis. In the early afternoon light, the Midway at Coney is a tattered circus poster peeling off an alley wall. The color is drained from it, and the attractions don't care if you do or don't. Back of the fat man who wanted to guess my weight was another man who wanted me to go back with him into an Arabian night for only 2 bits, 2 dimes and a nickel, a $0.25. Back of him were 6 tired harem girls on a platform yawning through recorded-type music from a Coney-type loudspeaker. For the price of admission, he pointed out B. Morris, the one with the biggest yawn. I found a chair inside the tent and waited for her.
The shill tells me you were asking for me. Well, now that you see me up close, you can run along, huh, sport?
Here. Sit down, Dee. I want to talk to you.
It thrills you to talk to an artist like me, huh, sport? Go on. Sniff my perfume. Go on.
Just talk, Dee. Let's talk about Paul Otis.
Him? What's the matter, sport? You jealous of Paul? Tell Auntie B all about it. Go on.
Just talk, Dee. Let's talk about Paul Otis.
Him? What's the matter, sport? You jealous of Paul? Tell Auntie B all about it.
I'm a policeman. I want you to talk to me about Paul because we're holding him for murder.
Murder? Paul? You must be kidding. Paul hasn't got enough protein to raise his voice, let alone murder.
Murder. The murder of Tommy Stafford.
The messenger boy on the roller coaster? Why would poor little Paul want to kill a poor little messenger boy?
For a diamond brooch, maybe? To impress you, maybe?
Those would be good reasons. Except Paul hasn't got it in him to think him up.
Maybe you ought to know, B. We found the brooch on him. Along with the bottle tops in his pocket, we found a diamond brooch. You know him so well, B. Where would Paul get a thing like that?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you for free. Maybe he got it the same place I got these diamond earrings. Look at him. Go ahead. Bite into him. Go on. Real, genuine 14-carat diamond.
Yeah. They're on a missing list, B. The earrings and the brooch. Missing from 2 murdered men. Where'd you get them?
This'll make you open your mouth real wide. They were left on my dressing table in a dirty little white box. Eerie, the whole thing, ain't it, sport?
You didn't wonder where they came from?
Who asks where diamonds come from?
We do, B. Policemen do that. Let's go where it's cool and quiet and official and talk. Like at headquarters.
Danny?
Huh?
Here, Danny. I brought you a nice piece of chicken cacciatore I pilfered from my lunchbox you should gnaw on instead of your fingernails.
I'm not gnawing on my fingernails, Tartaglia.
Literally, no. But figuratively, I can see your brain devour them to the hub. Go ahead, take the chicken.
You eat it, you know.
Thanks a lot, Danny. Oh, hey, Danny.
Now what?
With chicken on my mind, I forgot to tell you.
Forgot to tell me what, Tartaglia?
I got the report back from Technical about the gun. Quick, huh?
All right, what does Technical have to say?
Here. You hold the chicken. I'll read it.
Okay.
To Lieutenant Detective Danny Clover from New York Police Department Ballistics Division. Subject, gun. Type of 38 caliber police positive. Registry, none. Fingerprints, none. Signed, Marvin Mickbar, New York Police Department Ballistics Division.
Huh?
Signed, Marvin Mickbar.
No, the part about the prints.
Huh? Oh, fingerprints, none. Hey, Danny, how could this Ed Drasco have his mitts on the gun, then leave no fingerprints? Huh, Danny?
You got a good question, Gino. Here, take your chicken back. It was the best question of Tartaglia's brilliant career. How could Drasco have shot at me and left no fingerprints on the gun he held in his bare hand? It was a good question, because it could contain within itself a good answer. It could answer why Paul Otis and B. Morris had stolen jewels on them. It could answer the murder of Tommy Stafford and maybe even the death of Ed Drasco. And for the answer to a question that already has an answer, you go to a clairvoyant, to someone who reads head bumps like Madam Sybil's in Coney Islands, to her prop boy, Victor Amalfi.
Madam Sybil offers herself to meditation. However, she will be with you within this moment. It's a detective. Salam, detective.
Same to you, Victor. Where's Madam Sybil?
Like I told you, in the back room, meditating. If you're here as a client, you'll have to wait for the madam. If you're here to pass the time of day, likewise.
You're 2 times wrong, Victor. I want you and Sybil for murder.
You make a hobby of this? You point a finger, say you're a murderer, and this makes a murderer, huh? You got one yesterday, Clover. How many you need to make you happy?
You and Sybil.
All right, I'll humor you. Whom is whom we have murdered?
Tommy Stafford, maybe? Ed Drasco, maybe?
Drasco? Ha! You need an aspirin, kid.
$100,000 worth of jewels for a measly down payment of $10,000. Good profit, $90,000. And all it cost was the murder of 2 messenger boys.
I could get you bicarbonate.
Cheap at the price, huh, Victor? It's so easy. You take Stafford on the roller coaster, stick a knife in his back. Sybil takes Drasco somewhere else, puts a bullet in him. What'd you do with the jewels? Put them in the safe after I left? Let's take a look at the safe, huh, Victor?
A little thing. One little thing. I read in the papers you got 2 birds with stolen diamonds in their mouths. Diamonds the madam bought and never got.
You must know about that, Victor. You planted them. You planted them on Paul Otis and B. 2 people whose business it was to be near the scene of the crime. It almost worked. Now let's look at the safe, huh?
First you have to get by Victor, detective. That ain't gonna be easy.
Let's try, shall we, Victor?
Are you all right, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, real fine. Welcome from the beyond, Sybil. Tonight the Zodiac said kill Victor.
I'm glad it was Victor. I'm glad it wasn't you, Mr. Clover. When I pointed the gun, I never pointed a gun before. Lucky.
Yeah. Okay, Sybil. Give me the gun.
What for?
Ballistics will want to match it against the slugs in the body.
But you saw me shoot Victor.
The gun.
All right. All right, here. But you saw me. I killed him. What do you need the gun for?
Ed Drasco. I'm not real sure, understand, Sybil, but I'm waving a finger at you. This is the gun that killed Ed Drasco.
What are you talking about? You killed Drasco. The paper said you killed Ed Drasco.
You did, Sybil. It figures that way. Drasco was dead even before I walked into the Hall of Mirrors because his fingerprints weren't on his gun. You can't make fingerprints by resting a gun in the open hand of a dead man.
You're not trying to trick me.
So it figures, Sybil, like I said it did. It was you shooting up the Hall of Mirrors. Not trying to hit anyone, just shooting it up so I'd take a shot in the dark and just happen to kill Ed Drasco.
Mr. Clover,
Where are the jewels, Sybil? In the safe? They weren't in there the last time we opened it. Let's see now. Open the safe. Go ahead, open it.
No! No, you can't have them.
Take it easy.
No, they're mine. I killed her, they're mine.
Stop fighting. It's no use, Sybil.
Mine. Mine. They're not mine, are they?
Let's go, Sybil. Daytime never lingers on Broadway. They shut it off by lighting the spectaculars. Then Broadway's happy. It leans into the night and screams. You turn a corner and run toward it. It's right there waiting for you. Start screaming too, kid, because it'll explode right in your face. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the cast tonight were Byron Kane, Betty Lou Gerson, Sylvia Sims, Jerry Hausner, Jack Crucian, and Peter Lee.
It's a what? It's a pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. A pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. A pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. New taco pizza at Pizza Hut. Could you say that again? It's a pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. A pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. A pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. New taco pizza at Pizza Hut.
Oh, wait. Run that by me again.
It's a pizza-looking taco tasting pizza. New taco pizza at Pizza Hut. We're coming in for taco.
All right.
We're coming in for good.
I want to audition for the school review.
The Sparkles are special. What's special about you?
I'm no ordinary high stepper. I'm a pepper.
We're peppers, too.
I'm a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, he's a pepper.
Would you like to be a pepper, too? We're a pepper, he's a pepper.
I thought I saw a pepper cat.
Being a pepper is where it's at.
If you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper, too. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper.
If you think clean is a ho-hum experience, open a bottle of Seabreeze and feel your senses stir. It's cooling, invigorating, exhilarating. It's when your skin and his feels clean, fresh, alive. Seabreeze skin tinglers and refreshers plunge deep, dissolving oils and dirt soap can't reach. You'll both be so tingling clean, you'll feel it down to your pores. Seabreeze, no other clean feels quite like this.
Homeward bound, coast of New England.
You got 6'2" feet. 6'2" feet,
The Navy. See a recruiter or call toll-free. It's not just a job, it's an adventure.
Today you're bringing home your new baby and your wife, and gathered round the people who mean so much in your life. Oh, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on and have a Pepsi day. Have a Pepsi day.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the postman, Mel Blanc, our guest, Ben Gage, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. With extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, there's lots of excitement in the Burns home today. Gracie has just received word that she's to go to New York and write up the Lewis Kahn championship fight for her newspaper column.
Of all people to cover a prize fight, what do you know about boxing?
I happen to be an authority on sports.
You?
Oh, there may be one or two fine points on boxing that I'm not up on, like how many there are on a side.
How many on a side?
Of course, I can figure it out for myself. Just tell me how many there are altogether.
Maybe the names of the fighters will give you a hint. It's the Joe Louis-Billy Kahn fight.
How far, huh?
Yeah. Joe and Kahn fight Billy and Louis. Look, Gracie, there are only two men in a prize fight. One on a side.
Just one?
That's all.
Oh, pretty small-time sport, huh?
Yes, not doing well. It's...
Imagine only one on a side. Why, in baseball, they must have 5 or 6.
Thank goodness I'm going to the Louis Kahn fight with you. Even if somebody got knocked out, you wouldn't know who won.
Is it hard to tell if someone is knocked out?
Certainly not. Let's say you were unconscious for more than 10 seconds. No, in your case, that wouldn't prove anything. I'll put it this way. If you were perfectly still for 10 seconds, they'd call you a knockout.
Oh. Well, let me move a little, and they'd like me even better.
Forget about the technical part of the fight. I'll take care of that for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Who do you think will win, Louis or Kahn?
Well, I don't know. Pretty close fight.
Oh, yes, but your judgment is uncanny. Remember last year how you told me who'd win the World Series and the Rose Bowl game and the golf championship? Oh, come on. Who's going to win the fight?
Well, I pick Louis.
Oh, gee, that lucky Kahn.
Now, this time I'm right.
Let's make a little bet, huh?
Okay. What do you want to bet?
Well, if my man wins, you buy me a pair of nylons.
Okay.
And if your man wins, I buy them myself.
You want to handle this yourself?
Yes.
This bet?
Yes.
You don't want the Morris office to handle it?
No.
Look, I'd like to win something, too. How about a box of cigars, the cigars I smoke?
Oh, well, the house would smell better if you smoked nylons.
Never mind the bet. When do they want you to come to New York?
Oh, right away. I'm supposed to go to the fighters' training camps and interview them.
You'll get the thrill of your life at those training camps.
Yeah?
Those boxers really have terrific physiques.
Oh, that won't thrill me.
No?
No. What thrill is there left for a woman once she's looked at you?
Me,
you're tops, George. So why should I look at anyone else? Does the peacock's mate look at the sparrow?
Well,
Does the lion's mate look at the alley cat?
Gracie.
Does the baboon's mate look at the monkey?
Okay, forget it. I still say I'm not the physical type. I'm just not built like those guys.
Well, I think you... Come in.
Hi, Burnses. What's new?
Bill, I'd like to ask you a question. Don't you think George is built like a boxer?
Yeah, he's built sort of like a boxer.
Well, thanks, Bill.
Of course, he's got a lot of poodle in him, too.
Bill, Gracie didn't mean a boxer dog. She meant a prize fighter.
Oh, a prize fighter.
Yes. George and I are going to the Lewis Kahn fight, and I'm reporting it for my newspaper column.
Oh, gee, lucky you, Gracie. Who's going to take over your radio program?
Say, that's right. We've got to get someone to take over our program.
Sure.
Not only while we're in New York, but for the whole summer.
Well, George, I got a little show I could put on. It's a sort of a simplified quiz program.
Simplified?
Yes, I have only beautiful girls for contestants, and I ask only one question.
Well, that doesn't sound like much fun.
Oh, if I get the right answer, it'll be a riot.
Nothing doing, Willie. You're not taking over the summer show.
Well, George, I wouldn't want to be the top man of the Maxwell House program just for the summer.
No?
No, I'd rather be like I am now, top man the whole year.
Goodbye, Star.
So long, Stooge.
Well, now, George, this is a real problem. It won't be easy to find a man to replace you.
You really mean that, Gracie?
Well, I certainly do. I know. We'll get Jack Benny, Bing Crosby, and Orson Welles.
All three of them?
Sure, they're off the air now. They'll help you look for someone.
I see. Well, if we don't get someone to take over the show, we'll just have to miss the big fight.
Oh, dear, I'd hate to miss that.
So would I.
I'll go, dear.
Yes, you go, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman.
Is something wrong today? You sound a bit perturbed.
Oh, I am. My husband and I are just dying to see the world's champion fighter.
Well, drop by my house anytime my wife is home.
Oh, no, Mr. Postman, not your wife. Joe Louis is the world's champion fighter.
Well, if he likes to think so, let him have his little dream.
Anyhow, the fight's in New York, and we can't go unless we find someone to take over our radio show this summer.
Well, I know a very clever comedian who's available. A droll fellow who prostrates one and all with his witticisms and also has a most infectious laugh.
You do? Who is he? You?
Oh, yes. I fractured them at the post office. Yesterday, I had them laying in the aisles. Several of them were run over by mail trucks.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'd never make a radio comedian, Mr. Postman.
You're right. My voice is more the Ronald Coleman type.
Yes, that's it. Well, thanks for bringing me this letter.
You're welcome. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember...
Keep smiling?
Just what I had in mind.
Who was it, Gracie?
Oh, the postman with a letter. Oh, look. It's from Radio Life magazine.
Well, open it up.
Dear George and Gracie, Each year, Radio Life magazine presents a group of awards for outstanding radio performances. This year, it is our pleasure to give your program the award for musical achievement.
Well, I'll be done. At last. Though April showers may come your way.
Oh, you really deserve the award, Sugar Throat.
Well, I didn't know my voice was that good.
Ah, George, you're too modest. Just name another singer who's 1/10 as good as you are.
Well, Frank Sinatra.
Him?
Sure. He's 1/10 as good as I am.
Sinatra? Oh, why, you make him look sick. At least you help.
I guess so.
Sing some more.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, please, George. I'm mad about sweet things, and nothing in the world is sweeter than your voice.
Well...
So open up the jug of your throat and pour the molasses of melody all over me.
Okay. Though April showers may come your way, they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Oh, you murdered, Daddy, you murdered. Oh, darling, Radio Life couldn't possibly have picked anyone else.
And we're not... I guess not. Was that all they had to say in their letter?
Now, there's one more paragraph. Let's see what it says. Oh, yeah. Your program features one of the truly great musical artists of radio.
And though it's raining...
And therefore, we confer this award upon Meredith Wilson.
I have no regrets because Meredith Wilson...
Forgetting that he's a musician, too.
But why did they give him the award instead of me?
Oh, well, who cares? But, George, it's a wonderful break for us. If they think Meredith is that good, he can do the program this summer, and we can go to New York.
You think he can handle it?
Oh, sure. We'll have a wonderful time at the fight. Oh, just one thing. Don't let Joe Louis or Billy Kahn hear you sing. It might stop the fight.
Stop the fight?
Well, yeah. If they heard you sing, they'd forget to hit each other. They'd want to concentrate on you.
Yeah. Let's call Meredith and tell him the news.
Yeah, let's.
Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Back home in Tennessee. Now, there's a tune to hang some memories on, Meredith.
Especially for some folks, Bill. Folks who remember a certain famous dining room in Nashville, for instance. 2 stories high it was, with Grecian columns on marble bases. And sculptured fruit and game on the ceiling.
Yes, and maybe they remember, too, some of the famous people they saw in that dining room. Statesmen, authors, generals, actors, actresses, and presidents of the United States. And then nobody could forget the famous dishes of Antoine, the imported chef, or the wonderful coffee, especially blended for people used to the very best. And you know, Meredith, that old hotel still stands in Nashville, the old Maxwell House, a lasting reminder of a well-loved part of our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, how that famous coffee, named after the Maxwell House, has itself become a real part of the American scene. For through the years, more and more people have discovered its rich, mellow flavor, until today more people buy Maxwell House than any other coffee in America. Yes, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. And it's easy to understand, for Maxwell House is such a skillful blend of really superb Latin American coffees, each chosen for its own special contribution. Manizales for mellowness. Madeleines for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a blend so deliciously satisfying that north, east, south, and west, people ask again and again for Maxwell House. Coffee they know is good to the last drop.
I called Meredith Wilson, George, and he's on his way over right now.
You know, Gracie, even though Radio Life did pick him as the top musical director, I wonder if he can handle our summer show.
Oh, of course he can. Now, let's finish packing. See if you can close this bag for me.
Holy smoke, it's jammed full. How am I going to close it?
Use your brains. Sit on it.
Okay.
There. Oh, you're wonderful, dear. Joe Louis and Billy Kahn may have bigger arms and shoulders than you, but I'll bet you can close a suitcase better than either of them.
Thanks, kid. Whose stuff is in that grip? Yours or mine?
Well, I divided it up. I didn't want to hog all the room.
Well, good.
So I put in my shoes and my dresses and my coats and my undies and my purses and your toothbrush.
Well, that's fine. I'll have clean teeth and no socks.
Well, smile pretty and no one will look at your feet.
Maybe I shouldn't leave at all. Maybe Meredith can handle our summer program.
Oh, now stop worrying. Meredith is a tremendously talented, capable, hard-working, conscientious man.
Oh, he's all that. And more.
More?
Yeah, he's also a pretty big jerk.
Why, George Burns, that's a fine way to talk about your dearest friend.
Well,
Apologize this minute.
But
You take that back, what you said about Meredith Wilson being a big jerk.
Okay, I take it back.
Well, that's better. The way you talk, you'd think he was one on purpose.
Well, I'm pretty worried about him being the right man to take charge of a radio show.
Oh, nonsense of you. Come in.
Good day, all.
Oh, hello, all.
Congratulations on winning the Radio Life Music Award, Meredith.
Well, thank you, Gracie. It's nice of you to congratulate me. But what about the 28 members of my orchestra?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they haven't congratulated me yet.
They will. Look, Meredith, do you think you can really put on a good show for us this summer?
I have no qualms about it whatsoever, George. My whole life has been devoted to music since I was a lad in Mason City, Iowa.
Really, Meredith?
Through an advertisement, I learned that I could get a flute by selling 5,000 cakes of Lucy's Lavender Lilac Soap.
Oh, and you sold that many?
Yes, my relations bought the entire 5,000 cakes. And to this very day, you can smell a Wilson a mile away.
And close up, it's overpowering.
Oh, Meredith, I envy you. I wish I came from a more musical family. My sister studied the cello for 16 years, but she never learned to play it.
Why wasn't she able to master the instrument?
Well, for the first 12 years, she thought she was supposed to blow into it. That was Bessie.
Yes.
I trust that she eventually learned the proper position in which to play the cello.
Oh, yes, but then she ran into more trouble. She was so knock-kneed, she kept smashing it.
Too bad she wasn't bow-legged like your other sister.
Hazel?
Hazel, yes.
Well, to return to my musical background.
Yes, let's return, yes.
I became a member of the Mason City Farm and Fireside Philharmonic. And in less than a year, I was playing first flute and second bass.
Second base, too?
Yes, the Philharmonic also had a baseball team.
Okay, Meredith, that's enough musical background.
Yes, Meredith, we're proud to place our summer program in your capable hands.
Now, wait a minute.
Thank you, Gracie. I'm sure that my efforts shall be well received. In Mason City alone, 60,000 ears will be listening every Thursday.
60,000 ears? Well, that's 30,000 people.
Yeah, assuming they run two to a customer in Mason City.
Yes, that's just what it averages. Walter Bunker has only one ear, but Charlie Buck fortunately has three.
Well, that
Well, I'm going out now to engage talent for the summer show. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, all. Gracie, I've worked hard all season, telling great jokes, building up our program. And now you turn it over to that schnook. Why, people will laugh at him.
Well, it's just for the summer. When you come back, they'll stop laughing.
Go pack your bags. So that's why I called you over, Bill. Mm-hmm. Gracie has told Meredith he can do the summer show, and frankly, I'm wondering if it'll be a success.
Well, it's bound to be, George. I'll be on it.
Has Meredith hired you?
Well, you don't think he'd try to put on a show without me, do you? He may be dumb, but he's not demented.
Show couldn't go on without you.
Are you kidding, George? Do you realize what would happen to Maxwell House Coffee if I weren't on?
People would stop drinking it?
Oh, no, they wouldn't stop drinking it. Maxwell House is too good. But it'd be a lot weaker.
Their coffee would be weaker if you weren't on.
Well, naturally, millions of women crying and all those tears dropping into the coffee.
In other words, you don't think Meredith could find a man with as much sex appeal as you, huh?
Oh, he could find one with almost as much, but it'd take a couple of months to train him.
Train him?
Yes, you see, Gable's never done any announcing.
Yeah, so we got to break him in.
Yes. Well, so don't worry about things this summer, George. They'll be fine. Now, how's this for the opening announcement of the Meredith Wilson show? It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring Bill Goodwin.
The Meredith Wilson show?
Yeah.
You left Meredith out completely, and he's your friend.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. Well, how's this? It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring Bill Goodwin, and featuring the music of Bill Goodwin's friend.
Yes. This show can make Meredith bigger than Singing Sam. The name Goodwin still seems to creep in there.
Well, it's a name that'll attract attention, George, a household word. Everyone knows the name Goodwin. It conjures up the picture of a tall, handsome man.
Okay, I guess you're set. Come in.
Hello, are you Mr. Burns?
That's right.
Well, my name is Ben Gage. Meredith Wilson sent me over. I'm going to be the announcer on the summer show.
They moved the Woolworth building, didn't they? You're going to be the announcer on the summer show?
That's right, Shorty.
Shorty? Why, you blonde beanpole? My name is Goodwin, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, pleased to meet you. What do you do, Mr. Goodhue?
Goodwin. I'm with the Maxwell House Coffee people.
Oh, really? Do you grind the beans?
No, I don't grind the beans.
Well, what do you do, Mr. Goodley?
Goodwin.
Surely you're not in the stockroom. That's pretty heavy work for a fellow your age.
No, I'm not in the stockroom. I sell Maxwell House Coffee.
Oh, you have a grocery store. Well, where's it located, Mr. Goodspeed?
George, would you please tell Stratosphere Head my name?
Oh, sure. It's a name everyone knows. A household word.
Yes.
Blowcoat.
Oh, George.
Brillo? Bicidol?
Yeah, Bill Bicidol.
Oh, how do, Bob? Glad to know you.
Pay no attention to George. My name is Goodwin, Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
So am I.
Now, what did you say your connection was with Maxwell House Coffee?
I drink it.
Well, believe me, you're drinking the best, Mr. Goodsmith.
Now, look, the wavy wig,
Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
Look, friend,
Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Look, buddy,
What are you trying to say, Mr. Goodgosh?
Goodgosh? Now, wait a minute, Peroxide Top. I
know it's hard for you to express yourself, but even you, with no voice and no personality, should be able to say that Maxwell House is tops. Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, what do you think of that, Mr. Good Humor?
George, did you hear that? Good humor, good gosh, good speed, good Smith. I'm getting out of here.
So long, Newman.
Newman, oh, no!
Well,
Newman,
that's
eh?
that, yeah.
I thought his name was Goodwin.
It used to be. Well, Ben, I'm glad you're going to work on the summer show with Meredith.
Well, the pleasure's all mine, Mr. Burns.
I'll call Gracie and I'll tell her the news. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Gracie, this is Ben Gage, the man Meredith picked to announce our summer show. Ben, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Hello. My, it's nice to meet someone your size in these days of shortages.
You and Ben get acquainted, Gracie. I'll go out to the garage and get the trunk.
Ben Gage. You know, that name sounds familiar somehow. Was it in the newspapers recently?
Well, yes. You see,
don't tell me. Let me guess. Did you strike against somebody, or did somebody strike against you?
Well, neither one.
Well, and how did you get in the newspapers?
Well, I got married. My wife is Esther Williams.
Oh, of course, the famous swimmer. You lucky man. Esther is so young and so beautiful, so glamorous and exotic. We're entirely different.
You're entirely different?
Yes, I can't swim a stroke.
Oh, I see.
Well, now let's get down to business, Mr. Gage. Does George feel that you're the man for our summer show?
Well, yes, he seems to.
Well, when a woman has a clever husband whose judgment she respects, she should take his opinion with no questions asked. In my case, I'll ask a few.
All right.
Now, first, I want to find out if you know enough about radio to handle the job. Now, I'm warning you, these questions will be pretty technical.
I'm ready.
What do you do when you want to listen to a program on a radio set?
Well, I turn it on.
Mm-hmm. And when you're tired of listening?
I turn it off.
Uh-huh. Well, so much for the technical stuff. Now, next, what talent do you have?
Well, in addition to announcing, I do a little singing.
Oh, you sing.
Yes.
Well, that may change everything. You're good enough to take Bill's place, but are you good enough to take George's place?
Well, does he sing?
Does he sing? Why, he couldn't sound more like a bird if he had feathers on his tonsils.
Well, gee, I didn't know.
Oh, you'll never equal him, but you might get by. Let's hear your voice.
All right. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. Can you sing in English, too?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm very favorably impressed. On the whole, I think you'll do.
Slow April showers may come your way. Ah. Apron flowers that bloom in May.
Well, Mr. Gage, did you hear that?
Yes, where'd it come from?
Out and back. Not bad, huh?
It's wonderful. In these days of no butter, you're very smart to keep a cow.
What?
Oh, gee, did I say something wrong?
Well, you certainly did. That
Well,
was George singing. And if that's all you know about music, we don't want you on our program.
Oh, honest, Mrs. Burns, I didn't mean to say...
George, come in here. The idea of mistaking my husband for a cow. They're nothing alike. Whoever saw a cow with bags under its eyes?
Did you call me, Gracie?
Yes. Mr. Gage won't do it all, dear. You have to stay here and handle the summer program yourself.
But, Gracie, I'm all set to go to New York.
No, you stay here, George.
Now, wait a minute. Who's the boss in this family?
You are.
You bet I am. Now, do I go to New York or do I stay here?
You stay here.
But you said I was the boss.
Well, you can have the title as long as I get my way.
Now, please, Gracie, I want to go.
No, George, and that's final.
Let me try to persuade her, Mr. Burns.
What can you do?
Yes, it's all your fault anyhow, you tone-deaf music hater.
Well, I know it is, and I despise myself for offending such a charming and lovely girl.
And that sort of talk won't do you a bit of good.
Surely you won't refuse to give me another chance. One so young and fair couldn't be so cruel.
Now, you stop that.
But I'm sure the tenderness of your heart must match the beauty of your face.
Give up, Ben. It's no use.
You keep out of this, George.
But he's not getting anywhere.
That's what you think.
Huh?
Finish what you were saying, Ben. And, George, you finish packing.
Well, hallelujah.
George and Gracie really do begin their vacations next week, but they'll be back in September with all of us. Till then, Meredith Wilson will take over Maxwell House Coffee Time. You'll hear Meredith Wilson's music, the singing of Ben Gage and the King Sisters. It'll be a half hour later over most of these stations. To be sure, check your local newspaper.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just the taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O, and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
How long can you keep it clean?
My hair? You'd be surprised.
How long can you keep it clean?
I love my hair. It's so full.
How long can you keep it clean with new Agree shampoo?
Unlike some shampoos, Agree has no greasy-feeling additives. It helps stop the greases so hair stays clean longer.
How long can you?
Look, no greases.
How long can you?
It's so shiny. I love it.
How long can you keep it clean with new Agree shampoo?
Ring, ring.
Mama?
Ring, ring.
Okay, Mama, who's there?
Jamaica.
Jamaica who?
Jamaica called to your mama lately?
Reach out and touch someone.
You had it cut? Real short. I love it.
Sounds nice.
Oh, your birthday present. Maybe a little late.
Reach out.
Oh, wait till you see it. It's black, turquoise, and white. Love it.
Call up and make their day.
Reach out and touch someone far away. Give them a call.
Now you can look for something new in feminine care. Not a belted napkin, and unlike any beltless pad. Introducing the new Freedom Pad. It's better than the leading pad. The new Freedom technology is so advanced, it gives women what they've wanted from beltless protection. More comfort. How? We rounded the corners and tapered the ends. So New Freedom is more comfortable than the leading pad. The new Freedom Pad. It's not just beltless, it's better.
You know, I've been sharing this desk with TV 48 sports director Tony Troiano for about a year now.
Tony's some kind of guy. I think he'll do just about anything as long as it has something to do with sports. Tony's a real pro because he knows the kind of people who enjoy watching and participating in sports. They're just like him, out for the fun of it, win, place, or show.
Tony Troiano, working hard weeknights at 6 and 10 to give you the best television sports coverage you've ever had. Right here on TV 48.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of perfect alibi. Fun doubled and tripled. That's the kind of eating fun you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yep, three-way breakfast fun. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. All three in 10 separate individual-sized packages, all in one handy carton. That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each morning you open a fresh package. Wheaties, Cheerios, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Miss Case, secretary to Britt Reed, had requested and received a chance to cover an occasional story as a reporter. While she was on an assignment, Michael Axford took advantage of her absence to experiment with her typewriter.
Now, let's see. How was it Casey made an exclamation mark? Now, she used a period. Now, there's a gadget somewhere that goes above the period. If I...
Michael!
Oh, golly, Casey.
I've told you to stay away from that typewriter.
By golly, Casey, I know what's put you in a mood like this. You didn't get no farther at the city hall than I did.
Michael, I know there's a shortage in the controller's office. I got it straight from Madge Hartman.
Well, she should know, being as she works there.
She does know.
You got the story written?
Yes, but Mr. Reed won't touch it until he hears from Mr. Tierney.
You know, Casey, sometimes I think Reed is overcautious.
Well, it's not for me to say. But I certainly wish we'd hear from Tierney.
Oh, golly, look.
Mr. Tierney?
Yes, my name is Tierney. I came to see Britt Reed.
Well, Mr. Tierney, if you'll wait just a moment,
Reed, I want to talk to you.
Well, Tierney, I can't say this is a surprise.
You sent me a letter and an article ready for publication in the Daily Sentinel.
That's right.
That article tells about a $50,000 shortage in the controller's office. You intimate that I'm guilty of embezzlement.
It wasn't put in just that way.
The meaning is clear enough.
As controller, Tierney, you're responsible for anything that goes on in your office.
You dare publish an article like this, and I'll sue you for every cent you've got. Your paper's been against me from the start.
It's the policy of the Daily Sentinel to give a man in your position a chance to speak. You wouldn't see my reporter, so I had to reach you through the mail. You've read that story. What do you say about it? Are the facts straight or not?
What's the source of your information?
You know better than to ask that, Tierney.
Reed, if you publish this, you have only one purpose in mind. You're trying to discredit me. It's a cheap political move.
Tierney, isn't it possible there's a shortage that you don't know about?
No.
Maybe one of your assistants has been putting something over on you.
They couldn't.
You have an assistant named Savage, and a woman named Hartman, also a man named Barton.
I reiterate, there's no shortage. And if you dare intimate that there is, I'll make more trouble than you can handle.
That's a challenge, Tierney.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Case, call the desk and tell Gunnigan to release the Tierney story for the next edition.
Yes, sir.
That's it, Tierney. Now, let me tell you something. The Daily Sentinel has been opposed to you because you're stubborn to the point of being bullheaded. You'll listen to neither counsel nor advice. You think no one has a right to an opinion but yourself. Your attitude in this office is typical of the things that made this paper consider you unsuitable for public office.
You'll hear from me, Reed. You'll hear from my lawyers. You can't intimate that I'm an embezzler.
The Sentinel hits the streets at 5 o'clock, Tierney. And you know what story it'll carry.
Tierney returned to his office and spent several hours examining records and accounts. The afternoon was well advanced when he called for his assistants.
You sent for me, Mr. Tierney?
Yes, I did, Savage. Where's Barton?
He's coming.
How about Miss Hartman?
She's left for the day.
Yeah.
Is something wrong, Mr. Tierney?
Yes, there is, definitely. Well, come in, Barton. Don't stand outside the door gaping.
Yes, Mr. Tierney.
Close the door.
What's wrong, boss?
When I left here this morning, I went to the office of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, because he had threatened to publish a story about a shortage in the funds for which we're responsible.
The Sentinel has always been opposed to you, Mr. Tierney.
I thought his move was political. But nevertheless, I came back here and began checking into things.
You mean the accounts?
Precisely. The Sentinel will be on the streets in a few minutes. But Brett Reed needn't laugh because I've stolen his thunder.
What do you mean, Mr. Tierney?
I've called the Clarion and issued a statement to the effect that there's a shortage in department funds.
There is?
There's a shortage of many thousands of dollars. And someone in this office is responsible. It's either you, Savage, you, Barton, or Madge Hartman.
Head first, shortage in controller's office. Here you are, sir. Investigation demanded. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Central X Street. Head first.
By golly, Reed, there it is. Casey's story right on the front page. Oh, here's Casey now.
Fine thing.
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, look at this.
Hey, that's the Clarion.
Yes, it's the Clarion. And oh, brother, how we've been scooped. Tierney certainly moved fast after he left your office, Mr. Reed.
What's that headline? Shortage discovered by controller.
Well, we carry a story suggesting that there's been a shortage in the controller's office. The Clarion hits the streets with a direct statement by Tierney.
Let me see that.
Tierney says he discovered the shortage today, and he promises a complete investigation to fix the responsibility and locate the missing funds.
4 people were in a position to juggle the books in that department.
You can exclude Madge Hartman. I'll vouch for her honesty.
That leaves Tierney and his 2 assistants, Savage and Barton.
Miss Case, I was just about to leave. I'm going to Rodrigo's restaurant for dinner, but I'll stop back here later.
Yes, sir.
Call your friend, Miss Hartman, to see if you can get a follow-up on our story.
All right, Mr. Reed. If Madge has anything to offer, I'll write it up and leave it on your desk.
Fine. And if it's important, you might call me at Rodrigo's. I'll see you later.
Will there be anything else, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I'd like another cup of Rodrigo's coffee.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Please pardon this intrusion, but aren't you Britt Reed?
Why, yes.
Well, my name is Madge Hartman. Your secretary is one of my best friends.
Oh, Miss Hartman. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. I telephoned Lenore a little while ago. She told me you were here. Mr. Reed, I've got to talk to you.
Well, you seem to be doing all right.
It's about that shortage in the controller's office.
The Clarion seems to have made out better than we did.
Well, what I'm going to tell you will be a scoop on the Clarion and everyone else. Mr. Reed, I'm going to be accused of juggling the books, which means that I'll be the one who is charged with the theft of $50,000.
You?
But I didn't steal the money, and I didn't falsify any accounts.
Who did?
Well, I can't prove it, but I know who did it. It was Mr. Barton.
How do you know?
Well, you'll understand if you'll examine his past record. He's been in prison for forging checks. He's been arrested and tried for other crimes. Mr. Reed, the man's a crook. He copied my handwriting perfectly and making false entries. Well, the chances are he'll see to it that letters are found with my signature.
When did you discover this?
This afternoon.
Did you speak to Mr. Tierney?
Oh, he wouldn't see me. Perhaps he's angry and learned that I talked to Miss Case. I've tried half a dozen times, but I couldn't get to him.
Well, the district attorney would be interested in what you have to say.
Well, I thought of going to the district attorney or to the police. Then I thought I'd call Lenore first, and, well, she suggested I see you.
Well, the DA's office is probably closed for the day. But, Miss Hartman, if you'll be at my office at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'll go with you. And don't worry about Barton. He won't get away with framing you.
Well, it's not that, Mr. Reed. Well, Barton is dangerous. He's a killer. Well, you see, I live in an isolated little farmhouse about 3 miles beyond the city line. It's all we could rent, Mother and I, and I've lived there alone since Mother died 6 months ago. No one would see Barton if he came to the house after dark.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you stay in the city tonight? Stay with Miss Case.
Well, she suggested that. And, well, I think I'll take her up on it. But I'll have to go home and get some things.
If you want me to drive you...
No, I have my car right out front.
But if you're afraid of Barton...
Well, it won't be dark for another hour. I'll run home and come right back. I guess Lenore is going to work for a while tonight.
Yes, she planned to. I'm going back to the office myself. I'll dig into the morgue and see what I can find out about Barton. And in the morning, we'll discuss his case with the law.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Reed. I'll call Lenore as soon as I get into her apartment.
Can you get in?
Yes. She said she'd call the desk clerk and tell him to let me in.
It was about half an hour later when Madge Hartman reached her home on a small farm. She left her car and approached the front door without the slightest suspicion of the trap that had been set.
Mr. Reed is everything that Lenore said he was. With him on my side, I shan't worry about a thing.
No one heard the shot, and there was no one near to notice the lifeless body of the girl lying in the doorway of her home. We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, boys and girls, if you've got a toy train, here's something you need to go with that train. It's the Model City that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, complete with cutout houses, stores, and other buildings. Just about everything you'd find in a real city. Just think of the fun you can have making your train stop right in the city. And if you get several Betty Crocker cereal trays, you'll have enough houses, stores, and other equipment to make 2 model cities. Then you can play like you pick up passengers on your train in one city and take them to the other. Besides the buildings which come on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, you'll also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Everything complete, even storage sheds in back of buildings and awnings in front. Easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. So ask your mom to get a Betty Crocker cereal tray or 2 from her grocer. Tell her there's a valuable silverware coupon on the carton for her. And tell her you'll get all 3 of those top favorite nourishing cereals, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix, right in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Now to continue our story. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Britt Reed and Lenore Case had worked all evening in the office of the Sentinel, but there had been no phone call from Madge Hartman. So Britt sent Axford and Miss Case out to the girl's home to investigate. As soon as Miss Case had left the office, Britt called his apartment and talked to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet.
I'm not sure, Cato, but something may have happened. Bring the mask and weapon and the Black Beauty as rapidly as possible. I'll be waiting at the southeast corner of the Sentinel building.
Madge lives in the next house on the right, Michael.
Hey, looks like she had company. There's a car just pulling out of the driveway.
Strange. It's turning the other way. I wonder who it is.
It's too dark to make out the kind of car.
Drive right up beside the house.
I am. I'll stop in to speak to Madge for a minute.
I'll ask her to make some coffee. Well, she must be home. The lights are on.
I'd like to ask her a few things about Barton. I've been all evening trying to get an interview with that guy, but they told me he's at his summer home in Millvale. I'd like to know why he went to Millvale this evening.
Oh, what did his housekeeper tell you?
She said he was on some town improvement committee that was meeting in Millvale tonight.
Well, that should answer your question.
Maybe, but by golly, it sounds phony. Maybe he knew I'd be looking for him to ask questions and wanted to be unavailable.
Oh, don't flatter yourself. Did you ring the doorbell?
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, Casey. Barton don't maintain a summer home in Millvale on a salary in the controller's office, not by a jugful.
I wonder why Madge doesn't answer.
Yeah, the door's unlocked.
Oh, she's careless that way.
Well, most country people leave the door unlocked.
Madge, I'm here. Where are you?
Casey, look. They're on the floor.
Madge.
And a gun beside her. Suffering snake, she's been shot.
Michael, see if she's dead.
Now be careful, Casey. Don't touch nothing. Don't touch that gun.
It looks like her own gun. The one she bought when she moved out here.
Oh, golly. I guess she's dead, all right. It's been so for some time. You can see her watch was busted by the fall. It stopped at 7 o'clock.
If she was killed around 7, Barton couldn't have done it. That is, if he was in Millvale at that time.
And that's where he was.
Michael, he could be back by this time. It might have been Barton we saw driving away.
Now, wait a minute, Casey. Look, here on the table.
It's money.
Don't touch it. Just look at it. And look at this note on top of it.
Madge's handwriting.
It's signed by her, too.
I should have known I couldn't get away with it. I've gambled away all but a few $1,000s. Here is the money that was left. Oh, no. No, Michael, that's not true. Madge Hartman didn't steal that money, and she didn't kill herself. It's murder, Michael. I know it's murder. And Barton is guilty.
If he's got the alibi you think he has, they'll never pin it on him.
But they'll call it suicide.
Nevertheless, Casey, we've got to call the cops. Now, don't you touch nothing. I'll do the telephone.
Michael. Oh, that crook Barton. If he gets away with murder...
Hello, operator. I want to talk to police headquarters. Yeah, Burke, that's the whole story. Me and Miss Case will wait here till you come with the boys from the homicide squad.
Michael, if we could only destroy this note...
No, Casey. You can't tamper with evidence at the scene of a crime.
Michael, look.
Huh?
He's masked.
Oh, you stubborn snakes. The Green Hornet. Oh, you smarty.
I hated to do that. Come in, kiddo. Both Lenore and Axford are unconscious.
What we do?
Look over this room while I call Police Commissioner Higgins. I'll use his private number. Hello, Commissioner. Reed talking. Yeah, I'm fine, but that's unimportant. Listen to me. Axford has just talked to Sergeant Burke to report a murder that's rigged to look like a suicide. Don't be surprised at developments. The Green Hornet's going to step in. Now, Cato, we've got to work fast.
The gun was fired close. There are powder burns on dress.
Yes, Cato, but if Madge had shot herself, she'd have had to hold the gun at arm's length, pointed at her heart, and pressed the trigger with her thumb. That's unlikely. This is murder.
But how could Barton have done it?
Easily. He could have braced the gun pointing at the door with a string rigged to pull the trigger when the door was opened. Then he could have gone to Millvale to establish his alibi. He could have returned to rearrange the scene to look like suicide.
Well, what we do?
We'll smash that alibi to smithereens. We're going to take Madge out of here. Help me put her in the car. Then we'll come back and finish straightening the room.
Well, what about note and gun?
I'll take care of them and also the cash. Come on now, we got to work fast. Burke and the police will soon be here. That does it, Cato. I'll drive the Black Beauty and you take Miss Hartman's car. We're going to Millvale.
I start now?
Yes. You go ahead. I'll pass you on the road and then I'll lead the way. When you leave the car, be sure you wipe off any fingerprints you might have left.
Oh, I leave none, Mr. Britt. I wear gloves.
Okay. Get going. Poor Madge. The police. I'm just getting out of here in time.
Casey, wake up.
I'm all right, Michael. What happened?
Oh, plenty. The Green Hornet was here. I just a minute ago came to. Now, let me help you to your feet. I think the cops have just drove up outside.
Ashford, what's all the excitement?
Buck, you should have got here sooner. The Green Hornet came here. He gassed me and Casey.
Got here sooner. Great day, Ashford. It's only a few minutes since I got your call. Where's the dead girl?
Suffering snakes.
Oh, she's gone.
Hey, what are you two handing me?
The gun's gone, too.
And so is the suicide note.
And the cash.
Now, see here. If you two have been giving me and the homicide squad the runaround...
Run around me, don't talk like a junkhead. The girl lay right over there on the floor.
And her car was in the driveway just ahead of Michael's.
Her car's not there now. The only car we saw was Axford's jalopy.
Hey, Burke, maybe one of those two cars we saw driving away belonged to the girl.
You saw two cars driving away?
Yeah. I had half a mind to follow them.
One of them must have been Madge Hartman's car.
Yeah, maybe she wasn't dead at all.
Now, see here, I
We'll
tell you...
report to headquarters and have a radio call put out for the Hartman car.
I can describe the car.
Burke, if you'd only stopped them cars. By golly, I'll bet one of them was the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet set the pace and led the way to the town of Millvale and the lakeside summer home of the assistant controller. Meanwhile, Axford and Miss Case returned to police headquarters with Sergeant Burke and the homicide squad. A few minutes later, the police radio carried an announcement for cars of the city police and the highway patrol.
Look out for a 1941 model Chevrolet sedan, color black, license number 6419. Hold car and driver and communicate with headquarters. Code number 42. Calling all cars.
The commissioner of police heard the announcement on his radio at home and smiled knowingly because he had been told the plans of the Green Hornet. The following morning, in the office of the controller...
Savage, Barton, have either of you seen anything of Miss Hartman?
Not since yesterday afternoon, Mr. Tierney.
I've happened on a couple of interesting entries, Mr.
Hey,
Tierney.
just a minute, Barton. Looks like a delegation.
Good morning, Mr. Tierney.
Reed, what are you doing here?
I think you know Miss Case and Michael Axford. We came with Sergeant Burke and Inspector Moran of the homicide squad.
Homicide?
Mr. Turney, there was a girl named Hartman who worked in this office.
Yes?
She's been found dead.
Dead?
Great Scott. Was there any reason to believe that it might have been a suicide?
Why do you ask that, Mr. Barton?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Mr. Tierney, I'll have to ask a couple of questions. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
Now, this isn't official, understand, but might be a good idea for you three gentlemen to think back to last evening, in case you have to furnish an alibi.
The medical examiner fixes the time of death as somewhere around 8 o'clock.
I went to the theater last night. Might be hard to prove it.
I'm in much the same situation. I was home alone from 6 o'clock until after 9 when my family came in.
I guess I'm just plain lucky.
How's that, Mr. Barton?
It just happens that I was out of the city last evening.
You were?
Yes. You see, I have a summer place at Millvale. That's about an hour and 15 minutes from here by car. And last evening, a number of the townsmen met with me for dinner. I was with them in Millvale from 7 o'clock until nearly 11. We were discussing a new diving platform which we plan to construct in the spring. Rather a perfect alibi. Lucky, wasn't it?
Where was this meeting?
In my home. I opened the house for it. Why do you ask?
I suppose you have proof that you were in that house from 7 until, let's say, 10?
Of course.
You didn't leave the house at all during that time?
Well, I went to get wood for the fireplace. Went to the garage a couple of times. But see here, why do you ask?
Barton, I guess you're the man we want.
What?
The Hartman girl was found shot through the heart. The body was in her own car, which was parked in back of your home in Millvale.
No!
Her car was found early this morning by the state police.
It's not true. It's a lie. She was shot in her own home. Someone moved the body.
But, Barton, the police found $5,000 in cash and the murder gun in your garage.
That was moved, too. The cash and gun were in the girl's home.
How do you know? You gave yourself away, Barton.
No. Wait, listen to me.
The body, the cash, and the gun were found at your place. By your own testimony, you were at the scene at the time of the murder.
But I...
Madge told about you. How you forged her writing to juggle account books. You tried to frame her, then you killed her so she couldn't expose you. The police have the motive, the money, the corpse, and you have no alibi.
I didn't...
What? Did you kill Madge Hartman?
Yes. Yes, I did. I did.
I've finished reading your Barton story, Miss Case. It's well done.
Poor Madge. Well, at least her murderer will pay in full.
Barton certainly broke down all the way.
He was trapped no matter what he said. He told everything at police headquarters. He told how he'd rigged a gun to kill Madge when she went home, how he established an alibi in Millvale, and then came back to set the suicide scene. And Mr. Reed, he'd have gotten away with it if someone hadn't moved the body in Madge's car to Millvale.
Axford mentioned the Green Hornet.
I guess he had a hand in it.
If the police find him, they'll probably jail him for tampering with evidence.
I've been thinking a lot about the Hornet. Well, I'd sure like to know that guy. I think he's all right.
Like riddles? Well, see if you can fool your friends with this one. Just ask them, what tray favorites come in a favorite tray? And here's the answer. It's Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get it? You see, tray, T-R-E-Y, means three. And that's where the three breakfast favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix, come in. But when you spell tray, T-R-A-Y, it means something used to carry food, like the popular Betty Crocker cereal tray. Try this riddle out on your friends and have some fun. Just ask them what tray favorites come in a favorite tray. And say, you can have a lot of eating fun by taking your choice of swell-tasting Cheerios, Kix, or Wheaties from the Betty Crocker cereal tray at breakfast. Each morning you can choose a different cereal because you get 10 separate individual-sized packages of these three top favorite cereals, all in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. So ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray from her grocers tomorrow and take your pick of Wheaties, Cheerios, or Kix. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Listen. How far have you walked today? How far is it from your house to school? How many miles do you travel on your favorite Saturday hike? Would you like to know? Then be sure to listen for the super special offer coming soon on this program. Offer starts January 27th, brought to you by Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Remember, super special Cheerios offer starting Tuesday, January 27th. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time, over most of these same stations, an intriguing mystery of the Old West is brought to a thrilling climax in another of the famous Lone Ranger stories. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Hi, I'm Glenn Brackett with a guided tour of this amazing facility behind me. It's the natatorium at 2213 Drake Avenue here in Huntsville. It's open 7 days a week all year round. And it even has a roof that opens or closes depending on the weather. The facilities are clean and the water is crystal clear. It's a great place to have fun or to do some serious swimming, like when Tracy Calkins set 2 American swimming records in this pool. This is the staff of the natatorium, and they're all top professionals in the swimming field. And all day long, they supervise the swimming and offer swimming classes to groups of all ages, the handicapped, beginning swimmers, and even kindergartners. You know, anyone can use this pool. It's a healthy, inexpensive way to have fun with a family, close to home, too. And remember, it's part of the Parks and Recreation Department of the City of Huntsville.
Concerned Community Service from WAFF.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty "Hi-yo, Silver!" The Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. His strength and courage were only matched by his sense of fair play, and the man who deserved a second chance could always depend on his help. No greater champion of justice can be found in the pages of history. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Bell City! Hail, Silver! Away! Old Jasper Leach, the editor of the Bell City Bugle, stood in the doorway of his shop, frantically shaking his fist at the crowd that had gathered outside.
You're just a pack of fools, that's what you are. Now clear out. Clear out before I have the law on you.
Let's see you try it.
You'll ride you out of town on a rail if you do.
Maybe we ought to anyway.
Go on, confound you, clear out.
Not until you say you're going to quit printing them lies about Tom McGraw.
I'll print what I doggone please.
How much is Dakin paying you for it, Jasper?
He ain't paying me nothing. That's the same as slander. I'm for Dakin because he's the fellow should be elected. And if you weren't such idiots, you'd have the sense to vote for him.
Fellas, you hear him call us idiots?
I heard him.
The polecat needs a lesson. Let's give it to him.
Come on. Just take one step closer. I dare you. Try to lay a hand on me and I'll pepper you with a sure shotgun.
So you're daring us, hey? Come on, fellas. Let's grab him and give him a ride on a rail.
Stay back, I tell you.
Here. Now, what's this all about? Stand back and let me through here.
It's Dakin himself. He's worse than Leach even.
There's two of a kind ought to get the same.
Grab Dakin, too.
Get inside. Now, go on, Leach. Inside with you. And lock the door. They may try to follow us.
The skunks.
I told you to go easy with those editorials of yours, Leach. You're doing me more harm than good.
But you said when you hired
that I
me.
wanted you to campaign for me against Tom McGraw. But I thought you had sense enough to know how to go about it. Leach, I'll bet you've lost me half the votes in the district today.
But
they're throwing rocks.
And they're trying to break the door down.
They'll tear the place apart.
I'll have the law on them, that's what I'll do. I'll show them. They can't do this to me.
You make one move to get the sheriff to arrest any of those fellows out there, and, well, you got your last dollar from me.
But
that would finish me. A stunt like that, and I'd be snowed under.
I'm just to let them fellas do as they please?
Exactly.
But blast it all.
Wait.
Huh?
They've stopped. Let's see what happened.
That's McGraw out there.
He stopped them. Try to keep quiet, will you? Oh, the crowd's breaking up. Unlock the door.
You ain't going outside again, are you?
The danger's over. I want to talk to McGraw.
But
will you do as I say?
If I didn't need the cash, I'd tell you to go to blazing.
And if there'd been another paper in the district, I wouldn't have hired yours. McGraw!
Oh, howdy, Dakin. I see some of my friends were kind of taking things into their own hands. I reckon I come along just in time.
I won't thank you.
Shucks, I didn't expect it.
I just wanted to remind you of something.
Yeah?
This isn't election day, and you're not in the legislature yet.
You know, Dakin, that puts me in mind of something.
Yes?
You ain't neither.
Dakin, leaving Jasper Leach, made his way to a room at the rear of the Ace High Cafe. He entered and slammed the door angrily behind him.
Well? Blasted Heath, you might as well go back to the Capitol and tell your friends to run someone else. I haven't got a chance.
That ruckus at the newspaper got under your skin, eh?
You heard about it?
Sure.
Oh, well, then.
Forget it. Doesn't mean a thing. Dakin, for a man who wants to get into politics, you're certainly touchy.
You don't mean to sit there and tell me McGraw won't get 2 votes to my 1, do you?
Look, Dakin.
Well?
The men who sent me down here want you to run, get it? They can trust you. You'll do as you're told. When you get to the Capitol, you'll vote their way. And your vote's important. We just about know what the lineup's going to be in the legislature. Wouldn't surprise anybody if the vote from this district made all the difference. It can mean that my friends will be able to put through certain measures they have in mind, or that all the money they've spent is wasted.
Isn't that what I'm trying to tell you? I've got to be elected or I'm no good to them, and I can't be.
Why not let us worry about that?
You can for all of me.
But if you know what you're doing, it's more than I know.
We don't make many mistakes.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
And we've money behind us.
Oh, you can't buy votes around here, Heath.
No, but money has its uses.
I suppose so.
It brought old Leach around to our side.
And the fool's lost me twice the votes that paper he publishes won.
Well, I suppose we can chalk that up as one of our mistakes. But we've had our money working for us other ways, too.
What ways?
Well, I didn't mean to tell you this, but they got better. If you don't soon convince yourself you have a chance, you will lose.
Well?
I've looked into the situation since I've been here. You know, Dakin, I think Tom McGraw's the only man in the district who could beat you.
That's very comforting, especially when it happens that McGraw's the only fellow who is running against me.
But, what if he weren't?
That's something else again.
So I thought.
Which doesn't concern us. Perhaps you enjoy imagining things, but I don't.
You will admit just the same that if McGraw dropped out, you'd stand a good show, huh?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, look here, Heath. Have you got some information I don't know about? If you have,
Excuse me. Who is it?
It's me, boss. Fritz. I got that breed here.
Bring him in.
This is him, boss.
Buenos dias, senor.
Well, so you're Pedro, eh?
Si, senor. I am him.
You're ready to talk?
You pay me money, senor.
Sure, plenty of it. We'll fill your pockets.
Buenos, then I thought.
Heath, who is this fella?
An example of one of the uses of money, Dakin.
Yeah?
The fellow's got information concerning the subject we were just discussing. I've had men hunting him out for the past 3 weeks.
What in blazes are you talking about?
I could tell you, but why waste the time? I'll let Pedro tell it himself. 2 men, one masked, the other an Indian, had taken cover with their horses in a small grove of trees on the crest of a hill overlooking Bell City. They could see the Ace High Cafe plainly, and suddenly the masked man touched the arm of his companion.
They've come out again, Tonto.
Me see him.
There's the breed. I think that's Dakin he's talking to. I'd give a lot to know just why that breed's important to them, Kemosabe. Heath must have had a dozen men looking for him.
All right.
And Heath is the man who's dangerous. He has intelligence and uses it. Dakin's just a figurehead. Which means that if Heath believes he can use that breed, he's got a good reason for his belief.
What reason?
I can't even guess. But it's certain it must have something to do with the election.
Oh.
That's Heath's only business now, making sure Dakin wins out. In other words, if the breed's valuable to Heath, then he's dangerous to Tom McGraw.
You think him win?
Tom? He will in an honest election. He must win. There's too much at stake in this. His election or defeat can make all the difference in the balance of power in the legislature. This is a new state. Its entire future depends upon decisions made now. The crowd Heath and Dakin represent gets the upper hand. They'll exploit the state and its resources for themselves. They don't care what happens to the people in the country here in the future. They are interested in just one thing, lining their pockets.
Them he bad feller.
The worst. But Tom will fight them if he gets a chance.
And him get chance.
He will if we have anything to do with it. But Heath will stop at nothing to elect the man his employers want. That's why I insisted on riding here and keeping an eye on things.
That good idea.
Wait.
What matter?
The breed's mounted. I think he's going to ride away. Yes, he and that fellow they call Fritz.
Them ride plenty fast.
I wonder if they're leaving town.
And take North Trail.
They are leaving, and we're following Kemosabe. If Heath has a scheme, that breed's a key to it. Head west, Tonto. We'll circle the town and pick up the trail on the other side.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Come on, old fellow.
But while the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were following the trail left by Pedro and Fritz, Heath was making a call upon Tom McGraw at the latter's home. The 2 men spoke together for almost an hour. Then, well, I'll be getting back to the cafe. I think I've made myself clear, McGraw. Of course, I wouldn't try to tell you what to do. That's for you to decide.
Keith, you're as low and sneaky as any sidewinder.
I know how you're feeling. Call me anything you please if you think it'll help any.
I wonder if they'd call it murder if I was to shoot you down.
I promise you they would.
It'd be almost worth it.
Oh, I don't doubt it seems so at the moment. It wouldn't later, however. When you found yourself on a scaffold with a noose around your neck.
You'd better go. You'd better go before I forget about that scaffold and that noose and shoot you down anyway.
I will. Oh, yes, by the way.
Huh?
I'll be seeing a number of your friends uptown. Would you like me to say you'd like to see them?
What for?
Oh, it just occurred to me that you might have a statement to make. Naturally, you'd want your friends to be the first to know. Or wouldn't you?
Lem Crow will be in the cafe.
Yes?
And a couple others. You'll know which ones. You can send them down if you want to.
Gladly. Well,
Just a second.
I'm really in a hurry, you know.
All I want to say is this. From now on, don't cross my path. It won't be healthy.
McGraw, I'm a man who can take a hint. I won't. Good day.
Is that man gone, Tom? Tom, what is it? What's the matter?
Nothing.
You wouldn't be looking that way if there wasn't, Tom. I know you too well for that. What is it? Did he say something to make you angry?
Honey, I'd rather not talk about it.
You're worried.
No,
But
I'm...
you are. It's not something about the election, is it? Tom, it can't be.
Well, yeah, it is.
But there's nothing to worry about. You're going to win. Why, everyone says so.
I'm afraid not, honey.
But you are. Why, I was talking to Lem just yesterday, Tom, and he said Dakin didn't have a chance against you. And you know Lem's too good a friend of yours to make you think you could win if you couldn't, don't you?
This is something Lem don't know about.
Then, oh, there's the door. Stay there, Tom. I'll see who it is. Lem, come in. We were just talking about you.
Good afternoon, kids. Howdy, Tom. What do you want to see me about?
See you about?
Wasn't there nothing? Heath just said there was. Met him just now, and he said it saved him looking for me because you told him I might be in a cafe and you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, Lem, I do.
Well, here I am.
Lem, I reckon I'm going to do something that's going to plumb disappoint you.
Shucks, you've been doing things like that for years. How about when you got hitched to Grace here? Now, there was a disappointment. Aimed to marry myself.
This ain't a joking matter, Lem.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Didn't mean to make a joke of it. Just didn't savvy it was something serious. I reckon you better tell me about it.
I'm not going to the Capitol.
Oh, sure.
No, Lem. It ain't that I couldn't win. It's that I ain't gonna run.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The startling news of Tom McGraw's decision traveled from one end of the district to the other with a speed that proved its importance. No explanation had followed the decision, and Dakin's followers were as jubilant as Tom's friends were downcast. In the meantime, Mrs. McGraw tried to persuade her husband to tell her the reason for his action.
Tom, don't you think you owe your friends some explanation? Haven't they done enough for you to deserve that?
Grace, I've said all I'm going to say.
No.
That's my last word.
No, it can't be. Tom, do you know what people are saying? They're saying if you had a reason you weren't ashamed of, you'd tell it.
Well, maybe they're right.
Oh, nonsense. Of course they're not. But that won't stop them from talking.
And I can't neither.
Tom, listen to me.
Well?
It isn't just that folks will criticize you. If you're doing what's right and know it, then you're justified no matter what they say. But there's something beyond that. You've said so yourself. You are running against Dakin because he's backed by the most selfish and powerful men in the state. It isn't everyone who realizes that, but your friends were willing to take your word for it and vote against Dakin because you asked them to, and they trusted you.
Someone will take my place. They can still vote against him.
But that's just it, Tom. When even you won't run against him, what are they to think? Won't they believe that maybe Dakin's right, after all? Won't they begin to doubt all you've been telling them and finally decide to change their stand?
Oh, I don't reckon they'll do that.
But they will. It'll just be natural. And then Dakin will win. And if he wins, the men who are backing him win also. And everything you fought for will be lost. Well, I think
Grace, tain't no use talking. I've said my say, and that's that.
You won't tell even me?
Don't ask it of me, honey.
Oh, I declare, Tom, I don't know what to say.
You'd better just forget about it.
I suppose. Are you hungry, Tom?
No, not very.
Well, I'd better fix something anyhow. And Tom.
Yeah?
If you change your mind, I'll be waiting.
Don't call out.
Who? A masked man.
Keep your hand from that gun. I'm not here to harm you.
How'd you get in here?
Your front door's open. I waited until you were alone.
What do you want?
I talked with you.
But how
I
did
heard part of what your wife said. She was telling you the truth.
Why are you meddling in my affairs?
If they weren't just your affairs, I wouldn't.
Huh?
But what you do affects too many things far more important than either one of us.
Who are you?
Never mind that. Just say that I'm someone who wants to see Dakin and Heath and the gang they represent beaten as they should be.
What's all that got to do with an outlaw?
I'm not an outlaw.
That mask.
I wear for reasons of my own.
Well, if you're here to find out why I won't run, you're wasting your time. I'll talk to nobody about it.
You don't have to.
Huh?
There's a little cabin about 10 miles out of town, McGraw. That cabin's occupied by a man Heath is hidden there. He's keeping him safe, in case your friends learned why you stepped out of the race and wanted revenge.
You know?
I do. I made it a point to find out.
But you won't tell, will you? I'll make it worth your while to keep still. I'll promise that I'll do...
McGraw, there are certain things you haven't realized. In the first place, even though you've publicly withdrawn from the campaign, a number of your friends are determined to write your name in on the ballot anyhow.
Not enough to elect me.
Not at present.
Then what do you
think? But I'm going to see they learn the truth. I'm going to see that every man in this district knows just why you quit.
No, you can't. Please,
but
no.
I'll get the truth to them in my own way, McGraw.
Wait.
And the same facts that would have ruined you will elect you.
No, come back. Wait, listen to me.
Come on, old fellow, come on!
The masked man drew rein at the secret camp he shared with Tonto.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, there! Oh! Tonto!
What matter?
Get Scout. Here's Scout. We're riding.
Where we go?
To Bell City, Kemosabe, to pay a call on Jasper Leach. Ready?
You ready?
On, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The editor of the Bell City Bugle was in his office with Dakin.
So, now there ain't nobody running again you at all, huh, Dakin?
Nope, no one.
Feeling right good about it, ain't you?
Yeah, why shouldn't I?
Feeling real good, are you?
Say, what are you getting at? If you've got something on your mind, get it off.
Well, I was just wondering if you was feeling so good that paying the rest of what's coming to me wouldn't fret you none.
You shouldn't get a penny.
Thought as how you'd be trying to cheat me out of what's rightly mine.
I didn't say that.
Well, you'd better not.
How much do you figure you have coming?
Another 100. I mean to have it, too, by gosh.
You haven't earned it.
Ain't my fault if folks don't like you. Well, where's the cash?
You'll get it. I have it here.
That's
the
right.
Masked man.
Keep an eye on Dakin, Tonto.
You watch him.
What is this, a hold-up?
Not exactly.
Then...
We brought you a printing job, Leach, to be finished tonight.
But my printer ain't here. I'm alone.
And you can operate the presses yourself.
Now, look here.
Keep still. Leach.
Yeah?
Get pencil and paper.
What?
You have them there on your desk. Get ready to take down what I tell you.
But,
Did you hear me?
I'm ready. I'm all ready.
Very well. At the top, I'll want this in large type. The truth about Tom McGraw. Just before dawn, the masked man and Tonto placed several bundles of printed bulletins in their saddlebags. Then, forcing the editor and Dakin to accompany them, they returned to their camp. 3 days passed, during which Heath conducted a frantic search for his candidate. On the eve of the election, he was in the cafe when one of his men approached him and...
Fritz.
Yeah, boss.
Well, haven't you anything to report? Haven't you found out anything at all?
Honest, boss, not a thing. But it ain't that we weren't trying. We've looked everywhere.
Oh, where's the sheriff? What's he got to say?
He ain't had no more luck than we've had.
Election tomorrow and Dakin disappears.
We'll find him somewhere. Sure we will. Won't keep him from being elected. They'll vote for him anyhow.
Yeah, what good will it do us to elect somebody we can't locate?
Well, if we can find him.
There's Tom McGraw. McGraw.
Evening, Heath.
By heavens, McGraw, if I thought you had anything to do with Dakin disappearing,
Huh? Ain't you found him yet?
You'd have known about it if we had. McGraw, I want the truth out of you. Do you know anything about this or don't you?
Then I'll give you the truth. I don't. But if you find Dakin somewhere with his neck broke, I ain't going to feel bad about it at all.
If you have had something to do with this, sooner or later I'll find it out.
Think anything you please.
You know what I could do to you.
I don't...
It's Dakin and these guys. Come back.
Well, I'll be... Dakin! What in thunder happened to you? Where have you been?
I'll tell you about it, but we'd better go in back. I'd rather tell you alone.
Right. Stand aside. Let us through, please.
Wait a second. What happened to you, Dakin?
You get held up or what? Didn't lose your way in the hills, did you?
Where was you? Get me out of here.
Man, he'll answer all your questions later. Just give him a few minutes to pull himself together in. Let us through, please. Come on, Dakin.
We'll be waiting to hear it, Dakin.
Well, I hope you're feeling better. Hurry on up, will ya?
Now, out with it.
Heath, a masked man and a redskin held us prisoners.
What?
And there's gonna be plenty of trouble.
Early in the morning on the following day, Election Day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up at the rear of Tom McGraw's home.
Oh, Silver. Oh, walk out. Oh, there. Oh. Now, let's stay with the horses. I've got to prepare Tom before the crowd gets here. I don't think you'll be seen back here, but if you are, if anyone tries to question you, get away. Don't worry about me. Just see that you aren't held.
Tonto, do it.
Good. If everything goes right, I'll soon be with you. Don't be alarmed. Quick, where's your husband?
A crook.
No, I'm not a crook.
Did I hear you? You again.
Right.
What do you want?
I've got to talk to you in a hurry and alone.
Tom, what is it? Who is this man?
I don't know. He
Listen
come here...
to me, Mrs. McGraw. This is important. I mean your husband no harm, but I must talk to him alone. And what I have to say must be said within the next 5 minutes.
Is it all right, Tom?
I'll talk to him, honey. This way. You'll talk in the parlor. Now, what do you want?
I had to warn you that a crowd's coming here.
Here? What for?
You'll find that out when it arrives. You needn't fear it. When it gets here, keep just one thing in mind. Admit nothing.
What do you mean?
Remember what I told you the first time you saw me? That I knew why you withdrew from the election and meant to see that the truth got out?
You told them?
In my own way.
Your way? What do you mean?
In a way that helped you instead of harming you. You made one mistake in your past, and you paid for it. You stole money once when you were a young man. But you not only served your term in jail for it, you returned that stolen money out of what you were able to save afterwards. Ever since then, you've been a credit to the West. That's why I wanted to help you.
You call it helping me when you tell that story around?
That breed who once worked for you knew your story and told it to Heath. It would have gotten out eventually anyhow. As it is, you'll find that most of those who've heard it now won't believe it, and the rest won't care.
I don't savvy. You say
Look there,
that
they're coming. I have to leave you. But remember what I said. Admit nothing at all.
Well, I better face him.
Men, what is this? What are you doing to Dakin and Heath here?
They're going to be tarred and feathered for the lies they've spread about you, Tom.
Last night they pulled the rottenest pick ever seen around here.
Just take a look at this printing here, will you?
Printing? Here, let me see that. Well, I'll be
They
doggone.
scattered them bills all over the county last night, Tom.
Huh?
Hired a masked man and a redskin to do it. They sure must have been loco to figure we couldn't see through a stunt like that.
Right. Just imagine waiting till the last minute, then spreading a story about how you served time for stealing.
We'll fix the skunk.
But it wasn't us, it was a masked man.
But you pulled cat's hide.
No, wait.
Man, I tell you, it was just a trick. We never did it. Well, who else would stand to gain by it? But you two fellers.
No need to try to lie out of it. The whole dirty trick's as plain as the nose on my face.
And, Tom, everybody coming to town today is writing in your name on the ballot. Even if you did say you wasn't running. Just to show what they think of these fellas.
That's right.
You mean I'll be elected?
There ain't a doubt of it. What's more, the first gent to go repeating that story printed here will get run out of town just like we're running these sidewinders out. All right, take them away, boys. So you see, Tom, thanks to the stunt they had that masked man pull, you're going to be elected in spite of yourself.
Yeah, Lem. Thanks to the masked man.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
On ships, Ponch and John hit the beach, but their plans are shattered by gang warfare. Then, BJ's got his hands full with Snow White and the 7 lady truckers. Next, secret agent T.R. Sloan takes on the deadly seduction squad. An exciting night of non-stop action Saturday on NBC.
Hi, we're the Jacksons. The Jacksons are coming to shake it down to the ground. Live on stage in concert, the Jacksons, pure dynamite. With special guest stars LTD. The Jacksons, the concert of the year, coming soon.
The Railroad Bazaar reminds you that all car stereo dealers are not the same. The difference at Railroad Bazaar is clear because if you know name brand stereo, you'll know our prices are very competitive. And the installation is guaranteed at Railroad Bazaar. Removal and replacement installation is done at no charge to you for the first 30 days. So for guaranteed installation and very competitive prices on Craig, Sanyo, and Pioneer stereos, see Railroad Bazaar in Athens. Remember, all car stereo dealers are not the same.
We mix love with laughter and come up with the outrageous new dating game. See it weekdays at 5 here on WAFF TV 48.
Coke and a smile makes me feel good, so refreshing, makes me feel nice. That's the way it should be, and I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola as life, have a Coke and a smile.
It's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
To Box 13. Care of the Star Times.
Carl! Carl, what are you doing?
Nothing. I ain't doing nothing.
It's just a book holiday. Somebody sent a book to Box 13. Why?
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Susie. Susie, come here a minute, will you?
You call me Mr. Holliday?
How did you guess?
I heard you.
All right. Now that we've cleared that up, how about this book?
That one?
This one.
It came in the mail for Box 13.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Holliday. The wrapping paper's right in the wastebasket there. I'll get it and show you. Here.
Address printed. Block letters. Shaky hand. Susie, did any letter come with this?
Just the book.
Ex Libris. Robert N. Chase. All right, Susie, we've got a problem. Somebody sends me a book from the library of Robert N. Chase. Why?
Maybe it's a bestseller.
Yeah, in its day it was. Still is. The poems of Sir Walter Scott.
Do you like poetry, Mr. Holliday?
Love it, Susie. Just love it. Listen. If thou wouldst view fair Melrose aright, go visit it by the pale moonlight. The gay beams of lightsome day gild, but to flout the ruins gray. Pretty, huh?
What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, you're asking the jackpot question. The book's broken to fall open at this poem.
Why?
We're in a rut. There's one way to get out of it. If anyone calls for me, I'll be in the morgue. Star time.
Sure. Robert N. Chase. We've got plenty about him, Holliday.
Well, let me have it.
You ought to remember him.
Vaguely, I do. All right, Mac, what do we got?
Headlines. Lots of them.
Headlines, huh? What's he been doing?
Same thing he's been doing for the past 10 years.
He's in a rut, too.
6 foot deep.
Dead?
Here. You read all about it, Dan.
Socialites dead in tragic blaze. Oh, sure, I remember now. But 10 years ago, I was cutting my reporter's teeth on a police beat.
Yeah, that's right. A cop wouldn't get a juicy story like this to cover.
Son near death. Daughter at school escapes tragedy. Last night, fire swept the Robert N. Chase mansion. Blaze, unnoticed until too late, spread rapidly. Injured son not expected to live.
He did, though.
I see. Mildred Chase, 18, was attending a college function when the flames took the lives of her parents and swept rapidly through the palatial country estate, Fair Melrose. They were... Fair Melrose?
Yeah, that was the name of the estate.
Fair Melrose. Mac, the Chase girl, got anything on her?
What paper didn't have?
What do you mean?
You know, too much dough, spoiled kid, wrong company. She ran smack into the gossip stuff almost every week.
Know where she is now?
Well, she dropped back after the fire. It kind of cooled her off.
Oh, she's been a good girl ever since, is that it?
Well, that's it. I tell you what, Dan, drop upstairs to see Mona in society. She can give you the dope.
All right. Thanks, Mac. Say, you must come and visit my morgue sometime.
I like this one. I only read about characters. I don't have to bump into them.
Ah, but mine move around, Mac, and sometimes too fast.
Oui, monsieur.
Ah, free French are engaged.
You wish to see someone, monsieur?
Yes, Miss Chase. Miss Mildred Chase.
You have an appointment?
Is that an offer or a business question?
Monsieur, if you will tell me...
Colette, what is it?
There is someone here, mademoiselle.
I don't wish to be disturbed.
I'm sorry, monsieur. But Mademoiselle Chase, she is not home.
Oh, I see. Then you've got a talking piano.
Oh, please, monsieur. I cannot let you in. You heard Mademoiselle.
Yes, I did. But if you will go in and tell Mademoiselle that Sir Walter Scott is waiting to see her, I'm sure she'll listen. What do you say?
Where?
Vive la France.
All right. You wait here. But I cannot promise.
Yes? What is it? What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Chase. I have to see you.
Well, I don't know you. I've never seen you before.
Well, lots of people haven't. But my name's Dan Holliday.
The name means nothing to me.
It means everything to my mother.
What do you want?
I'm sorry, Miss Chase, bursting in like this. But I've come to see you about Fair Melrose.
Who are you?
Oh, I told you. Dan Holliday. Occupation, fiction writer.
And are you writing now, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe. Oh, is this yours?
Mine? That book?
Here, take it.
Where did you get this?
You don't know.
No. Where did you get it?
But you do recognize it.
Yes. It was part of my father's collection. I asked you, how did you get it?
Through the mail. It was addressed to Box 13, care of the Star-Times. Or doesn't that mean anything?
No. Nothing at all.
You should read the classified ads, Miss Chase. Box 13. Adventure wanted, will go anywhere, do anything.
Thank you for bringing the book back to me, Mr. Holliday.
You don't have any idea why the book was sent to me?
I don't know any more about it than you do.
Maybe you don't.
That's right. Colette will show you out.
Was there anything suspicious about the fire that destroyed Fair Melrose?
Mr. Holliday, I don't know what you have in mind, but that was a cruel thing to say. A hateful thing. You're not proud of it, are you?
I'm nothing one way or the other, Miss Chase. But that book was sent to me. It was broken to fall open at the poems about Fair Melrose. I'd just like to know why.
I know nothing about it. All I know is that fire took my mother and father.
It's very sad, Miss Chase.
And my poor brother was left a hopeless invalid, completely paralyzed, unable to speak, to move.
Where's your brother now?
At Fair Melrose. The place he always loved.
But I thought it was destroyed by fire 10 years ago.
Yes. But one wing remains standing.
Your brother is there alone?
Yes. That's where he would want to be. And I arranged for someone to care for him.
Oh, I see.
And now, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to forget all this.
Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you, Miss Chase. I was merely curious about that book.
I know nothing about it. All I want to do is to forget. To forget. What you want this hour of the night?
I'm looking for Fair Melrose.
Eh? What for?
Will you tell me how I can get there? I'm lost.
Stay lost, then.
Just a minute, please.
Get your foot out of the door. Get.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to harm you. I just want to know the way to Fair Melrose.
What for?
I've got business there.
You're lying. Nobody's got no business there. Nobody.
All right, I'm nobody. Is your house on the ground?
Well, it should be. Been here for 30 years.
Oh. Nice little cottage you've got here.
What you want to go up there for?
To look at it.
What for?
Huh. Nice waltz we're having.
Young fella, I asked you a question, and you ain't answered.
All right. I want to find out about the fire.
Well, ain't nothing nobody needs to find out about it. 'Twas a visitation of the Lord. 'Twas a judgment on the sin that was going on. Heaven rained fire that night and wiped out the last of Babylon.
I'm not sure I got all that.
Oh, the wages of sin is death. Now you know.
Wait a minute. Were you here that night?
Me and Carl.
Carl?
That's my husband. He was down here and seen the fire eaten up like the vengeance of the angels. We seen it, young fella. 'Twas a judgment for the years of sin. We didn't have to do no more caretaking after that night. Providence took care for us.
You and Carl caretakers, is that it?
That's right. Only one wing to take care of now. Only one wing, and him.
Oh, the brother.
Yes, him that can't move or talk or hear. And that's where they brung him, and that's where he stayed. Now, you get. I talked enough.
I wonder. How do I get up there?
You're still going up, huh?
More than ever now. Which way?
Straight up the canyon, turn left. It's top of the hill.
Thanks.
Well, maybe you should have picked a lighter night. Yes, one with a moon.
Maybe she's right, Holiday. This is definitely no night for a picnic. Who said it's going to be a picnic?
Hello? Anybody here? Hello?
And the same to you with feathers on.
Hello?
Oh. Light a match, Holiday. Don't be so stupid.
Is anyone here? Mr. Chase? Oh, Mr. Chase.
Holy mackerel.
Who are you? Answer me.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Nice baritone voice you got there, Holliday.
Kling. Inspector Kling. Where am I?
Hospital.
What for?
For your head. There's a little dent in it, about 2 inches deep.
Oh, I remember. Where is he?
He? Who?
The body.
Oh, the body. What body?
Wait a minute. How did you get in? Who found me? Who told you all about this?
The old girl, caretaker's wife. She found you.
Oh. Kling, I saw a body in Fair Melrose.
Holiday, I don't know what merry-go-round you're on, but keep up this way and you'll get the brass ring through your nose.
How do I get out of this place?
Walk out.
Thanks.
What are you going to do now?
Why?
I want to know where to pick up the body.
Keep in touch, Kling.
What have you got in mind?
A date. A date with a beautiful young lady. Slightly hysterical and more than a little mysterious. But interesting.
What do you want here again, Mr. Holliday?
More to the point, what do you want?
Will you please leave?
Every time I come here, I get invited to leave.
I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Holliday, but it's none of your business. You ought to...
I went to Fair Melrose last night.
What for?
I wanted to see it. And your brother.
You mustn't see him.
Why not? What did he do, Miss Chase?
Please leave him alone.
All right. Did you go to Melrose last night?
No. I haven't been there for 10 years.
You weren't there the night of the fire either, were you?
No, I wasn't.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Now, mind if I ask you one more question?
If you'll go, I'll answer it.
It's a deal. What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
That's your answer?
Yes. I'd almost forgotten that horrible night until you came here. For 10 years, I've lived away from it, keeping it away from me. Now you've brought it all back. Don't you have any pity?
Lots of it, Miss Chase. For a lot of people. Particularly you.
you want to see him for?
I've got to. I want to talk with him.
He can't talk. He can't hear.
He's in the only wing left by the fire?
Well, that he is. You still want to go up to see him?
Yes, I do.
Oh, the chases. Devil's brood, all of them. Devil's brood. The young'un with her temper, screaming at her mother and father. And him that's upstairs now, always fighting with his sister. The fire was a visitation and a judgment of Providence. There he is.
Oh, no.
Well, that's him.
You stay here. Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase.
Can't hear you, can't hear you, can't.
Shut up. Mr. Chase, I'm Dan Holliday. Box 13. Box 13, do you understand?
Nodding his head. That's all he can do.
Mr. Chase, you wanted to see me. You sent me that book. You had Carl send it to me. Is that right? Nod your head if that's right. Good. Now, why?
He can hear.
You can hear me a little, can't you, Mr. Chase? Good. Why did you send me that book? Why did you want me to come here? He wants me to look around, Bertha. At what? At what?
Ain't nothing in here. Ain't nothing.
Look, Mr. Chase, I'll walk around the room. I'll watch you. When you want me to stop, nod your head. Understand? Good. Now watch me. Here? This trophy case. Is this it? What about it? What do you want me to see in this? Good. Bertha, come here.
I ain't coming in.
I said come here, come on. Take a good look at this trophy case, Bertha. A good look.
I don't see nothing.
There's a plaque missing from its place. There's heavy dust around behind all those cups and trophies, but there's a clean spot here where a plaque stood. No dust, Bertha. No dust. Someone took a plaque from here not more than a few days ago. Did you?
I ain't touched nothing. Never touched nothing.
Mr. Chase, that plaque, whose was it? Yours? No. Your father's? Mother's? Mildred's. It was hers. But someone took it. Mr. Chase, try to understand. Try to answer. Please, you've got to.
He can't.
Mr. Chase, try hard. Try hard to hear me again.
Let him alone. He can't do no more.
Stay with him, Bertha. Don't leave him for a minute, do you hear? Oh, hello there.
Hello, Holliday.
Inspector, I'm in a hurry.
No, it looks like it. But you can spare a poor cop a couple of minutes to explain something, can't you?
What?
That body. We found it. In a ravine about a mile down the road.
All right, you found the body. Now I'm in a hurry. I gotta go.
Not so fast, Holliday. There are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Later, Kling, later. You know where to reach me.
Holliday. Come back, Holliday. I say come back here.
Ride me care of box 13.
You saw my brother, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I saw him. Oh, please keep playing.
I don't know why I let you in here.
I do.
Can't you leave me alone?
Please. The piano. I like to hear it.
What did you find out?
So you don't know why anyone would have taken that plaque from the trophy case?
No!
Your brother managed to tell me it was yours.
Where was it?
In the lower right-hand corner of the trophy case.
Lower right-hand corner. Lower.
That mean anything?
Well, it was a plaque I won for dramatics at Merrifield Academy.
I don't get it. What value does it have?
It isn't worth anything except...
Except what?
The plaque was presented to me at a dinner at Merrifield.
So, go on.
The dinner was the night of the fire at Melrose.
Then the plaque would prove you were at Merrifield the night of the fire.
Yes.
But somebody wants people to think you were at Fair Melrose. Were you?
No. How many times do I have to say that?
That's enough. Who hates you, Miss Chase?
My brother.
Your brother?
They all hated me. My mother, my father, my brother. Sometimes I think I hated them. Watching me, picking my friends, cutting me off from the friends I picked. I couldn't stand it
I see. All right, Miss Chase. We'll forget it for now. But can I come back this evening?
Why?
I said before I wanted to help you. That still goes. Miss Chase, it still goes.
Please sit down, Mr. Holliday.
Thanks, Miss Chase.
Do you have anything to tell me?
A few things, yes. But first, is there anything you want to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no.
You sure?
Positive. What could I tell you?
A story.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, I'll explain.
Must you play the piano?
No, but I'd like to. Miss Chase, let me tell you a story.
What about?
Well, I don't know whether it's exact or not. You see, I have to guess a lot. Fill in details myself. But this story's about a girl, an 18-year-old girl. That is, she was 18 10 years ago.
And what's that got to do with me?
Oh? You might be the girl, Miss Chase. Wild, with a temper. Bad temper. She had a lot of fights with her parents. Mostly about the friends she had. The way she ran around.
What are you trying to say?
That one night, this girl set fire to her home in a fit of temper. After a fight with her parents. Maybe she didn't mean to do what she did. But the fire destroyed her home almost completely. It meant the death of her parents, and it made her brother a
You're making this up. You're guessing.
I said I'd have to guess.
I was at Merrifield the night of the fire.
For a while. I checked. Found out you left early enough to get to Melrose. And you brought a plaque with you. The one you'd won for dramatics.
Well, I brought it to Melrose later. The next day or the next. I don't remember.
No, that's no good, Miss Chase. It's too hard to believe that anyone would walk into a ruined home and put a plaque in a trophy case. I say you took it to Melrose, then had the fight with your mother and father.
You're lying.
I don't think so.
I took it there after the fire.
And why is it missing? Want me to look around your apartment for it, Miss Chase? Or send for the police to look for it?
No.
Why not, if you haven't got it? Why are you afraid to let me look for it? So I am right. Now let's get on with the story. For 10 years you held the secret. There's nothing to connect you with the fire at Melrose except that plaque. For years, that fire's on your mind. Day after day, you have to live with the secret, wondering if there's anything that will connect you with that night. But there's nothing. There's nothing. Then you remember that plaque. It will prove that you were at Melrose, because the date engraved on it is the same as the date of the fire.
No. I tell you it's not true.
So there's only one thing to do. Get that plaque out of Melrose. But you didn't count on one thing. Your brother. Day after day, he saw that trophy case. Day after day, it was the same. Never changing. Like the four walls he had to stare at. But suddenly it's different. There's something missing. He racks his brains and he remembers. He remembers the plaque that was there. When he was able to read, he must have read about the fire. How you escaped the tragedy by being at school that night. How lucky everyone said you were. He read how you were presented with a plaque for dramatics. And his tortured mind puts two and two together. And he arrives at the conclusion that you were at Melrose. Home. The night of the fire. Well, Miss Chase, did you like that story?
There's nothing you can prove.
Maybe not. But how about Carl's murder? You killed him. Because you thought Carl was me last night.
No. What are you doing?
Calling the police. It's for them now. I think they'll prove you killed Carl. They're good at that sort of thing, Miss Chase. Very good.
No, please. What do you want? Money? I'll give you money, anything, only don't call them.
Why not?
Please.
Hello, Inspector Blinken.
They hated me, all of them.
Okay,
I
hold
hated
on.
them, and you. I hate you.
Look out.
Oh, no.
Hello, Kling. Holiday. Come to the Sunview Apartments now. I just rang down the curtain on a 10-year dramatic act.
Gee, it must have been awful thrilling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, sure, Susie. About as thrilling as throwing dirt in the guy's face.
Oh, well, here's some more mail for Box 13.
Later, Susie, later.
But here's something maybe you ought to look into.
What?
If you subscribe to this book club, you get a free set of Sir Walter Scott's poems.
Oh, fine. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Frank Hart-Tausig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
You know it's tough for car stereos out on the street. They gotta sift through a lot of jive, like fuzz, station overlap, and picket fencing. But the Craig road-rated receiver really comes through. It's designed to give you clear, clean sound in a moving car. So when you're moving, Craig's grooving. The road-rated receiver, only from Craig.
And I pulled up my skirt, and I said, okay, which leg do you like?
This woman has been wearing an unusual pair of pantyhose. One leg of ordinary pantyhose sewed to one leg of sheer energy. Here's what other women said.
The sheer energy leg felt like going dancing and carousing and stuff, and the other leg felt like going home and going to bed.
It looks even better than it feels, and it feels great.
Sheer energy, 'cause nothing beats a great pair of legs.
You're a strong man, Brian.
You made too strong.
Then shower up with Irish Spring.
The double deodorant soap.
The very one to get a strong man fresh. Look, and these green and white stripes are two deodorants to get a man fresh and clean.
What a fine fresh scent.
That's why I use it too.
Irish Spring with two deodorants.
Gets a strong man fresh.
It's official. Ford's answer to rebates, the largest incentives ever available to its dealers. The biggest clearance offer in Ford history just got bigger. See your Ford dealer and discover how many hundreds of dollars you can save on new trimmer LTDs, Mustang pace car replicas, elegant Thunderbirds, tough V8 pickups, vans, Broncos, Rancheros. Compare the total Ford deal with any other. You may well find it's the best value overall.
Perhaps you've had a lab test to find out if you are pregnant. With EPT, you can find out at home, using the identical test method used in hospitals and labs. Over 1 million American women have done just that with EPT, Early Pregnancy Test. Follow directions carefully so your doctor is recommended. EPT gives you the clear result in 2 hours. EPT, In-Home Early Pregnancy Test. The hospital and lab method already used by over 1 million women like you.
Gotcha. Anne stole my mints.
Frank took mine.
I want a great taste.
I wanted breath protection that lasts.
Try Certs and get both. Only Certs combines flavor crystals and Retsin. You get great taste and breath protection that lasts even after 30 minutes. Try them. I mean, try them.
Certs. Great taste and breath protection that lasts even after 30 minutes.
This is the Army, today's Army,
and there's a lot more to it than you think. There are challenges to be met and skills to be mastered. There are new places to see, new people to meet, and a whole lot to learn. It's a total human experience. This is the Army. If you'd like to be part of it, call this number, toll-free.